When the top comics on the planet aren't on stage,
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
they can be found hanging out on the Opie and Anthony show.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This holiday weekend, we're proud to present their most memorable appearances.
I took his hand and put it.
my God!
And bringing it all to you is a man of razor-sharp wit. A man who knows funny. His mother says so.
Double guns, motherfucker.
This is a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
Hey, how you doing? It's Chip. And I'm hosting this big Thanksgiving thing. We're going to joke around or something. And we got it's called the Chipperson Thanksgiving. I remember when I was a kid, we would have Thanksgiving, and my mother would say, "Now go outside, Chipper. Mama's going to get some special stuffing." And then Lamar would always sit there and eat sweet potato pie. And then he'd go into her room, and she would always say that's when Lamar was going to give her the special stuffing. My mother always put raisins in the stuffing. She's a very Rubenesque woman. I have to introduce the segments. This is Amy Schumer. How come her name's not Amy Bootmer? And this is when she was telling a story about being drunk. And she did something with a cab driver that was sexual in nature. My mother doesn't like Amy Schumer. She says, "Chipper, don't ever date a girl like that. She's a fucking whore."
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
At one point, we have a story to get out of Amy. But
Oh, God. I was like, I don't know if I want to talk about that.
Why?
Oh, Amy.
Why else are you here?
God. What do you mean? I'm
Wait, it sounds like
doing
you have a
wonderful
good
things on the
story.
road.
Jimmy?
It's
It's up to her?
He throws it out there. Yeah.
I mean, we've all had sexual dark days. I feel like last time I was here, I remembered my sleep rape, and I shouldn't come back in here this time. This is worse than the sleep rape.
Really?
Really?
You remember
Yeah.
something else?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
More of my youth is coming back to me. And by youth, I mean
Can we guess?
5 years ago. You know what? And I might have even told the story on here. I'm not sure. Did I ever talk about when a cab driver fingered me on here?
I don't think I remember that
I
one.
swear to you, it sounds familiar.
Doesn't it?
It
I
kinda sounds familiar.
I talk about it a little bit on stage now, just
maybe.
as like the end of a thing. But I don't know if I told the story. But I would feel really awful if I had already told the story.
No,
I just remember the one with the ship.
I've heard it in your act.
Oh, the eating me on the ship.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. You've only heard my act. Okay.
Yeah.
Amy and I took a cab home from Tom Popper's last night.
You fingered Amy in the cab?
No.
What? Wait,
She
who
fingered my
who?
ass outside the cab before we got in
I'm a
to
lady.
propel me forward.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, we were both. Amy lives not that far from me, so we split a cab going up. And I forget how it came up.
Well, after you told the cab driver to drive you back to the luxury apartments.
Oh, yeah.
And then you let him know that I live in a 6th-floor walk-up.
Oh, that's
Like,
good, Jimmy.
Yeah.
No, I told Amy to get out of her 3 fucking doors down
Yeah,
because we're
because-
yapping. She's talking about this guy. And she's like, "It's been a while since I've had sex. I mean, this time of year, I like to fuck."
Oh, no.
She's just,
saying this in the back
oh
of
yeah,
the
she's
cab.
blathering
I wasn't
on.
thinking about it. I wasn't even thinking about it.
And the fucking creepy cabbie with 2 little scars on his cheek is hearing all
Oh,
this.
he's freaking out.
I didn't even think about
White
it.
cabbie?
Fucking all
That's why I
Yes.
get
hard.
sexually assaulted.
White cabbies are
Yeah.
the scariest cabbies in New York City.
But I said to
Sorry,
her,
white
He was
cabbies.
white?
I said, "Get out of your fucking a few
scary.
doors away. Get out 3 doors away." I said to her, "I'm like, text me as soon as you get, so you know."
I
And
was
then-
sort of offended he didn't go for it after that.
Yeah, right?
No, she was loud though.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't care.
I didn't even think about it.
I
But
like
no,
to fuck this time of year.
that's how I sound. That's how I sound. Oh, God.
So what happened with the cab driver? Now you gotta tell the story.
Oh, God. It's so dark. It's bad.
All right, take your time.
When did this happen?
A lot of
This is
details.
so bad.
When did it happen, by the way?
What were you wearing?
I remember what I was wearing.
Yeah, what were you wearing?
Oh, Jesus. This is so awful. Could it be any less appealing with my morning voice? I just walked
Oh,
in
don't
here.
worry. It's great. Lucille Ball.
I sound like I have leprosy.
Did Mr. McGillicuddy finger you?
Oh, my-
Viv came up.
How old were you?
I was 18.
Oh.
Oh, God. This is so
Well,
awful. This is
well.
the worst.
Do tell.
This is the
Amy.
worst. Okay, but it sucks
18.
because the weekend after I left here, I was on the road, and then people who heard the show came, and whenever I would make a rape joke, they'd all be like, "Oh."
Oh.
So now, when I say my super sweet fingering joke, they're all going to be like, "Ooh."
Creepy.
Okay, this is exactly what happened.
Do tell.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And And then you guys should come see my special I'm taping at Our Special.
Of course.
At the Fillmore in San Francisco on June 23rd.
Ooh, the Fillmore.
Please come out, San Francisco.
That's very cool
Yes.
for Amy Schumer.
Yeah.
18, what were you wearing? Were you still in high school?
Atlanta Punchline tomorrow.
The summer,
Okay,
the summer of your senior year?
It was the summer.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, it was the summer. It was the summer going into my sophomore year of college. So, yeah, 18, maybe I just turned 19. So we were driving home from a bar. I was in the front seat of the cab. All my
Front
friends
seat.
are in the back.
Oh, okay.
But I remember choosing the front seat on purpose.
Why?
Did you get a
I'm
look at the
huge whore?
Wait, did you did you get a look at the driver before you chose the front seat?
Yeah.
Oh,
And let me
okay.
tell you, disgusting.
Wow, nice.
He was like not, he looked like a cab driver.
Right.
What
I wasn't
city?
like, oh, we hit the jackpot with the one hot cab
okay.
driver.
What city were you in?
New York.
All right.
What nationality was he?
He was white.
And what were you wearing?
I was wearing a mini skirt
Oh,
and a
boy.
tube top, which was my uniform at the time, even though I was another good 24 pounds than I am right now.
Oh, it's fantastic.
idea.
A little chubby girl in the
Yeah.
front
Yeah.
seat.
I had no idea. I was
Chubby
like,
and eager.
you know
Great.
what?
Just wanting those fingers.
Oh God!
Anything.
This is so awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little.
My dad
money
lives in a
for cab
hospital,
fare?
and like his friends listen to the show. Like, we heard your daughter today.
They'll love it.
They're
That's
gonna
true.
love this.
They will love this.
He's gonna be so proud.
Yeah.
So I was sitting in the front, and my friends were in the back, wasted, and sort of one at a time they got out, and I was getting out with my last friend, who was like asleep in the back, and I was just drunk, and I was going through a phase where I like to get in a lot of trouble sexually and sort of do
Oh.
stuff that scared myself.
God,
I would go home with it was fucking.
this is great.
Yeah.
I am loving this.
This is really hot.
Yeah.
so,
Wow.
So
I hope you're not looking for sympathy.
I
today,
just
because this is really hot.
this is
Hope
such
you are
a
looking
mistake.
for cum.
I'm regretting. I'm not only regretting coming here. I'm regretting ever doing comedy.
Yeah.
So I just like was sort of. I think I just wanted to feel like I was really turning him on, like making him go out of his mind. So I just was sort of like I just sort of kind of like was sliding my leg over to him. Why am I saying this on here? I
my
hate this.
God.
While you're driving in the cab or when you're
Yes,
parked?
well, he's driving. My friend was asleep in
So
the
you're
back.
opening your little chubby legs.
You little chubby.
I
leg.
referred to them as sturdy back then. Okay.
Oh,
so you're
man,
moving your left leg toward the cab
So
driver.
he's driving. I'm just driving
I'm
here,
so depressed.
imaginary driving, and then like right next to him,
I need like a
leg
publicist or
starts
something.
moving
Like,
closer.
don't just talk about.
And he's probably like, did he look over?
Yeah, he looked over.
Yeah,
he was
I
like,
bet he
"What is-
looked over."
What is going on?
Wow.
And
and then what happened?
and he sort of like was like.
How does he
God,
make the
it's
move?
So gross. I
does he
really
make the move?
All
happened?
right.
Your leg's
he didn't
opening.
make the move. I took his hand and
Oh
put it.
my God! I knew it.
This is the greatest thing ever.
You took his hand and just put it on your young 19-year-old.
18.
I put it on my skirt, and
Wait, where exactly did you put his hand? On
your left
on the
thigh?
leg, or did you put it ground zero?
I went right.
Oh,
for,
my-
Oh my God! I thought
God.
maybe he like a little leg so he could rub your leg a little first.
No.
You went right for the
said
You
fuck
put
gusto.
that
that
foreplay.
fucking that hand that he coughed in and was digging in his nose
Yeah,
all night.
like,
all that bad
he
money went through?
He looked like the MTV cab driver. Remember that guy?
Yeah,
Like
sure.
he was
Greasy.
Oh,
He was,
wow.
There was nothing like
Yeah.
attractive about this
What a
dude.
banner night
So
for
she's
this
sleeping
guy.
in the back.
This guy
She's
must have
asleep
lost
in the
his
back.
mind.
And he, and I, like, we only had like 20 blocks to go. So I was like, this guy better get to work.
Oh, he probably fucking. that guy.
God. Oh,
Is that
God.
hair?
That
Yeah.
really looks like him. So I bet you anything, this guy's like a
wrong
listener
with
to
you?
this show.
Yeah.
Probably is.
Oh God, I would.
So you put his hand right on your
I
puss.
put his hand right on my puss.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and
Wait.
he
Was everything ready to go?
Were you?
What are you talking
pantyless?
Were you ready to accept him?
Were you?
how dry does a girl have to be that you can't get a finger in there?
Well, that's,
Yeah.
Wow.
But I was turned on. I was excited.
Oh
I was
yeah.
So you
Just
put
thinking
his-
about it.
Did you have panties on?
yeah.
Okay, so what did he pull them aside or did
Moved
you?
him to the side.
Oh my God.
I moved him to the side.
Oh, you were just
You
eager.
victimized him basically.
Yeah, you raped
Yeah.
the guy. So
I know. When I tell a story, I say I let a cab driver finger me, but
Yeah,
really
no.
I took his
Yeah.
hand.
you raped
Exactly.
him. So what did he? What happened?
He Yeah, he did what you do with a vagina.
So he fingered you.
He fingered
For
me and
20
rubbed my
blocks.
clitoris.
Oh, was
until
it good?
I achieved orgasm.
Oh, you came.
You
I
did.
Came. I came.
Oh my god!
And then he, and
This
then
is
like we got where we were
fantastic.
going.
Did you go for the quiet orgasm?
Yeah.
Not to wake your friend?
Yeah, like trying not to make a
Did
sound.
you rub his dick?
Little meows and.
I did not touch him.
Did he ask
No?
you to?
Oh no! But what happened was we got where we were going, and so like my friend in the back kind of woke up, and he was like, "Where are we taking this party?" Like he was kind of like,
Of course.
"Yeah, of course."
That's good.
And
He
and
was
I
the winner of Gash Cab.
Oh my god!
How long have you been sitting on that?
I just thought of it. I swear.
Wait, that just popped
thought of
up.
it.
Too good.
That was strong. That
Yeah.
was strong.
Wait, no.
Chip?
It was
No,
like
Chip.
pussy of fortune.
No,
No, that doesn't work,
not
Chip.
pussy of fortune.
Chip, that doesn't work.
How long did
Oh god.
How long did it take to come?
I hate thinking of the plot points of this show.
How many?
Yeah, yeah.
How many blocks?
We get it. I know.
How many
I
minutes?
came right before we got there.
So what happened? He wanted to know, and what did you pay for the thing?
The cab?
Yeah. Did he make
Yeah.
you pay?
Wow.
How
What?
hilarious
What
is
is
that?
Not even on the
What
house.
a dick! I love it. She
No,
wasn't going to jerk him off. He's like, all right, $8.50.
What a
It was
dick.
easier for him to separate the dollar bills.
Me and my friend.
He fucking made you pay.
Me and my friend. I'm sure we split it. I would not have been.
So
like,
wait, what
this
did he
is
say
fine.
to you?
He was like, so as soon as I came, I was disgusted with myself and,
Ah,
him,
right.
and he was just like, where are you? Where are we going? And I was like, and I just like got out of the cab and I was like, come on, let's go to the girl. And he was like, wait, well, like, you know, he was confused.
Confused, yeah.
And then I was like kind of scared. And we went inside the house and then I felt really gross about it, of course, because it's fucking really gross.
That is pretty gross.
And so we walked away from the cab, and I felt so bad about it. I told my mom the next day.
Why would you do
Because
that?
I was like, what's going on with me? Why
How
am
do
I...
you tell your mom
I told
that?
her. I was like... It was sort of like, I think it was really selfish of me just to want to get some guilt out of my life.
So what did she do
Was your
when
mom
you told
horrified?
her? No, she's probably turned on.
Oh god.
Yeah,
She
just
grabbed Amy's hand and put it on her vagina.
made me fist her.
And she asked, "Oh, is it the black one that I've hooked up with?" I'm like, oh, mom.
That's so mom.
Oh no. So what
Wow.
did she say to you?
I think she was concerned.
Yeah.
And she was like, she comforted me. Like, it's okay. Like, what do you say to your daughter?
Aw.
Mom,
There.
I just let...
Now was the
It's kind of a turn on.
Can you imagine like?
Oh, sorry.
Could you imagine like like something happened to a boy, like a little boy, and like the boy goes to his dad and has to explain that he got jerked off in a cab? Like that would just never happen.
jerked off in the cab.
It'd be like,
I don't know.
Exactly.
But you know what? Like, that is still... I like watching porn where the guy's really gross
Yeah.
and the girl's, like, beautiful and, like, innocent and
Oh,
young.
nice.
Wait, so you were molested by an ugly guy?
Yeah.
fucking like
Well,
my-
I mean,
No, I mean, when
made
you
it
Watch my home
happen.
movies.
When you were I'm saying when you were a lot younger.
see the
I
flow
was?
chart?
Yeah, it goes back to Jimmy's flow chart. You were molested by some greasy old guy.
Well, I don't remember.
Older guy that's
That's a
If
great.
that happened, I don't... That memory
That's a
hasn't come up
good
yet.
molestation if you don't remember.
yeah.
That just means it was really
Yeah,
deep.
those are the best ones when your memories go bye-bye.
Oh, my God.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever gone back in time and masturbated to that whole
No.
scenario?
No, that made me like really ill for a while after, and I think only now that it's
Yeah.
over 10 years later can I.
Crazy.
Well over 10 years.
Where were you? Where were you?
Shit. Fuck you.
I'm just kidding.
You guys.
That's fucking funny.
Padding a couple of years.
Oh, Amy, where were you coming from?
What a
fucking,
Just teasing her.
fucking monsters. I'll be changing your diapers in less than a decade.
Where were you coming from that you
A
couldn't?
bar.
But you couldn't hook up at
Somebody
the
was
bar.
guest bartending. It wasn't about that.
Yeah.
It was about being self-destructive. That's self-destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't want to
Yeah.
hook up and have.
I
an
did
actual
like a bunch of
connection.
I did a bunch of self-destructive,
You did?
dangerous kind of stuff.
Was that after the
Really?
rape?
Yeah.
Oh, see, okay. I wonder if was it all after that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you touch his penis? Wouldn't that have played into what you were going for that night?
No.
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 Jeez.
That was
You
just
just wanted to be-
self-punishment. All
Yeah.
self-punishment.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
After
Crazy. Wow.
It was crazy. I did crazy stuff then. I'm not going to tell any more today because it's a lot.
Is there?
But
There's got to be stuff even crazier than that.
that was the
That was one of the
How many?
ones?
that was up there.
How many guys most you've been with at one time?
One.
Oh, that's it.
Oh yeah, no. I
had
never
the
was
two
just
guy
like a
thing?
cum dumpster. No.
Cum dumpster.
And it was always like very selfish and about me. I didn't I didn't go nuts on
Good for
everybody's
you.
cocks.
Good for you. Yeah.
Thanks.
A lot of people saying the cab driver remembers this story and tells it a
he's
lot.
still telling that one.
I
As you
wonder
were
if he
telling it,
recognizes
he was
me.
telling it because he's telling it all the fucking
I
time.
wonder if I bet he looks like a listener of this show.
Yeah.
And I bet
It was me.
Oh god, it's a lot of cab drivers saying that.
Dude, it was me, dude.
Oh, I hope so.
Oh, that would
he
be
dropped the I hope it was fucking Big A. He used to drive a fucking livery car. What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel.
This is another guy. He actually likes my stuff a lot. He always says, Chipper, you're so funny. Chipper, how come you're not like doing bigger arenas and stuff? This is Chris Rock. How come his name is not Chris Pebble or something? And he was talking about working at the Comedy Cellar, and he's got a movie called 2 Days in New York. But I'm doing a movie, it's called 3 Nights in New York. And performing overseas and living without porn and stuff. That's what he was talking about. I don't give a fuck.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Is it bad?
man?
It's a bad
Rock.
movie.
I feel like I'm at the cellar.
I know, right? Yeah, man.
What's up, Chris? Good to see you again. In happier times, by the way. Chris Rock. Damn.
Norton.
Hi, buddy. How are you?
Go on, Norton.
See you, man.
Yeah, that's like the cellar with Jimmy down here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Norton.
How often are you down at the cellar?
A couple of times a month.
Yeah.
I kind of go when my wife didn't cook. I get some food.
Just eat.
Free meal. Do a free meal. Okay, I'll do a set.
How good is the food down there?
It's good.
It's hot.
Oh,
It's not great, but it's hot.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Last time I saw you there was when I think LeBron James and a bunch of the Heat were in there.
Yeah.
They came in they were there to see Aziz, and they were running really late, so they were going to put Aziz on much later, and you went on. And that's the only thing that kept those guys quiet, because they had a party of 10 people when they walked in, and Chris was on, so they were all kind of... Yeah, you did a good amount of
Whatever
time.
I did that. LeBron, there's an MVP in the house set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You turned it up a little bit when you know,
Turn it
right?
up a little
You
bit.
have
when
to
you
turn it
know,
up a little bit?
Yeah, you turn it up a little
Do you ever think back to like when you were starting out, when you go into like the cellar and there's newer comics that want to get on, and you know they're not because you're there? Do you think back at like, does it make you feel the least bit bad?
No. Not at all. I mean, first of all, I used to get bumped by Rodney and Kinnison and Seinfeld. Like, I got bumped by everybody.
Yeah.
So, I mean, David Brenner, and,
Right.
So it was your turn to bump people. That's how it works.
Yeah, but I'm always working on something. I never really get on stage unless I'm working towards something. I'm not.
Oh, is that like a shitty thing to do if a comic goes in there? It's
I
like,
think it's-
what is he doing?
I think it's a shitty thing
Ego
when you know
boost.
the comics have been there all night and you're going to bump guys just so some girl can see you do a set.
Well, at least that's a good reason.
I mean, yeah, but, I'm coming there. Everybody knows, like, okay, I'm doing Letterman tomorrow.
Right,
I'm doing
yeah.
something. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I see guys just bump people just for their ego.
Just an ego boost bump. That's
bumped.
gotta suck.
I got bumped one time. I was scheduled at the Improv in L.A. It's probably 2-3 years ago, and David Spade was scheduled after me, and I was next to last, and he was last. So he walked in with a girl, and they said, "Look, he's bumping you." And I'm like, "But well, we're on the schedule together." Like, and then he goes to me as he walks in. He goes, "Hey, man, Robin Williams used to bump me." It's like, really? Did he? And are you?
Oh, don't diss Davey.
I don't dislike him, but he said to me like I've been doing this for 2 years. It's like, Jesus, dude, God, just do what you're doing because you got a girl at you. I don't mind that, but don't talk to me like I'm an open
going
mic.
up, kid.
If he just said, "Look, man, I got a girl here. I want to get out of here," I would have been like, "Have a great set." But I didn't mind as much because it was a name. I just didn't like the way he did it.
Yeah.
on. If
Should
Chris on
have
stage,
grabbed this chick while he was up on stage.
I always check.
but no one
Yeah.
minds if you do it.
I always check and I always make sure the guy that was going to go on next goes on. Then I bump the guy behind him. Gets bumped.
Yeah, then
Right.
then you look you look better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, because it does suck if you're next and then, like, you're not next.
Right.
Yeah.
I saw Chris taking a look at the TV. You watching the Olympics?
Yeah.
Does this excite you at all?
It's all right.
Just all right?
I'm old. I've seen it already.
Yeah. Some of these sports are kind of dumb, though.
Yeah, some of them aren't really sports. I noticed no one said anything about Venus and Serena's hair, because they'll kick their ass.
No shit, they will.
Are they even in the Olympics?
Oh, yeah.
They have tennis
won
in the
gold.
Olympics.
I didn't even know they
They
had
got tennis in the Olympics now.
Have they always had it in the Olympics?
It's been a few times now, right?
They slip it in there.
I don't like watching sports on the Olympics that you could watch and do watch during the year. Like basketball, people watch it during the year. Even tennis. I like shit that you don't ever watch diving
Water
throughout
polo.
the year. That water polo I can't take. And trampolining is the dumbest friggin' thing on Yeah, that's pretty high bounce.
Someone is walking around with a gold medal from
trampolining, trying to get laid off of it.
That's crazy. But Chris is in here.
It won't get you laid by who you want to get laid by.
That is true.
Chris is in here promoting 2 days in New York. I saw it.
No, I'm just hanging out, man.
Well, it's about time.
Hey.
It was on demand. It's one of
2
those.
days in New York, yes.
It's one of those choices where you could get it before it hits the theaters. And I got to tell you, I really like the movie.
Thank you.
And I got a 2-year-old running around the house, and this movie has a lot of dialogue, some subtitles, and I still was able to focus with a 2-year-old running back and forth. So I think in a way that's a compliment.
Thank you.
What's the premise of it? Because I didn't even know it was available to be seen. I thought it was just. Well, I don't know what the
It was
premise
just
is.
a porno.
No, that I would have made sure I watched. If I could see you in a porn, I would probably actually go to see that. Me and Fred Willard. So,
Bastard.
Poor Fred.
I know. I love him more now though than I ever did. I feel connected
Where do you
to
even
him.
find a theater that still
theater?
shows
It's very
dirty
rare.
magazines? Where are they?
That's an old
Why
school
go
thing.
to it?
Nobody under 30 has been in a porno theater.
Not under 40. It's been a porno
Yeah.
I know. I was
There's
just trying to cut 10 years off.
No reason.
porno theater.
Yeah.
That's old school.
He owned
yeah.
it, though. He owned it.
Didn't he say he wasn't masturbating?
But
or
he's
he was...
owning it. He's having a little fun with it.
Oh, is he?
But everyone's canceling him. It's so stupid.
Yeah. He lost 2 shows.
Guys
because of it.
brought us
shows on.
laughter and joy
Right.
for years, and he just decides to fucking go into the movie theater and have a little fun, and what? It's a pain in the ass for everybody? Come on.
Well, I guess
Whack his bag and fucking enjoy himself.
Yeah.
That's what you should do.
can't figure out his computer at home, I guess.
Doesn't have a basement.
Yeah. And fucking computer, there's so much great free porn on the computer now.
Just great free.
Yeah.
This is the.
And we went through the rough years where, you couldn't see shit. You saw a thumbnail and had to pay.
Yeah.
Now it's like free porn is everywhere. All kinds
it's
of
the best.
categories.
it's
Fantastic.
It's the golden age.
It is the golden age of computer porn.
Oh, you think these are the good old days that we're living?
What are we
It's not
talking
gonna
about?
get any better than this.
Because they're gonna fuck it up somehow. You know that.
Yeah, this is
It can't.
never
It
going to
can't.
be better than
Yeah.
It
this.
can't continue how it is. What's 2 days in New York about?
2
though?
days in New York is about a couple. I live with Julie Delpy. We're a couple. She's French, and I'm me. And her French family comes to spend a week with us, and hilarity ensues.
Absolutely, it does.
Do you go?
There's
That's what it's
some
about.
characters in this movie. A little nudity.
Little nudity.
Oh.
And the father-in-law is pretty
It's
amazing.
hysterical, and it's real acting, and
It really is real acting.
it's
Are you the only comic in the film?
Yes, I would be the only comic in the film.
Is that? I mean, for comics, acting is not an easy. It's hard, man. It
is hard.
No one wants to say it, but it is not an
It
easy.
is hard. You don't think it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
But you do it, and you think it's easy, and then you watch it, and you go, "Oh, I suck." And it doesn't. You're not going to be good till you realize how hard it is and how hard you got to work at it.
What's a hard thing for you to do? Like I have, whenever the minor shit I've done, I have trouble just standing in a room. Like if I have to just stand there with nothing to lean on and just talk.
Yes. Yeah.
It's-
Well, it's standing anywhere without a mic.
Right. Yeah. I guess so.
yeah.
You're so used to having this mic and this cord, and that's
Something to fiddle with.
Yeah,
that is the
something
hard
to-
part.
Yeah.
But you were great. I saw your play, and you really were great, man. And I said
thanks,
this when you weren't here. It
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
with Bobby Cannavale, and the cast was phenomenal.
Bobby's
and-
doing a Woody Allen movie right now.
Oh, is he?
With
Wow,
Louis
man.
C.K. and Dice.
Dice, yeah.
Nice.
We had Dice in here recently talking about it.
And he's doing Boardwalk Empire.
Yes, he's doing Boardwalk.
Bobby.
Now, are these big French...
Bananas.
And these are big...
Broadway Danny Rose. It's Dice.
That's fucking great.
Talking to Woody.
Let me see the Polaroids.
Husbands and
Everything you always wanted to know about sex, but did.
We just don't know how those two are going to get along, right?
I know.
Woody's going to put up with his crap.
Hey, Woody,
And
come
we
here.
love Dice, don't get me wrong.
I just want a picture from the set.
Oh, man, right?
Just Woody and Dice having a conversation.
Hey, Jacob. No, you don't call him
Dude,
jerk
it's going to be an amazing project or an unmitigated disaster. It's not going to be okay.
Yeah,
It's going to be
yeah.
fucking amazing or horrific on the first day.
Nowhere in between, right?
No.
In between.
Yeah.
But Woody seems like he's pretty low maintenance. I mean, I've obviously never worked with him, but he has no, like, what are they called, little
Obviously.
director's village? Yeah, of course, obviously. But I mean, even as a fucking...
I don't think I had to add that.
Yeah. But I might have been... I was a PA once on the set. But he doesn't have anything. He just kind of sits there in a chair. He doesn't have a trailer. I mean,
Yeah, I talked to Louis yesterday. He said it calls action take, and then they just keep moving. They do like 4 takes, and they keep
I hear he's
moving.
old school. He just-
Yeah.
Yeah.
gets it done quickly.
He knows what he wants.
great.
Right.
And Louis read for him, and he said that when he went in, he said, it's fucking, he's like, your heart's beating. It's scary. You're reading for Woody.
It's Woody Allen. I met him a few times. It's unbelievable.
What do you talk about with him? I'm going to guess you talk about the Knicks, because that's what he
I
wants
go
to hear
straight
about.
to the Knicks. I go straight to
Yeah.
the Knicks, and if he mentions comedy, I'll chime in a little bit. But
You know what? I got to ask you, the Jeremy Lin thing.
it hurt me, man.
It does, right?
It hurt me to
Because we don't even know if he's as good as he was for those 5
me
weeks.
to my core.
All right, good.
You really
my
liked him.
core.
Yeah,
He
man, there was
great.
something about him.
He had that thing, man. That's not even about talent. You know what I mean? It's some guys are just better from the neck up than other guys.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He had that energy, that just positive
This- he's a-
reinforcement. He
he's
rallied the whole team.
He rallied the whole team.
Made everyone
He's
better.
a winner. Like Paul O'Neal does not have better tools than Bobby Bonilla.
Right.
But from the neck up, he did, and he had a better career because he. There's some guys just know how to do it every day, man.
Yeah.
And
It brought me back to the Knicks, and now I'm like,
Yeah, lit a fire
I
under New York's ass.
I like Felton.
Yeah.
I like Felton, but I really was excited to see what was going to happen with Lynn.
you think the Knicks blew it? You think the Knicks could have done something there?
I mean,
I know that third year of the contract was a
but I mean,
motherfucker, but
hey, man, Amari's contract is crazy too.
Right.
I mean, he's the 10th best power
Right.
forward in the game. So.
and Lynn brought in so much money last year.
But plus,
The
Lynn,
stock of the company went up because of him.
the thing about Lynn is you don't know how good he's going to get.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Where the guys they have right now, Felton and Kidd, they're good, but this is probably as good as they're going to be.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, not disrespectfully.
No,
like,
but they're there.
You know
already.
exactly what they're going to give you.
You know what you're getting. Where Lynn is like, wow, this guy.
Who knows what's going to happen?
If he'd have had, especially with J. Kidd backing him up and showing
him some shit, right?
Showing him some shit, man. But
New York has a way of getting these players after their prime. They do it in all the sports.
Well, you know what?
Why?
Lynn will eventually be a Knick again.
You
But he's
think?
I
Yeah.
guarantee you
When
he
he's-
will be a Knick again.
Right
But he's
before
going
he
to be
retires.
32.
Yeah.
But they do make good decisions, too. Sometimes, like, remember Ricky Leday played for the Yankees? He was the hot young prospect. He had a great couple of years, and then they fucking traded him. I think he was a left fielder. And you're like, why would, he almost bobbled the ball during Cohn's no-hitter. And you're like, why would they get rid of this guy? You never heard from him again.
No, I remember I was talking to Frank Robinson one time, and I forget who he was managing. And I said, "Oh, you just got that guy from the Yankees." He says, "The Yankees never trade good players."
Yeah, it sounds good. It's like, oh, you got that guy from the Yankees.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got hepatitis. He's fucking terrible. Fucking narcoleptic. Yeah, but sometimes they'll make a decision that the fans look at and go, what the fuck? Maybe there's something in Lynn that they saw and
Well,
just it's not worth the
He
money.
had some surgery and all, and I don't know. I don't know.
And he's only 23.
I know. I'm dying.
Oh, wow.
It brought
Is
me
he
back
that
to
young?
the Knicks. I had.
I mean, I'm always a Knicks fan, but that was the first time I was watching complete games.
Every game, right?
Like I was watching the whole
Yes,
game. It wasn't
yes.
like I was playing with my kids. Like, shut up, the Knicks are on.
It was driving my wife nuts. I'm like, what? You say you're a basketball fan, but I didn't realize to this extent. I'm like, no, it's because of him. He brought me back.
He really got me excited.
So you think the Knicks could win with Carmelo Anthony? And then we can move on.
I mean, they're going to win.
But can he win a championship?
A championship? Dude, okay, this is
I know he's a great player because I argue this point.
This is why they shouldn't have got rid of Lynch. I'll tell you a story. I'm talking to Mike. I'm just Johnny name drop
That's
today,
fine.
right?
I do it when I can.
I'm talking to Michael Jordan years ago, right?
Oh, that's a good name.
And it was right. It was literally right after the Knicks had acquired Larry Johnson, Allen Houston, and Chris Childs. And I'd say to Michael Jordan, "Hey, we're gonna get you this year. We're gonna kill you this year." And Michael Jordan looks at me and goes, "You didn't get anybody we haven't stopped before." And once you know how to stop a guy, you can stop a guy. And so LeBron and these guys, they've beaten these guys before. That's why they should have kept Lynn. Because the new people will beat the Heat. Not old people.
Not the old people. That's a great thought.
It's going to be some new kid.
Yeah, because the teams couldn't figure out Jeremy Lin.
Right. And Lynn was like, you know, he had one bad game against Miami. Well, you know, James Harden had 5 bad games against Miami.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Who did you hate more as a Knicks fan, or not? You know, as a rivalry, Jordan or Reggie Miller?
Reggie Miller. Because Reggie Miller was so arrogant. You know, just like smiley arrogant. Where Michael Jordan was like, "I'm killing you," but Reggie was like, "I'm killing you." Just like, I got a grin, and, you know.
Yeah, and he's not. Like, at least Jordan, you could say, is the greatest player of all time.
And George's the greatest player of all time, and Reggie Miller had the model wife on the sidelines. You know, Jordan had a wife and kids. You know, okay, he's going through pain. You know, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
and even when Jordan
was suffering on some level,
he's suffering on some level.
But even when Jordan was playing your team, you just respected him so much because he was so damn good. You forgot. You started rooting for him. Like, oh wait, yeah, he's playing my team tonight. Fuck.
Yeah, you always had this fantasy where he scored 50 and your team won.
Yes,
that's always what you hoped for.
That'd be a perfect scenario.
That never happened, though.
No.
What else about 2 days in New York? Because I want to make sure people
How
see
much
this
French
movie.
is in it, and do you speak any French?
I speak no French.
Okay.
I speak no French.
That's what's kind of fun
and
about the movie.
and it's part of my character, so it's not something I had to study.
Speaking no French there. All right, perfect.
Someone's telling me these actors and actresses are huge in France. Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah,
anything
they're
about
all
this.
pretty big in France. I was in France. I was at Cannes and all that stuff with them, and no one knew me, and everybody knew them.
They just knew them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did they really not know you in France?
They know me a little bit.
But because you did, I know you did London. We talked about that one time. You said you went over there and you did. Who was supposed to do I was just talking to a comic. He was supposed to do the arena, and then they said Chris snuck in and did the O2 first. And
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, there's 50 dates all of a sudden available. No, it was before. Well, he had 50. It was before that. It was a comedian was supposed to do it. Was it Jimmy Carr? Was it somebody? Somebody who just told me, and then they said that you came in with the first comic, I think, to do.
I think so, yeah.
The O2, which is a fucking massive.
Is it?
Yeah, that's like a real arena.
A few nights. It's like playing the Garden a few nights. So, you know.
Oh,
same
yeah.
kind of-
You know.
You guys sell out big
that
stuff.
little place, you know.
You do your tours.
We were on stage at the Garden. Dice was nice
Yes,
enough
I
to
opened
give
for
us
Dice when he did the
a
Garden.
few minutes on stage.
Yeah, as far as selling out is
nice.
concerned, I like to say I sell out, but the venues I just leave the fucking seat count off. It's like I've done Westbury, but of course with the curtain. It's never the full. You know what I mean?
Shower curtain.
Yeah, exactly. There's a section of 90 people having a ball in front. So what was that? 16,000 people?
Yeah, something like that.
Was that your first time over there?
Yeah, that was my first trip.
And you
over.
went right into an arena, or did you know?
I did like 10 shows at this other place. The crazy thing was I booked the comedy club. I was like, okay, I'll play a week at the comedy club. And I ended up playing like a couple of months playing big places.
Wow.
But my ego was like, let's just play 500 seats and see how it goes.
See, it's funny to hear you say that too, because you're one of the biggest names, but you still, I guess, like any other comic, walk in and go like, "Fuck, are people going to show up to this?"
Yeah, please, especially in another country.
Yeah,
a place you haven't been. So I was all about playing it small.
Did you Graham Norton show? I've been obsessed with this.
I love the Graham Norton
It's
show.
great, right?
He's the best. The best talk show host in the world is a gay guy from London.
I agree.
Yeah,
With
that's
Graham
what
Norton.
Jimmy was
What
Just
makes
talking
it
about
so
him
good?
I mean, besides the visual colors, the beautiful set, is he's just relaxed and comfortable. And did he? We watched a clip with Gervais and Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. Did he bring you and the other? Because he introduced them all together, and they all just kind of sat there together and interacted.
Yeah, he first of all, there's no commercials on the show. Then they tape an hour and a half to edit to an hour. So they make sure it works.
Right, yeah.
So
wow.
let's cut out a half hour of nonsense.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
All right, so you have plenty of time to work and make it good.
Plenty of time to be funny on it.
And it's you and two other guests or one?
It was two other. Me and that girl from Twilight was the last time. And
Kristen Stewart?
Yeah, Kristen Stewart.
How hot is that story?
So, man, she didn't want
Jesus
me.
Christ.
It's like, what? You mean I had a shot?
Yeah. Everyone over 40 that's met her is like,
I'm
fuck.
sitting there like, I'm married. She'll never want me. If only I knew.
Yeah, she really went for the
Dude,
the older director guy.
that story has been turning me on so much because it's like, as much as I feel bad for Robert Pattinson and I relate to the humiliation, just to see a guy that good looking fucking getting it stuck to him, there's something satisfying about that.
Don't you admire Robert Pattinson too? Because it's always great to have something on somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's always great to have one on the one you love.
Well, he booted her. He gave her the boot.
Good for him.
Yeah.
He's going to bite a new bitch. That's right.
I think he's going to be fine in the end.
Oh, please.
They're lining up, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
because they were going to last forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she's 22. 4 years is a long time with a fucking 22-year-old girl. She just wanted to go out and, he was probably boring in bed. He's all good looking. A guy like that can't be a good fuck. He can't be.
Jimmy's gotta think
You would
this.
know.
Whatever makes you
All
sleep
the
better at night.
22-year-old boys you fuck.
No, but I was going to say because he's like really good looking, but I'm not really good looking and I'm not a good fuck. So there goes that theory. But I would say he doesn't have to earn it. A lot of like good looking women are not good because they don't have to earn
No, they
wanting
don't have
them.
to, they do not have to earn it. No.
Sure.
I concur.
So they're terrible because they just expect laying there is going to be enough.
Well, because their nakedness is an event.
Yes,
Right.
There's equity in that. There's definitely equity in just them being naked.
Maybe there is something wrong with because like they'll just get undressed and I'm like I need something dirty with this, but for most people that's enough.
You
Just
gotta
to see
lay
a
off the
beautiful-
porn.
Oh, man.
Dude, it ruins everything. It
It
really
ruins
does.
everything. I'm like, I think I don't know, 40 days pornless. Yeah.
Oh, you're trying it?
Wait, you're actually trying to... Huh?
Yeah. Do you sleep?
Wait,
I sleep.
But there's a story there. Why? What happened that you said, I gotta stop?
You just got, first of all, it's just, I don't know if I ever told this story on this show, but I remember years ago, my good friend, another name drop, Rick Rubin, gives me a box of porn. Literally a box, like he's friends with the Vivid people, and like a box of porn. When you get a box of fresh porn, you're like, this is great.
Yeah.
We can actually
This is
relate to
great.
that.
You can
Oh,
relate
yeah.
to that.
We've gotten the box
But
of porn.
It's 4 days later, and you haven't been on time to any meeting.
Yes.
You haven't written any jokes. Nothing's gotten done. And you're like, okay. You're like, take your box of porn. How dare you give me this box of porn? Then I give the box of porn to Joyner, and then he curses me out in about 4 days. I can't get anything done. How dare you give me a box of porn?
Yeah, that is a distraction.
It's a hard
man.
thing to not go through. Because it really does become. Do you sleep? I sleep better when I'm not watching it. Like when I don't watch. Like literally last night, I was on the phone, 2:00 in the morning. I'm having phone sex, and I'm looking at old text messages, and I was up until 4:00 in the morning because I can't sleep.
But why don't you
once
just?
I'm zoned in like.
Why
that.
don't you just nut and then you can sleep better?
Well, I mean that would make sense, but
But
I
you
mean
don't-
it's like
But you hold that back, right?
Yeah, but just the visualization, the porn, the computer, it keeps me up. I can't sleep.
Yeah, you gotta sometimes just
Do you not want?
They need a porn patch, actually. It's the porn patch.
Do you not want real sex when you're watching porn? Like I want less real sex when I'm into the porn.
I
run.
think so. Yeah. So
Man, that's
And then they
fucked.
start
That'll
complaining.
fuck
I mean, believe me, I've had girlfriends go, "What's the matter?" Nothing. What?
I was just with the perfect woman. That's what's the matter.
Yeah, exactly.
I would do anything I want, and now I have to negotiate with you.
Exactly. I have to look into your loving eyes. Yuck. That was always made hard for me in a
Why
relationship.
wouldn't you just finish and be done with it?
Well,
for the night?
that's like saying why not have one beer and go home to a guy who's fucking wrapped around a pole. It makes sense in hindsight, but in the moment,
Yes.
it's more fun to fucking zone out. So 40 days, what kind of emotions are coming up? There has to be something because
I feel good. I feel like I'm getting shit done.
Really.
You look
Wow.
I finished a book.
Oh, man.
What's a book? What's a book?
Reading or writing?
Tell us about books.
Reading.
Oh, you're reading.
Like,
Nice.
I actually read a book.
Damn.
It's harder, right? It's harder to read when you're fucking zoned out on porn. Did you start it after?
I started it after, and it's like, oh, okay.
Wow.
I read it like in a real amount of time that a grown up that can read.
That is the statement of somebody who was jerking off to a lot of porn, like proudly going,
It's
I read a
like,
book.
I read a book.
It's a start. I
It
read a
didn't
book.
take me 4 months to read.
Fuck yeah, man.
Holy shit.
Because it becomes harder to concentrate like on just a long form, relaxing read than it does on just those quick. You ever go to like there's certain sites I don't want to say that you just go to these mega sites and like you can't even focus on one fetish because it's all there.
Yeah.
And it makes it hard to enjoy any of it.
Yeah. It's
You're
too much.
just crazy. The kid in the candy store.
No, but
yeah.
I mean it's good. It's good to hear.
And you're always looking for a better one, a better clip.
Always
It has to be a better
looking-
clip.
It's like
has
Coke.
to be a better clip.
It's kind of like Coke.
Oh, man.
Have you been
be
tempted
a
to
better
go
one
back?
out there.
And what have you done when you're tempted?
I've been okay. I mean, I'm sure I'll go back. I'm no fool.
Sure.
You're just seeing if you could do it,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah. So.
And how long do you
It's
want
like-
to give
it's
yourself?
It's like a cleanse.
Yeah. Just cleansing myself.
I'll have a Big Mac eventually.
Right now, this is lemon juice and cayenne pepper. You're doing that?
Yeah, okay. It's something I do.
Do you have you gotten like angrier or no? Like there's no
I'm
other
calm.
emotions.
I mean, at first it was anger, but now I'm actually kind of calm. I can kind of sit with people.
Wow, I don't even think about like looking at porn as being something that you'd have to even stop because it's affecting something. Like
Maybe you're not doing it a lot.
well, I do it enough, but it's not crazy. And I know if I just want to fucking toss off, as they say, just finish up and be through with it. Just fucking go to sleep.
I got to block some Twitter accounts, then I'll be good.
Yeah.
But do you know how encouraging that is to hear? Like just to be off porn for 40 days, man. That's a long fucking time.
Jimmy loves hearing this
I
because
really
you're
do.
not alone, Jimmy.
You know what?
You can do it too.
There's a documentary waiting to happen. Jim Norton trying to go
Yes.
40 days without porn.
All right, now
You think you
God
could do
only
it?
knows what he'll latch on to.
I went 17 days without jerking off about 5 years ago, and it was actually really good for me. But it's a rough one because the first time I did, it was just an ugly scene. Like, you know what I mean? I was right back to the races. They're telling us Chris has to go in the year because
I don't know
he
if we
has
sold
other
the
press.
movie. I feel bad.
2
we haven't
days
had
in New
Chris
York.
in a while, and
Gonna have another show on FX.
Yes.
Yes.
Called Totally Biased, starring Kamal Bell.
Right,
It's a
yeah.
show I'm producing.
Is he a stand-up?
yeah, he's a stand-up,
Oh, he is.
yeah.
Okay. And what does he kind of do? Just give his opinion, just to give a quick run on it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Mar or Stewart, coming on it right after Louis. So,
Okay, that's a great time.
Yeah.
Great
So-
time slot.
Louis killing it again this year.
Louis killing it.
FX as a network is very
That
smart.
episode with what's her name in the truck?
Loved it.
Oh my God,
Loved it.
He's
unbelievable! That's
fucking-
one of the funniest. That might be the funniest episode of television I've ever seen
Really?
in my life.
He's now beloved, Louis. He's beloved. Amazing.
I always knew it. I always
Yeah.
knew it. Never doubted it for 1 second.
Yeah.
Even when we were making Pootie Tang,
Pootie Tang. Yep.
I knew Louis was going to do it.
But that's also encouraging. Last thing is to see like Louis got killed for that movie, and he told the story of how they took it out of his hand. But it's like it's nice to see that like you're fucking hosting the Oscars, and obviously everybody knows you're a brilliant comic, and Louis being treated as a brilliant comic. It's just nice to see that like even with something that the critics shit on, there's the fucking light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean, you're a comic, and you guys know. There's only 12 good comics at a time.
That's really true.
Like,
God damn, yes.
You know what I mean? Like, maybe 15 is pushing it.
I'll go 12.
And then, then guys you can count on to be funny, that's really.
Chris is one of
a
my.
small.
I don't know if I've
He's
told
very
you.
small.
Chris is one of my favorites of all time. You're in my top 5, brother.
Thank you.
Big
Thank you.
time. So we were playing that clip of your
Richard Pryor, Dane Cook.
I got
you put Pryor first. I put Dave.
I got Carlin in there, obviously, Pryor, and I got Bill Hicks, who I love.
Bill Hicks.
Fucking Patrice. Goddamn Patrice.
Patrice.
was amazing.
Patrice, one of the best.
funniest
One of the
motherfuckers
best.
ever.
Ever. Really.
On
Like,
stage and off,
On
that
stage and
motherfucker
off,
was a
yes.
funny guy.
There's a lot of reasons why that hurts, but the one is knowing he was about ready to fucking finally hit.
Oh, he'd have fucked it up.
Yeah, but that would have been fun too.
he
though.
would've done-
But that would have been fun too.
He would have had his own version of Chappelle. Chappelle, Tucker, Cat. He would have had his.
That's his own version of self-destruction.
Comedy Central executives, they acted like fainting goats when he was around. Why? life.
We'd definitely be asking, why won't Patrice work?
Oh, shit.
I missed that voice.
Why did he do it?
Chris Rock on Twitter, and chrisrock.com is his website. I mean, he's brilliant. What do we say?
Cool.
We all know Chris, and good luck
Thanks,
with the
guys.
movie.
Yeah, thanks,
and good luck
man.
with the
Cut
Cover Bell
back on
show.
the porn. It's good.
Yes, get back
no,
on.
I
Let
will,
us know how
actually.
that
That's
goes.
very inspiring.
I'm telling you.
Starting Sunday when
You'll
I'm
be
back.
a better person.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker. Segment 3. The Chipperson Thanksgiving. And this one's with Bob Kelly and Bob Saget. Two Bobs. One's fat and one's not. And Bob Kelly introduces us to Magic Bob. Hey, how come you don't make your big stomach disappear? Fucking cocksucker. Magic Bob performs, and then Bob Saget. He's not the fat Bob. Let's hit it.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Where's Magic Bob
Oh, he's
Kelly?
here.
Oh, thank God.
How does this happen?
Oh, he doesn't just come in the studio like an average guest.
Well, you represent him, so tell me what's going on.
I will go out and get him, and he'll make his entrance if you're ready.
You know, do we have entrance music?
No,
that would be
Anthony.
appropriate? Oh.
He's all set.
I think
Do we have
He's
to
all
turn the
set.
lights down or anything?
He's got it.
Wow.
Magic Bob is
Just
set.
enjoy the show.
Bob Kelly knows how to manage Magic Bob.
Just enjoy the show. I'm going to go get Magic Bob. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Bob, are you ready?
Are you kidding? I'm really happy.
Of course we're ready.
Oh my God.
Well, it'd be great if Bob Kelly had a stroke and Magic Bob couldn't make it in. Half his body shut down.
I heard that.
Oh, sorry. Well, you should
Go get Magic Bob.
go. Exactly.
Was that
through
in or out of
doors.
character? What was that?
He goes through doors. It's amazing.
Yes, he does. Refrigerator doors. Here's things
This
saying,
is an oddly
pick me up
long
and eat
amount
me.
of time.
Yes, I thought he was just going to go out and walk back in, but he's left the whole premises.
You putting on velour of some kind?
Maybe. Oh, you know something?
Cape?
Maybe there's some kind of
Is this
an
Karnak?
outfit. Did Bob forget that this is radio? Did Magic Bob forget? We could say he's wearing a cape and a top hat.
I will
and
say,
has a wand.
Bob Kelly should just leave the building and leave us hanging.
Would that be fantastic?
That would be funny. But don't you feel sad when people go from comedy to magic?
To magic, yeah. It is tragic.
It's like going from music to
breaking news.
poetry.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
I'm being informed that Magic Bob's assistant refuses to be the assistant.
Why is that? Did it entail going down on Magic Bob?
Why won't he be the assistant? He doesn't want to take his shirt off?
Do you want me to go out and find out what's happening?
I know what's happening. I guess I can.
Sam doesn't want to take his shirt
Sam
off?
doesn't want to take his shirt off
Take
for
your
Magic
shirt off!
What's wrong with you?
Oh, he needs to have
Newly
his shirt off to be the
engaged
assistant?
Yeah, he wants to have a sexy assistant.
Yeah, he wants to
Like
try
every
him.
I'm
magician.
hearing we need Sam to take his shirt off immediately.
Yeah, Sam, take your shirt off.
Immediately is what I'm being told.
Is that a live
Sam.
feed?
Sam, what are you doing?
No, I mean, I was just trying to hide out, but if this is what it takes, this is what it takes. I have to
Attaboy.
do it.
Yeah. Well, I guess it does.
All right, so all right, I guess you gotta take your shirt off. Bob Saget, I apologize.
Yeah, this is great.
This
I
is
mean,
more.
This is
more homoerotic activity than your frat house episode. That's going to be on.
This is a black orb of dead air. I mean, I actually felt myself like a reverse geyser getting pulled into the earth.
You notice when you just start watching TV,
right,
and not realizing that we're on the radio.
Who's the tranny on fucking Fox? Jesus,
what happened?
No,
to,
that's that lady from that show, that fashion.
She's one
top.
of
Is she
thing.
top
Oh,
thing?
fucking Adam's apple. What the fuck's?
No, that's a woman.
You don't think
You're
she's
busy looking at cock all day on the web?
No, she looks like a
Oh,
guy.
she's the top chef lady. Okay.
You think she looks
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a tranny?
Yes.
She's all
I
right.
thought it'd blow me. The fucking Asian trannies. There's no difference, even when their cocks are out. They're small.
Man breath on your.
That is a good point. You never
your
want
junk?
fucking Asian man breath on your dick and balls.
Have you ever been in like a woman's group where they sit and talk about their issues and stuff? You'd be
No.
funny in a scene like that.
I would love
Like
to be
you
a
with
part
a
of
bunch
that.
of ladies sharing their feelings and stuff.
Yeah.
And you just do your whole dick and ball thing.
sharing
Yeah.
their feelings.
One confessing a rape, and I stand up in sweatpants with a tent.
Talk about I can't get a big enough clit in my face.
I'm being informed again that we
Yes.
have to make the big announcement.
Okay.
So who wants to do it?
Is Magic Bob this big? Is this
Yeah.
big of a diva?
Dud?
I
What?
guess.
I'll make the announcement. What's the announcement, though?
Well, you just gotta do the big "Here's Magic Bob" announcement.
Like any magician
Sure.
would be introed on any
Okay.
stage.
The lights are down. It's
Yes.
perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prepare yourselves to be wowed
By the prestidigitation.
by the prestidigitation, by the magic of Magic Bob.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Magic Bob music and everything.
Oh, the
Curtains have been drawn.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Assistant.
Magic
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Magic Bob.
Oh, wow. Who is that in the UFC sweat hoodie that's pulled up over his head?
You fat cocksucker.
Yes, he's a Unabomber.
A Unininja.
it's
Ladies.
Phil Lock.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Wow, he's very, very flamboyant with
Yes,
his arms.
hands.
Yes.
My
He's
first
really-
trick.
Very descriptive.
Are you ready
Yes.
for my first illusion?
Something tells me to
It's
say
almost
your
like-
first trick.
It's like strike a
Regular deck of cards. Please take those
He's just
cards.
kinda moving
Just
around
touch
like
them. See them?
He is. He's just
like a Madonna video.
Yeah.
That's
Kind
good.
of
All
better
right,
male
we'll hand them
dancer.
back. Okay, that's enough. All right, we get it.
You like
He's
to smell the
inhaling and
cards?
sniffing your fingers.
Jimmy's inspected some of the cards.
They
Now,
are real cards.
Magic Bob
These
is
are real
fanning
I'm gonna
through the
take out
cards.
two
Expertly.
cards. Can you hold that card?
Yes.
Bob Saget, now the
is
assistant.
holding a
Don't know
card.
where
look at
this
it. Don't look at it.
not
Don't
Texas
look at
Chainsaw
it.
Massacre deck of cards. Actually,
Don't look at it.
Won't look at it.
Bob is now still fanning
Hold
through the
another
cards.
card, please.
Don't look at
He
it.
gave him
Don't
another
look at it,
card.
Bob.
Oh, what?
Please put them together.
He's
Put
giving
the
him two
cards together.
cards.
Let me see the cards.
Bob is
You're gonna
putting them
see 'em.
together.
Ah,
Okay, we're
Kelly.
gonna see these cards. Now, Jim, you inspected the deck. It was a regular deck of cards.
Yes, I
I'm going to
did.
show you the cards with two red cards. We got
I
that.
can't see them.
We're
No,
going
you
to take
moved
them
them
right
very
here.
Dark in here.
No, you're moving them really fast.
And you turn the lights out too
I
dark.
went to a bar mitzvah once. The kid
We're
did
going
his
to
trick
take
slower.
these cards. Here we go. These cards, two red cards. We're going to put them in the deck. It's a 9.
They were red.
Queen.
I barely saw.
I
them.
Here we
can't-
go.
I can't-
Now we put them in the,
the
middle
lights
of the
are
deck.
off in here.
Here we go.
It's pitch black.
Are those the cards?
I don't know.
I don't know. I
don't
wasn't
know. I
able to
can't
see
see.
anything.
Those
It's
are the
pitch
cards.
black in
No,
here.
trust me,
It's
those
like
are the
you're doing
cards.
magic to a blind audience. Wow.
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't think those are the cards.
I'm too distracted
I
by
remember
that.
it being a
we
wider
go.
shot.
That tuft of hair underneath Sam's belly button.
I don't like it at all.
it at all.
Are you
It
aware?
takes away from the twinkishness.
Magic Bob, are you aware that you're doing a trick right now? We're not talking to you.
Magic Bob just gave you the hand
He's
swoop.
just doing some
He's
kind of.
doing some real David Copperfield hand motion.
It's beautiful.
It's Schmuck Henning.
Shuffle these cards up.
Oh, this is that's amazing.
Magic Bob drops a couple of
It's Harry who gives a shit.
Harry who dummy.
The way your hood covers your chin, it's like you have a set of balls.
Yes.
What do I do?
Just touch them.
Touch the deck of cards.
Take the fucking cards.
Oh, take the card.
Magic Bob is impatient.
God, he changed.
Sorry.
He got
Now
a little
what?
testy.
Now
Now
what?
just look at the cards to make sure they're regular cards.
Look at them.
Oh, just inspect the deck.
Did it?
All right.
Okay,
They
great.
seem like regular. What's that one? Seems weird. Okay.
All right.
Here we go. Are we
That
ready?
was a good one right
He's creeping
there.
me out how much he's staring me in my eyes.
Are we ready?
Yeah, Bob,
trying
Magic Bob is very intense.
They call him Penny, Pasta,
He is
and
very-
Teller.
Someone taught him to
Here we
stare
go.
down his subject.
Alfred Boring.
All right, here we go. You ready? All right, everybody.
It's copper.
I'm the only one staring into this guy's face. No
Here
one.
we go.
you
I'm
guys
going
are-
to take this card. You see this card? I'm going to
Yes.
take this card. I'm going to put it right on top. And then I'm going to take the card. I'm going to take it. I'm going to actually slip it into the middle of the deck. Push it in.
David
Remember the
Plain.
card, correct? I'm going to snap the deck.
mundane.
Here we
David
go.
Mundane.
And that's the card.
I don't know.
Wow, listen,
I
the
stopped-
music kicks
I
in.
stopped watching you when you came in.
I forgot. Oh, he's flipping the cards around like a
He's
maniac.
theatrically throwing
Very
cards around.
theatrically. I think I saw a red light. Who's working? He's got a follow spot. The card just nailed Jimmy right in the top of the
That's
head.
all right. It's where it was meant to go.
Okay.
Wow.
It's Ricky J date.
Magic
nothing.
Bob.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Magic Bob, could you make those books disappear? Please, give some
They're too heavy.
prestidigitation.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yes,
this
yes.
trick right here. Now, I want you to find.
He's looking at me.
We'll
I become you.
Yes,
Hey,
yes.
you.
Oh, right.
Okay, I want you to tell me to stop.
Right? Stop.
When you feel it, Bob.
When I feel
When
it.
you feel it.
All right.
The 10 of diamonds. Tell me when you feel.
Feel the 10
when
of
you
Call
think the
him
10 of diamonds.
Moudini.
Stop.
Right here. That's it. Right there.
Is that
Take
it?
that. Take that. We're going to take this right here.
Okay.
That's the 10 of diamonds
His
right
magic
there.
word is pesto
Okay,
changeo.
this
I
card.
just saw what he did.
What was it?
No, I just saw what he did.
What did he do, Bob?
He switched the card out.
No, I'll do it again.
No, I saw it. I saw you palm the card. No, I've been around magician hacks my whole life. No, I saw it.
Look at I'll do it again.
No, I literally saw it. You did it right over there by that.
I'll put the card right here.
No, you stopped staring at me and you went off game.
David
Lane.
Tell me when you
There's a card on the floor. It's complete pandemonium thing. It's standing on my foot to keep me from looking.
10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds.
Okay, that's it.
Jordan,
Yeah, right here.
Jordan writes Chris
Okay,
Angel
look, it's
food
right
cake.
here.
Chris Angel food cake.
10 of diamonds. I'm gonna put the coat back over that.
Abracadabra.
Yeah.
This card right here is 10 of diamonds.
Guys, he's doing it now.
10 of diamonds.
Did you do Harry
Now,
Who Has a
please stop.
Sandwich?
Guys, he's working his heart out here. What'd you say?
Harry, who has a sandwich?
Fucking Andrew from D.C.
He's touching me. That's 10. Do I look
David
at
Stoppermeal.
That's 10 of diamonds. 5 of diamonds.
David
5 of diamonds.
Copperfield's magician.
Oh, shit,
5 of diamonds.
no.
What?
Tell me when you see the 5 of diamonds.
Okay, I guess.
Right here?
Yeah, I
Cigars
guess.
and scotch.
Okay,
For his
so
next
this
trick, he's going
is
to make a
the 5 of
buffet
diamonds.
disappear.
Where is it?
What?
What is going on?
That's the 5 of diamonds.
He's still going at it.
Why
I'm so
didn't
bad I turned off my camera.
He couldn't find
5 of diamonds.
5 of diamonds.
Where is
Nothing's
it?
even bothering.
There.
Right here is the
I
5.
guess.
This
I
is
want
the
this to
5
be
of diamonds
over.
right here. Okay, Dad, we're going to put the 5 of diamonds there.
Let me tell you something.
Now, I'm gonna
Schindler's
pick-
List was more fun than this.
Bob, this is
I'm going to pick the Jack of Spades.
All right.
Out. I think it's right here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the cards you picked out of the deck.
Yeah.
Penn and Teller
Jack of
to order
spades.
me another
Yeah, you
plate
said
of
Jack.
5 of diamonds.
Yeah.
10 of diamonds.
That's it. I picked.
You
but
picked
I-
them out of there.
But I didn't look at them.
What are these cards?
That's exactly the cards he said was going to be there.
Oh, wow.
What happened?
Yeah, I think he did a trick.
Why? Because the music's playing?
They want him to make a bullet disappear into his head.
You guys see this? This is my final
Harry
trick.
Panini.
Oh, what Harry Panini.
That's a great. Here we go. You ready? Yes. It's a quarter. It's a quarter. Inspect that.
That's a
Pass
quarter.
that around. Go.
Let me
Oh,
see
my
if that's a
assistant
real
will pass that
quarter.
around.
Is that a real quarter? That's a real quarter.
All right, it's a real quarter. I'll take everybody's word for it.
That's a real quarter.
That's
All right,
a
show it
quarter.
to Anthony.
Oh, God.
I don't like his nappy nipple hair.
No, I don't like it either. Just
Touch
stay
it.
away from me. I don't want to touch anything.
Anthony,
Opie.
big time in Brooklyn. Next trick, he's going to saw a 6-foot hero in half. What am I doing?
Is that a real quarter?
Magic Bob.
Yeah,
Touch the quarter.
Yeah.
It's not a gay quarter.
Well, why you have Sam fucking with no shirt on?
That's my assistant's. Okay, I'm going to take this quarter. I'm going to take this quarter. Okay? Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready?
Are you not
Yeah.
off book
Are
now?
you ready?
That's cool. Magicians always put their hands in their pockets while they're talking. That's good distraction.
Are you ready? And then you stare at people for 5
He's
seconds.
got his hands in his pockets, fishing around.
Aren't you supposed to divert people's attention before you just put your hands in your pocket?
I have the quarter. It's right here.
right.
Is your hoodie flammable?
What's he doing?
Oh, it's a smokeless cigarette.
Behind
Wow,
you.
he's burning a hole through with a smokeless cigarette.
That's amazing. Oh, wait a minute. Well, the assistant's not really doing any flamboyant things. You're supposed to, like, present it. Yeah. Oh, my God, the cigarette went through the quarter.
Really cool.
The cigarette went through the quarter. I don't know how it's done.
Look at him.
And now he's blowing it. His assistant. Oh, and now it's out of the quarter. And it's back to just being a regular quarter. It actually went into his other hand. I'm amazed. How did it end up there? Oh, the cigarette. I get it.
Did you used to go to aerobics classes back in the day?
Look at
Your movements. Your
His
movements.
hand just went
are-
back in his pocket.
Look at the way he moves.
He just puts things back in his
Oh,
pocket.
wow.
Oh,
And just as
that's it?
quickly as he came in,
That's it.
he's leaving the curtain.
A round of applause, please, for Magic Bob.
Wow.
All right, Sam, put your shirt back on.
I have to go get it.
Wow, that was
I have to go get it from
What's up,
amazing.
guys? How was everything?
Oh,
hi, Bob
Kelly's
Kelly.
back.
Where have you
You
been,
missed
Bob?
Magic Bob.
I was just doing some sit-ups.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Could you have picked a more believable excuse?
I'm sorry. I was
Like anything, I was running for office. I was reading.
I was having hummus and cereal.
Can I ask you a question, Bob? do these cards look familiar to you at all?
I don't play with cards, dude.
I've never seen these cards.
I don't do
cards.
Oh, God. That was good.
That was amazing.
I like that.
That was interminable.
That was just amazing.
Honestly, I've never.
Bob, you
I've
might
been
want
on
to check
the show a lot of times. That was unbelievably
the
painful.
quarter might have landed in your drink.
I don't want to eat. It did land in my drink. So
It was you threw the quarter and landed.
You're trying to kill me.
That was the end of his trick. He throws the quarter in the air and it lands in somebody's drink. He does that every time.
I ate Jim Norton's sandwich while I watched Magic Bob. It was like dinner theater in hell.
Magic Bob said that the shirt he had over his head smelled like baby farts.
He told you that? Magic Bob told you
On the way out, he ran out. He ran by me. He actually ran right through the window.
Who opened the curtains?
I don't know.
That was amazing.
I saw the curtains open.
Oh my God!
Thanks for
people wondering if he disappeared in a cloud of smoked ham.
Urethra writes, "I wish he was Magic Johnson."
Yeah.
Does he say Prego instead of Presto?
I wish he could make all those cards go to his stomach or something.
Fucking Chip stinks. Fucking Chip was over Thanksgiving.
I liked the coin trick with the cigarette.
That was good.
I
with the
always used to
smokeless
like
cigarette.
that when the 10-year-old special kid would come over and do it. They learned that. Johnson Smith catalog. We'd order it.
What did he do? A magic trick with a coin or something?
Yeah. He actually put a cigarette through a quarter.
he was doing
No,
that.
we're not
It was
gonna tell you
amazing.
that. It was cool. I wish you could have seen it.
Oh, wow.
We liked it. We enjoyed what happened in here.
Was it good?
It was pretty good, yeah.
I was digging it.
Why are you holding cards? Bob
I
Kelly.
just found these.
You found these cards?
Yeah,
Bob?
These are cards. Just laying around. I'll just,
Oh, you're playing with cards?
Oh, he's burying that top card, which was an 8 of diamonds,
So
I
the
believe.
two main things.
8 diamonds, 2 of spades.
Oh, wow. 8 of diamonds was on top, but I just saw him take the 8 of diamonds and bury it.
Yeah. What's
I
that?
don't know how that happened. That's amazing.
What do you like better, Bob? Cards or gay porn? Think quick. Just
There's actually
answer.
a site called Gay Porn Magic.
Yeah,
which is
Where you make your hand disappear
it's called,
inside a man.
it's called sleight of hand.
Right. You reach into a man and pull out his card.
Sleight of cock, sleight of hand. Yeah. Yes.
It was the 9 of cock.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie Anthony channel. Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
Segment 4. Will Ferrell's gonna join us with Amy Schumer. Will Ferrell. I don't know. Will Ferrell what? Fucking cracking everybody up. The guys are going to talk to Will about his comedy career and working on Snow and making movies. What is Snow?
Saturday Night Live tip.
No, it's not. It's S and an N and an L, all capitals. So it's Snow. You got to yell it. He worked on Snow. Fucking hit it.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
All right.
Grab yourself
how are you?
a seat.
Yes.
The wonderful Jimmy
Good to
Norton.
see you, man.
The lovely Amy Schumer.
Hi, nice to meet you.
How's it going?
The worthless Sam Roberts.
Totally
and
worthless.
I'm Anthony, and you're Will Ferrell.
Yeah,
And
that's
Carly on the couch. She was just showing us. She's been doing stand-up for like
6 months.
6 months, and she did a little of
Right
her
in that
act
corner?
for us. Yeah,
Yes.
right in the corner.
She lives
Wanted
over
to
there.
feel how it is to be a comic in their early.
that's a tough.
It
It's
is.
a tough room. I mean,
It-
literally a
it
tough
really
room,
is.
tough corner, and
Yeah.
a tough,
Tough
room.
corner.
Yeah.
And she did material. She stood up and did material, which is pretty ballsy because I wouldn't be able to do that.
No.
Yeah.
She's
that's
obviously
great.
a sociopath.
Is that your real hair?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all.
No
That's all.
follow-up
Yeah.
questions.
No, I just
Needed
want to
that.
know.
Did you ever do stand up?
I did. I did it very painfully.
You started doing it or after you got famous?
No, I did it poorly for like a year, and maybe got 15 minutes
of material.
Right.
That's a lot for a year.
You ever sexed with Amy?
Oh, God.
I thought maybe it was him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a tough crowd.
She won't tell us.
Tough crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, she won't.
Yeah, imagine I'm like, when he
Won't
laughed,
tell
I'm
us
like,
who
it
that
was Will.
It was Will.
Yeah, it was Will.
No,
Yeah.
I had some excellent Star Trek material.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So did I for years. My opening joke was an awful Star Trek aliens joke.
What was it? What was it? Come on.
Oh, that's bad.
It was humiliating. It was something, but it was such an obvious setup. Like,
Yeah.
it was something like, Star Trek. They would always meet these aliens that speak English, and like you don't know it's going to be it'll be some Miami joke after. Like,
He's
you
still
can't-
trying to sell it.
Yeah.
Still looking for that target demo.
Like,
I'm trying to find some redeeming value.
It's going to work.
So what did you
one
do?
day. One day it'll
You'll
work.
find it.
You just did like improv after that, like from stand up to improv.
No, I was doing stand up and then I found the Groundlings Theater on Melrose, and they had a whole, you could take their classes, and I immediately found out that I was more suited for that. Plus, when you bombed, you weren't alone. At
Right.
least when you bombed,
You
you
can
were with a
blame it
group
on
of
somebody
people.
else.
Yeah.
There's no one to
You
place
can
the
walk
blame
off
on.
stage going, "What the hell was that? What were you doing?"
Yeah.
Immediately point the finger and. Yeah.
What's the rule in improv? You don't say no, or you always go with
You
what
can
someone else is
always
doing?
exactly. You can
Yes,
never
and.
deny something. Exactly right.
What's
Yes,
the
and.
word, Amy?
Yes, and.
Oh, yes, and
Yes,
oh.
and.
Which is how sexting is supposed to
Yeah.
go.
Yes.
Right? You say
right.
something, and then
And then
somebody's
someone's supposed to continue.
Yeah,
Oh,
they can,
okay.
they
She had a
continue
terrible
it.
sexting experience recently.
Yeah.
and The guy was an asshole.
Yeah,
The guy
he just
did not
really
yes and
was.
me.
Yeah, he's like, excuse me, but
Yeah.
which was really unsexy.
I have other ideas where I want this scene to go.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he write my word?
Might
What's
as well
going
have
on
been.
here?
Pretty much. He just
Yes.
wrote back question marks.
I am fanning myself
Yeah,
right now.
it was
Yeah.
really disappointing.
Yeah.
I think improv is harder. Like I find that scarier than stand up. Like to be able to go out there and just. I've watched some bad improv is unwatchable, and good improv is fucking awe-inspiring.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Good improv feels like you're watching a magic trick.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's incredible. But you're right. And you have to go through the bad to get to the good. To the good. Yeah.
Who else came out of the
Yeah.
Groundlings? Some great
Yeah.
people.
Bad.
Yeah.
Like Phil Hartman. Is Phil Hartman or Pee
Phil
Wee?
Hartman,
Jennifer Coolidge?
Pee Wee Herman, Jennifer Coolidge, Lisa Kudrow.
Not familiar.
No. Okay.
Not
Yeah.
ringing any bells.
No.
Who are the ones though that you never hear from? Like you always
Yeah.
hear, well, the Groundlings. Let me blast
Let
off
me
some
do
names
the
for you.
list.
Oh,
And it's like, what about
Joey Pepitone
yeah.
lives in Boca now. Not doing a whole lot.
Isn't John Candy? Was he Ground? No, he was Second City.
He was Second
But
City.
there's you the Groundlings, Second City, and then UCB.
Now
in
it's
New York.
UCB.
Those are like the three
Those
big
are the
ones, right?
Three factories of comedy.
Yeah.
UCB, I went.
If you want to make it, go right there. Guaranteed.
Knock on the
You're gonna be
door.
a star.
Pay your money. You're in.
Your teachers
Yeah.
who were in your class the year before. But that's the thing with improv. It's just like stand up in that you can kind of seem like you have to suck at it for a while. I've seen friends who graduating shows at UCB and they can't find the end to scenes, so they literally just put the lights out. So they move on to the next
Wow.
scene. They
Right.
shut down the electricity because it's that uncomfortable.
Kind of like an SNL sketch when they just bring the applause up.
Yeah. They're like, go to commercial.
Yeah.
What do you do when you're bombing in an SNL sketch? Because that to me is the scariest thing. Because I've never seen anybody break the fourth wall and address it. Like they're actually really good at not.
Wow, this is going nowhere.
I just
Yeah.
I know for me in dress rehearsal, if it was not working, the tendency is to speed up and just get off the stage. But I would just purposely slow down and torture the audience. They're like, if you hate this and hate me now, I'm just, you know what? I'm going to make it twice as long.
You're all going to need a shower myself.
Twice as long.
That's amazing.
That's balls.
I
too.
don't know what
Yeah.
I don't know why the masochistic side of me would allow that, but I was just like, okay, you hate it, you're going to hate it a lot more. Yeah.
Do you have a trick for not breaking? Do you like think about something really sad, or you just when you're in the scene you don't?
I'm always thinking about things that are sad.
Oh my god! I found out he was the darkest dude ever.
No, I don't know. I just have been able to kind of commit to something, but yeah.
Oof.
I'm not immune to it, but
Yeah.
Have you ever? In a sketch, have you ever ruined it laughing or ruined it by breaking the fourth wall?
I've been lucky that the times I've started breaking, at least on Saturday Night Live, was usually when I was wearing a beard of some sort, so I could kind of hide
Oh god.
my laughter with keeping, my beard from falling off. So, in fact, that Blue Oyster Cult cowbell sketch we did, if you watch it, if you watch it, I'm totally. I'm just laughing,
Just
but I
cry
have a big
laughing.
beard on, so you can't tell.
And everyone else is fucking laughing.
Yeah,
at that
so-
one.
so
That was one that
So
really
I'm
got
okay.
people.
I'm okay, but
That's a hard atmosphere. We've been, Daryl's been on.
Yeah.
Colin, obviously, a million times. That's a really you can either take that or you can't, because that seems like a very, very hard atmosphere to survive in if you're not thick-skinned.
Yeah, you have to be, it's just, you're shot through a cannon in that thing, and you have to, we were lucky when I was hired, we had 8 new cast members, whole new writing staff, so we were all thrown in together, and we didn't know any better.
Yeah,
No one expected anything either. It was like, oh, fuck, Saturday Night Live, let's see what these clowns can do.
Totally.
And then it ended up being, like, amazing.
I mean, the
And a
worst
great
part
cast.
of it, was the big press conference we had to do. We're like Warren Littlefield, and we're like in front of all this media, and we're just all sitting there, and we're all sweating and nervous, and in our little brand new clothes that the networks dressed us up in. And
So what funny little sketches are you going to be doing?
Hey,
what kind of wacky sketches?
What's your plan? What are you like? And we were just like, oh, my plan? I'm just hoping not to get fired.
Right. Keeping my job.
Shows. I just want to get picked up. Yeah. So.
Do you have that fear at first that you're going to get dumped? Is that like scary the first few times, like if they cut a sketch like the first time you're supposed to be on?
Oh yeah. I mean, once again, like Lorne, he had to use all of us, so he couldn't. There wasn't a time to really pick favorites or anything like that. So we were kind of all used a bunch at the beginning, and you're kind of bummed if you're in one thing, but then later, if you've been on the show long enough, you're like, oh, I'm only in 2 pieces. Great.
You get lazy.
I don't got to go to rehearsal. Right.
The Rolling Stone article that was just out about you.
Yes.
It made it sound
Which
like you
I
had
haven't
this-
read.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
sound great in it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, everybody likes you.
That's a relief.
Everybody likes
Yeah,
you.
everybody really likes you. Yeah, but they did. The interviewer painted it like you've had this very charmed existence.
Yeah.
Did
I kind of. I mean, let's face it. There's, like we were saying, there's just as many people I can think of at the Groundlings. who have
he's got the
who were just as funny as me.
automotive shop.
Yeah. So when I got hired at SNL, I'd come back to the theater and downplay it because you feel kind of. I'd be like, yeah, it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
Living in New York, I don't know. I don't know. Is it scary there? Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, it's there's nothing to do. There aren't any good restaurants or anything. Anyway, how are you? You good? Yeah.
Yeah, Wichita's been really good to me.
You got that Geico commercial. Okay. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
So
so tough.
It's like
It's tough to stay in touch with those friends, right?
it's But I just did a movie with Zach Galifianakis, and we were just talking about how it is a game of inches, and that we both just got any other move or false step, we literally could be doing, being extras and whatever, and just trying to make a living.
Here's how you know
That's
Zach
what
is
Jimmy's
famous.
doing.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm working on my extra. Here's how you know Zach is famous. I was in a casino recently, and I fucking saw the Hangover pinball machine.
Slot machines,
and
yes.
Zach is on a slot machine. I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, that's how you know you're famous, when you're on a slot machine in some random casino.
The Hangover
He is so famous.
slot machine.
Yeah. What happened with Joan Rivers? She said something recently, and it's like, how can anybody be pissed at you for real? You
No,
That's
not
your
recently.
nemesis.
That was a long time
It
ago.
was a long time ago.
And this writer was like, anyone ever say anything bad? And I just go, well, there was this one time, this weird article where, Joan Rivers called me out of nowhere and
For what?
talked about when we met, and I was rude to her, and I'm like, I don't even know. I don't know what
There's
she's
no way
talking
that
about
happened.
it. And then I was trying to figure out, when did we ever even meet? And then I figured out the only time was on when she used to do the red carpet for like the Golden Globes. And I the only thing I could track it back to was we were doing the red carpet, and the time was running out for when you had to get in because the show was about to start, and her producer was like, just walk in, go into the live shot. And she's talking with Mike Nichols and Diane Sawyer. So I just walk into the live shot thinking she knows I'm going to do it. And she's like, hello. Do you know who these people are? And I was like, yes, I do. They're very famous. Oh, hello, Mike Nichols. Hello. Yes, very important.
Yeah.
We are all important, famous people. They're totally laughing. And they're like, well, hello. And then she's like, what are you doing?
That's
And then
hilarious.
Not
I think
having
she
it.
just didn't know
taking her red carpet duties very seriously. Yeah.
I don't know. That was the only place
Oh,
I
okay.
figured out.
Why didn't you read the article? Do you not read stuff about yourself, or you just haven't gotten to it yet?
Just lazy, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sheer laziness.
Yeah. No, I will read it. I just, haven't.
You get
good.
involved in a lot of like underground shit now too on the internet. Just kind of friends of
Funny or
yours that are
Die.
throwing stuff up online. What made you go down that road?
Just Funny or Die has been this great kind of playground for stuff like that, and just I think it kind of scratches that itch you still have from doing sketch comedy, where you have an idea and it's not really good for anything but a stupid 4-minute thing on the internet. And
yeah, but it's
you just
amazing.
get together and take a half hour and shoot something, and
But it's not. I mean, I've filmed a couple of things with Funny or Die, and they are.
It's
it
an
is
elaborate,
run like a. They're like, here's your call time, here's your call sheet.
Yeah.
You're like,
isn't this the internet? Wait a minute.
I did my own makeup. They're like, oh well, we're starting over because we're a real thing. It's no joke. Funny or Die.
Yeah, it's a whole well-oiled machine now.
Yeah.
There was another comedy website which I had done something with Florentine on, and I forget what it was even called, and it was doing okay.
Right.
But then fucking that video with you came along, Funny or Die.
The Landlord?
And wiped that site off the map.
My mom just
Wiped
sent
it
me
off
The
the map.
Landlord. I'm like, wow, you're really on the cutting edge, Mom.
Right.
You were ahead
And
of the
she
curve.
did not like it, by the way.
Oh, she was
No.
against.
Yeah.
She was against.
Hey, how much Spanish can you? Because I'm kind of amazed that you did a movie where you're speaking Spanish for real.
Yes. Well, Spanish is my first language.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. I've all these movies in English I've done phonetically over the years. Yeah. So I'm finally just showing off the Spanish. Yeah.
Are you going to do like Spanish radio interviews and stuff? Are you fluent?
No. Sadly,
No.
I just I learned it for this movie. I took it really seriously because I didn't want the joke of the movie to be that I spoke Spanish poorly.
Right.
So I wanted to be that you sat down and you're like, wait, he's really speaking it. It sounds halfway decent. So I had to work, probably a month prior to the filming, and then I would literally the translator would show up at my house at 5 a.m. We'd drive to the set and go over the lines, and then drive home and start the next day's work. And
Were you having nightmares in Spanish?
I totally was. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. I was dreaming in Spanish and
Wow.
all these things, but it was the only way I could kind of do it to make it authentic.
The movie's really funny. I
Thank
saw it.
you,
I was
yeah.
at the South Beach Comedy Festival.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
it was like
that was a great crowd, actually. Yeah.
And what an interesting crowd because it's like the real telenovela
Yeah,
stars
yeah.
were
All
there
lining up.
watching
Yeah,
it. It's
yeah,
intense.
yeah.
What's it about?
It's it's like telenovela meets a bad Mexican spaghetti western, and it's one of these heightened epic stories of two brothers trying to save the honor of their ranch that's fell on hard times, and Diego Luna's my brother, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Sure,
Natural
yeah.
parent.
Natural.
Twins.
We've been bugged for years. When are you guys going to do a brother movie? Finally happened. And he comes back to help. He's gone off and as an international businessman, and
So
comes
general.
back to save the day. But it turns out he's a narcotraficante.
Oh no!
Yes. Ooh.
Yeah.
And my
Yikes.
character does not like it. You're bringing the family name down. What are you doing? So it's all that kind of stuff.
Did you shoot in Mexico at all or no?
We shot in the Mexico of Southern California, Chatsworth.
Okay.
Chatsworth,
Same-
California. Simi
same
Valley.
difference.
Simi Valley. Yeah.
Mexico's scary lately. There's a lot of stuff happening that's kind of dangerous.
I'm not
so it's-
familiar.
I know.
Yeah, right.
Frightening, man. I
Yeah,
would
no
not go
spring
there.
break in Mexico City.
No.
I feel like I'd be a good drug mule, just for in case anybody's
Well,
interested in
well,
that.
simply for the room
dead.
you
I
could
could
offer.
hold the balloons. I just feel like I'm equipped.
She's the only one that can bring a hail of a fucking
sorry.
hail. A bale of.
I don't want to pat myself on the back, but if you're looking for a balloon holder, why not network?
And Will and I have worked together one time, and I thought we did very well together.
We did.
Tough
on-
crowd sketch.
Right.
Oh
Right.
gosh, yes. Well, you were the worst name of all time.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Legendary.
It was, the
Tough
name.
crowd sketch.
It was Will played the lawyer. Pete. Wait.
What was his name? Come on.
Pete Bentley. I think that was Colin gave awful names, and he goes
On purpose,
yeah, and mine was Marv Gresto.
You wrote a worse name
How do
in
you
your
remember
life.
Marv Gresto? That's
Because
a good
it was
one. Yeah.
it was the greatest bad name ever. When I read it in the fucking script, I went bananas. I was like, this is the best thing I've ever read anybody write. Because it was such over-the-top nonsense. And he goes, and my associate, Marv Gresto here.
Like, he's got to say
So
the whole
bizarre.
name.
Yeah.
Pete Bentley.
Yeah, first name and last name.
Colin's hilarious. He gives you quite a bit of guff on Twitter occasionally.
That's right.
Yeah, there was a whole
was a
right.
scandal.
Blaming you for things.
Right.
All
But it was
your
such
illicit drug use.
obvious
Yeah, drug
nonsense.
use.
Right.
Nobody believed it except
No.
the media asked him about it. He's like, that's scary that you guys are asked.
Yeah.
Like, read by Twitter.
He's
Yeah.
joking.
Yeah, if you did any research and read 10 of Colin's Twitters, you would know
Right.
that he
They're
does
so lazy.
nothing serious on the Twitter.
But that's what's so crazy. Everyone's just trolling for that stuff to find, pull a thing out, and then,
one tweet.
Right.
Here's the
Every
sound
tweet
bite.
is a press
Ooh,
conference.
ooh.
Yeah.
Look at that! Look at that!
Right, exactly.
Uh-huh.
So
What happened?
insane.
What happened? Explain this.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, Louis C.K.'s in some shit because of some of his Palin tweets that he made.
Yeah.
But he had admittedly made those drunk from a plane. I remember when he did that, and then he deleted them, and he's like, look, the next morning he was like, I might have written some shit last night. I didn't mean any of it. Like
Plain
trying to
drunk
apologize. Plain
tweeting.
drunk is a
That's
bad
a whole
drunk.
different kind of tweeting.
And you're bored, and now you have the ability to tweet
And you
up
might
there.
die, so you can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Exactly.
It's all bad.
Are you in a place?
Your back's up against the wall in that
What was I
tweeting
supposed
You're almost
to do?
compelled to tweet offensive, horrid things.
Yeah.
Are you in a place where you worry because you have a great career and you're well known? And like, where you worry about saying things like, this could be a problem? Like, do you find that you have to edit yourself a little bit? I guess that's like the only downside of mainstream real fame is that you kind of have to watch it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely. I mean, especially with the whole social media thing, and anything that you say in an interview could be carried anywhere at any time, and blah blah blah. Yeah.
Did that concern you when that happened with Colin? Or you're more like, oh, what the fuck? Guys? What
I
are you
didn't know
doing?
about it. I didn't know about it till someone brought it up to me.
Oh, that's
so
so sad.
I
It's
never.
all Colin talks about.
I never would have known. And someone was like, "Do you see what Colin was tweeting?" I'm like, "Whoa."
You're
what was
Colin
it?
Firth?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what Colin?
Yeah, Colin Ferguson from jail.
Colin Powell?
Yeah,
Was it
wait,
Colin Powell?
I mean, were we talking
My good buddy?
close circle of friends?
Former
or?
Secretary of State?
But I loved you in that sketch because Will played. He was right after the Elf movies, and they were so successful. And you come on with an elf hat playing a lawyer, and Colin just brutalizes you for being wearing an elf hat in a movie. But I was like, what a funny dude to come on and do that. And then most guys would have a movie that big and like, oh no, I'm not gonna.
No.
But you just came out with that elf hat, and it was really funny.
Yeah, you got to kind of make fun of everything when you can. Yeah.
I just felt that my part in it
Well,
was
you
good.
carry it. You carry. I mean, that's the thing.
That's how he gets brought on stage.
Yes.
You know this next guy
Yes, from the Elf
Bentley
sketch on. Yes,
Steve Bentley, of course, he played
Marv Gresto.
Marv Gresto.
Over here.
I just was watching the Today Show this morning, and there was a bunch of kids with Marv Gresto signs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They know what they want.
MG sometimes, it's just a fucking wrist.
What was going on down the street?
There was some British boy band.
Was that what it
All
was?
right. All right. You guys have to get out of here.
One Direction. Is that their name?
I
why am I pretending like?
Yeah.
Why am I
like,
pretending?
what?
Why am I pretending like I don't know?
Yeah.
Of course, it was One Direction.
We see your T-shirt underneath.
Yeah, I was driving up, and there were just a bunch of kids crossing the street.
Yeah,
and looking at
yeah.
it. Easy pickings.
Have you done anything dramatic? Because or do you want to do anything? Because Sandler went into he did, I think, Spanglish, and sometimes for and Jim Carrey has done some stuff that's dramatic. Yeah. Sometimes for comics it works, sometimes it doesn't work.
I had a thing come out last year called Everything Must Go. That was totally dramatic, which was kind of an indie thing that a lot of people didn't see, but that was great. I loved it. Yeah, it was.
And you were in the Woody
funny.
Allen movie. I mean, you were funny.
I was.
But
Yeah, that was kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Stranger Than Fiction's kind of dramatic.
Yeah.
A little bit.
What are you the most?
Tim and Eric. That's a
That was a
dramatic, very dramatic role.
This
in that.
movie's pretty dramatic.
Oh yeah.
Casa de Mi
It
Padre.
gets heated.
Yeah,
I cried. Mostly, I had my own stuff going on.
It was all about your sexting.
Yeah,
you were
well,
crying.
you don't know how awry things went.
You got plain drunk and went right to my screening of my movie.
Oh,
When you hear like something, if people like, because do you read with critics, right? We always ask you, because sometimes people on Twitter will tweet me, and I'm like, you fucker. And I'm like, why am I responding to this guy? There's 5 people following him. What do I care for?
I once again, laziness, but I don't really look at the critique so much in a way, only because even someone will send me one like, hey, pretty nice review in so-and-so. And I'm like, okay, great. Let me click on, I'll read it. And it inevitably starts with, considering most of the things he's done, I hate. This one actually surprised me.
God damn it,
And I'm like, it can't even...
Yeah.
It can't even be good
Everyone
the
needs
whole
to
way through.
qualify.
Right,
so then
right.
I'm like, don't even read the
Gotta
good
shit
one.
on
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Oh man,
It's
that's
true.
This
Or
guy's
even if it's all
usually
good.
a loud asshole, but he showed amazing restraint in this role.
Yeah.
He's not a total buffoon.
Yeah, it's like praising you by destroying everything you've ever done.
So, yeah.
But you're not fazed by it? You're okay with that? Like you?
I would be if I looked at it. Yeah, if I, went through Rotten Tomatoes and checked it all out, I'd probably be, I wouldn't leave my house probably. But
we were talking about
I just stay away from. I just try to stay away.
with Twitter and Facebook and whatnot, they have accessibility to people now that they never did in the past.
Yeah.
We talk about what it would have been like to tell Clark Gable he sucked. Back in those days, it was impossible. To write a fucking letter, it would never get to him. It was like, remember that scene in Mommy Dearest when they're signing the pictures?
Yeah.
And it's like the help and the maids are stamping the signatures and putting them in envelopes. Now it's like, hey, huge Hollywood star that's grossed billions. You suck.
Yeah, you can basically text them with Twitter. They give a direct text to you.
It's like you're texting people you never had access to.
Absolutely.
Do you tweet?
Yeah.
Are you on Twitter?
I tweeted for 4 days.
Wow, rough
you
4
had your
days?
full.
I had
your
my.
fill?
I had.
Yeah.
It was a glorious 4 days. But I got criticism on the tweets that came back.
Did
It was
ya?
like that wasn't funny.
Not funny.
Dude, this is not what Twitter's for. Because I was like trying to promote some charity thing I was doing. They're like, that's not what Twitter's for, man.
Yeah,
Come
we're
on.
not here for AIDS.
Make it count.
We're not here for AIDS.
That's not why we're here.
It's amazing how some shithead in his basement can actually tell him that's not what Twitter's for
You're
when he's trying to
wasting
promote a
their
charity.
time.
But it's like, as performers, we read it. Most times you don't let it get to you, but sometimes you're like, ugh, there's just something so irritating about it. Not that they don't like it, but
I would love if there was a way, and there's no way, to track the percentage of population that actually tweets. Like, it's probably, numbers-wise, this small handful of people that are on their thing every day that all drive us crazy.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say, I wish there was a way, and I was going to blow their phone up in their hand the next time they try to tweet.
There probably is a way. Because CIA probably has that way. Yeah.
You make funny films look easy, which is really it's a like you make it look like that's an easy thing, and it's certainly not. You have this I don't even know how to describe you. You're the fucking amazing deadpan.
Yeah, I think legendary deadpan would be the way. Yeah, just
like how do you caricature all these? You play an amazing parody of things. You have a gift of showing how ridiculous things are.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of those movies I've gotten to do with Adam McKay. We met at Saturday Night Live, and we're just kind of like, kindred spirits. Like we both just thought the same thing was funny and the same approach, and I don't know. That's kind of put that together, and it seems to work.
What are you the most proud of right now?
Me or Will?
No, Jim, come on. All right.
Probably my antique.
Lasting 2 minutes is not an accomplishment. We want to hear some real gold. Yeah, just
I'm most
like
proud
right now,
of.
yeah.
Yeah, my antique gun collection.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not your
4,000
children.
guns.
Okay,
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
Look
of
at them
guns.
every day. They're my children. Actually, they're my children.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
it's really great.
Yeah.
Wow.
And what else?
Hey, this movie got subtitles. I hope so.
It's if you can't read English, this is not the movie
it's a
for you.
shame.
Yeah.
Going into a subtitle movie, sometimes you're like, oh, God. And then 2 seconds into it, you're just, well, maybe more than 2 seconds. You're just kind of like, oh, okay.
I'm with it, yeah.
Because I want to see the picture, but I want to read the words. So I'm like, fuck it.
You know what's interesting? We've done a big college screening program with this movie, and we wondered if that was going to be if kids were going to be like, I don't want to read this.
Reading. I can't text while I watch this movie.
It hasn't come up once, which is good.
Really?
Probably because they are text. They
Yeah.
they read stuff all the time with the texting, so it's just
They're
right
used
there
to
in
it.
front of them.
Any LOLs?
No
Like
LOLs.
EL, though, because it's Spanish. That would be.
Was
more
the timing
conducive.
different? Because in a comedy, it's like
Yeah.
But was it different because people are reading it and laughing? Did you have to pace it at all differently?
It didn't seem. I don't know. I mean, once you kind of got the meaning of what you were saying, it seemed to all flow the same way. Yeah.
All right, I'll actually see this because I don't mean like I'll actually see it.
Like,
but-
I'll actually.
No,
I'm
but
gonna throw you a
But
bone,
it's
Will.
pretty. I mean, it's
really funny.
radically different, and it's we kind of make fun of cliche views of Mexico and cliche views of the U.S. and all this stuff.
That's
like
what was
that,
so
you know?
interesting watching it screened in Miami. It's like
Yeah.
the people that are
Yeah.
sort of being parodied a little bit were,
Yeah.
were watching it.
Loving
but they
it.
were
Loving
loving
it.
it.
Loving it.
They
Yeah.
were they killed.
Spanish-speaking people down there?
Yeah, they got a couple.
Wow.
Got a couple. Yeah.
Mostly Polish, though. Miami's mostly a Polish city.
Totally
Yeah.
Pollock town. Yeah.
It's called Casa de Mi. How do you say this? I mean, I know, but they don't.
Casa de mi padre.
Oh my god.
What's that mean?
That means, God, I have no idea. No, that's House of My Father,
Casa de Mi Padre.
which is a ridiculous title.
It's
See,
ridiculous
this thing will
that
be
Jim
a
couldn't translate
House,
that.
because
That's
it
like
sounds
the
like
easiest
House
Spanish
of
word.
My Father. House.
It
sounds very,
very
it's
epic.
very manly
Yeah,
and
yeah,
epic and huge.
Well, they're telling us
yeah,
Will
it's
has to
great.
go. Definitely going to support this because the balls to learn Spanish and do a
I
know,
comedy
right?
in Spanish.
You are a madman.
You can't.
It was
But instead of doing the same thing or something that was similar, you just
It
did
was a
something different.
23-day fever dream, believe me. But every day it felt like I wrapped an entire movie.
Wow.
My brain was like, why did I agree to do this? But it paid off. It's funny and
You're
different
doing
and weird.
God's work.
The Lord's
Thank
work.
you.
Yes.
I can't say that about myself, but
But it's nice to hear, right?
yes, right.
So is Amy, though. She took the Plan B pill. She's doing
I
God's
took
work.
Plan
too.
B yesterday.
She's
Okay.
got life
Yeah.
and death right in her womb there, and she
I'm
chose
still.
death.
I'm in the midst of having an abortion as we speak.
Wow. Okay.
Well, so's our show.
The show has been described.
Double guns, motherfuckers.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving
What's that?
on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Segment 5. Colin Quinn line, Tom Papa. Tom Papa's in studio. And we talk about Colin Quinn making news headlines or something. Because he was twittering that Walter Ferrell was stealing all of his material? I don't know, maybe he was knitting sweaters or something. I don't fucking know. The guys are going to review Colin's ridiculous comments on Twitter. And Colin calls up on the telephone or something and gives his reaction to all the news coverage. And I guess that like Walter Ferrell was doing something about the tweets and Colin was on Twitter or something. And then Tom Papa came. Segment 5, here it is.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Read the Colin Quinn tweets thing.
Oh, isn't it great? God, that guy is the funniest fucking guy.
Can't we get him on the air?
He's out of his mind.
Did we try to get him on the air? He's big news today. We should get him on the air.
Can I ask where this is? This from one of the papers?
Yeah. Yeah.
What- just one of the quotes.
or it's online.
Oh.
Soon to be in the papers. Yeah, Colin took over Twitter yesterday, man. He's the king.
Yeah, he was the guy.
Colin Quinn is the king.
He's the guy.
king of the Twitter.
Was he really?
Fuck yeah, man.
Somebody was
He was
talking.
making news and everything.
It's hilarious.
He was making blog sites. What, Huffington, I guess?
Yeah, Huffington went for it.
Oh, my God, it went to the mail online
Mail
at
in the
UK. Yes, yes.
What dummies people are.
They are.
Look at that headline. I was into a lot of bad drug
No,
stuff.
he was. He's talking about
Yeah,
Will
he was,
Ferrell.
yeah.
No, comic-
Stole Anchorman concept.
Yeah.
Colin Quinn jokes that Will Ferrell stole Anchorman concept
Yeah.
and takes drugs.
But they
Yeah.
don't think it's a joke.
No.
Because the media is stupid.
Well, he said it says jokes there, so
Yeah,
that's
this-
kind of that kind of.
This article came out later because
Yeah.
3 paragraphs in it says, however, it appears they just failed to spot a good-natured bit of joshing.
A good-natured bit of joshing, don't you know? Yes, Colin Quinn, comedian.
But this is late in the story
because a lot of people were buying into it for a while.
What Jim's reading is from the Hollywood Reporter.
And the only
Oh, God.
And the only reason they know it was a joke is because Colin got scared.
Yeah.
Colin started going, oh, fuck, maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe I'll get in trouble.
Look at the headline on Huffington Post.
Yeah.
Colin Quinn rips Will Ferrell on Twitter. He stole Anchorman, has a drug problem.
Colin said, I think, did he say it on the show? He said to CNN, like, you guys are so dumb. Like I'm scared that you don't get it.
Right.
Did some of the quotes?
Read it, Jimmy. Read it.
I couldn't believe. That's what it just made me laugh.
Fuck my Halloween story. Who gives a fuck? This is way better.
It hit me. He goes, Ferrell recently received the Mark Twain Award, and it seems Quinn was not a fan of that. It says, anybody see Will Ferrell at Mark Twain Awards last night? Great for him, I guess. Like, who takes that seriously?
No, I know. Who the fuck takes that seriously?
No, I'm happy for Will. We never really got along at SNL because he took so many of my ideas, but he continued. That's his whole thing.
He took so many of my ideas. And the whole thing when, what's the Lorne Michaels one?
That's in two,
okay.
and it's the one that made me laugh.
Yeah, that one's hilarious.
He goes, then Quinn escalated his comments by saying Will was into a lot of bad drug stuff, and I don't know if he still is. Actually, not true. I happen to know he's still very much so. Then Quinn goes on to target Lorne Michaels.
Target.
He goes, the years at SNL, Lauren really was kind of messed up over various things, and I was the shot caller.
He's saying he produced SNL during the years he was there.
And I was the shot caller.
He called the shots.
Who the fuck believes that?
Apparently a lot of dumb people.
Wow, we are really dumb. Oh, then in the last one, it said a couple hours later, Quinn seemed to apologize for his remarks, but at the same time threw in another zinger. I feel bad about the whole Will Ferrell Will Ferrell comments. I'll never mention him again if he pays me my residuals for the whole Anchorman concept. What
Business
dumb motherfuckers.
Business Insider, what?
Yeah, the headline says Colin Quinn may have just accused Will Ferrell of stealing the concept for Anchorman from him.
I hope Will Ferrell gets it. He has to.
Oh, yeah,
Will
he
has to
totally
get
gets it. He absolutely gets it.
Yeah.
That's how famous Will Ferrell is, though. Like,
Movie line. Colin Quinn tweets that Will Ferrell had a bad drug problem.
Yeah, Will Ferrell's got to fucking read that and just laugh his ass off like,
you hope
fucking
so.
Colin.
You hope so.
I would think so. You know what it is, though? It's brilliant because, first of all, it's just funny on the surface. It's funny shit to read. But you dig down deeper, and that's pure Colin is taking something like Twitter and showing everyone how ridiculous it is and how easy it is to take something that is social networking and twist things around and actually make people believe anything.
And everybody wants to be first to print it. So
right.
Colin Quinn is saying that,
frenzy,
Will Ferrell is a drug addict and he stole Anchorman from me. They're like, fuck, we got to get this up on our blog immediately.
And they're reporters, but nobody does any homework. They just get these tweets sent to them. They don't scroll back through these insane
They're
tweets.
Copy pasters. They're not reporters anymore. They're copy pasters.
That's exactly what you just said, Sam.
Yeah.
They don't do any background checking at all. They just go with it because they need to be the first one.
Unfucking believable.
They just don't care. They don't. You know how you know they're copy and paste? When we mentioned Patrice, Bob Kelly is the one who actually said, and it doesn't matter. Like Bob Kelly said it, but they were saying Jim Norton said, and they were using Bob Kelly. Now I know some guys don't know Bob's voice, or they couldn't tell the difference between Bobby and I, and I get that. But when you see one print it. And then you see bop, 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 all these other ones printed. It was like, all you're doing is reporting what they reported. Like, you're doing no homework yourself. You're doing no original work. It's like fucking lazy, man.
Happens all the fucking time.
They're just lazy.
What else do they have to do during the day? They're not doing a radio show. All you have to do is, fact check.
Like, they can't listen to audio themselves. First of all, hear it's two different voices, but then just do their own homework and maybe come up with an angle themselves or use their own words.
No.
Terrible fucking
Copy,
reporting.
paste, get it up on the site, boom, move on.
That's exactly it.
Unbelievable how gullible and just, a complete lack of reporting. Well, Colin said it. And there's no accountability, which, that's the biggest part. Like, does it matter? Is somebody going to get, one of these news agencies going to get in trouble, or is the reporter going to catch heat from whatever superior they have because they printed something that wasn't true or real or printed it like it was true? No, because everyone accepts the fact that if it's written down, even if it's on Twitter, it must be true.
Well, the stakes are too high, so they're all in on it.
Stakes. We got a stakes pick there.
Stakes are too high. They're doing gambling all the time, just hoping what they just read is true as they put it on their site.
Yep.
Sleeves has a Colin Quinn song. God. That's what Coke Logic is telling me.
No one understands him. Fa la 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 la.
La la la. Hair like he combed it with an M80. Fa la 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 la.
Jane Ward does his voice. Fa la 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 la.
Got skinny little legs. Fa la 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 la.
Breakable cancer fingers. La 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 la. Nobody likes him. Fa la 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 la. He's a dirty fucking rosacea Irish face. La, la.
You can so break his fingers easily.
Oh God, dude! By looking at them.
We got to hear the Sleeves Colin Quinn song.
Oh, who wouldn't want to?
From the Radio Ghost himself.
Sleeves. Radio Ghost. What does that mean?
RadioGhost.com.
Go chase some fucking leaves face down. Like, see the last shot, and that is him just going down the river face first.
You're leading the leaves by dead example.
You got it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
It's buffering, by the way.
Someone's fired.
Is that really buffering?
It's buffering.
Done things. I mean, we all have. Am I right? Right, Colin. Completely right. Terrible thing that can never be taken back. This can never be taken back, Colin. Ever. It's ugly stuff. Stuff that I keep saying never again. Then what do you do? I wake up. And what do you find upon waking? Oh my God.
What is this? He's losing me on this one.
Is this?
And I'm a big fan of Sleeves, but
I'm exposing him.
Anybody see Will Ferrell at Mark Twain Awards last night? Great for him. Not bitter, but just,
What is he doing? What is this? Get it.
Good for you. Will was into a lot of bad drug stuff. I don't know if he still is. Actually, that's not true. I happen to know he still is. Very much so.
I have no idea what that
He was reading tweets. I was actually liking that one.
Really?
By the way, Colin tweeted, I guess, at the end, to all media, etc.
Oh, no.
Will Ferrell was not on drugs at SNL. I never even saw him smoke a joint. Is this what it's come to? With 3 question marks.
See?
I guess he had to because it's like, he's kidding, but he doesn't want.
But it's a great way to end the whole thing, too. It's like
he was getting scared.
It exposes everybody.
Because Will would have fun with that. He was getting scared. He got some pressure from some people behind the scenes, I'm assuming.
Somebody just said, dude, you just got to say you're joking.
Yeah.
Just running with it.
It's a great way to end it because it's not like, hey, I apologize for this. And it's like, look, hey, idiots. Do you even fucking get this?
I want to see more headlines. Sam.
I was just reading some of his other tweets that didn't make the article.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Right after he tweeted the Lorne Michaels thing, he tweeted, "There's things going on right now, secret things, behind-the-scenes type stuff that I think will catapult me into the best of the best." And,
yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Feel bad about the Will Ferrell comments. I'll never mention him again if he pays me my residuals for the whole Anchorman concept.
He stole the concept. He wants his residuals.
I don't like the fact that Sam read one that I just read.
Yes.
And did the same thing I did with the capital letters. Put emphasis on it.
Oh, the whole... Like
I
that?
don't like that.
Yeah.
And he repeated what I said.
Yeah.
Already.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
What's going on with you
yeah.
today?
Parrot
What's
Roberts.
going on?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you want to
look.
be on Beretta's shoulder.
A Beretta reference.
He's getting very antsy sitting there.
I see
Oh,
that.
great.
You know
I'm
who
sure.
doesn't do that to him?
I see that.
Mother.
I'm sure he'll be doing Anstey's jokes soon, too.
Oh, and Gypsies. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you got to read the different tweets, Sam. You're reading the same thing. Detective Monahan heard that.
Jesus.
Quince, gee, I don't know. She's only 5. Come on. They look so nice when they're that young. I'm the colonel. I don't touch him. I just look at him.
Look. Shit.
So that's a big one today. We got to get Colin on.
Someone I saw on Twitter said something.
Yeah.
And I just hadn't seen Colin's tweets. I wasn't looking at Twitter yesterday.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, it was hilarious. It's the perfect way to expose Twitter and expose these fucking idiots, whether it's just another guy tweeting that's sitting around and can't fucking understand sarcasm, or these dumbass fucking people in the media.
There's a panic going on, though, man, because a lot of people on Twitter are getting the story before mainstream news. They're getting it out there first. So now, what do? You got to gamble.
But it's also a mixture of real journalism, well, not even real journalism, like mainstream media, and just a blogger. All of a sudden, it becomes the same fucking thing.
But break it down. Colin's tweeting this crazy shit. What do? Do you try to call his people, knowing that everyone else is reading Twitter, and you know someone is going to grab it and go with it? So then you think to yourself, well, Colin isn't known to be this crazy off the cuff type of guy. He isn't in the mainstream.
Yeah.
So they go, fuck, we have to go with this. You know, that's what's going on there.
I don't have time to confirm it.
No, because someone else is going to grab it.
Someone else is just going to run with it anyway, so I might as well.
Right.
What? What is that one?
No, it's just when you Google News him. Once the articles about Will Ferrell stopped, the last Twitter fiasco that he started about Gaddafi is...
He's brilliant. And if you did a second of research, you would understand that Colin is never serious on Twitter. Ever.
We got Colin.
Oh, good.
Yeah? And we got Bill Burr in studio. Colin Quinn, everyone. Colin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Colin.
You sound
Colin.
You sound like a beaten man after yesterday.
Just chilling, listening to some music.
Oh.
What's he doing?
He's listening to Bieber. He's a believer.
You love the Biebs?
I'm a believer. What's up, guys?
Bill, you heard about Colin? He's in deep trouble today.
Oh, I heard all about it.
Yeah,
it was trending.
Jeez.
Colin Quinn was trending yesterday on Twitter.
Yes, he was.
It's scary how stupid they are, isn't it?
It's ridiculous.
It really is. Like, you continually expose these idiots for what they are.
Yeah.
Just like knee-jerk, no research whatsoever. All you would have to do is search Colin Quinn's Twitter, and you'd realize he's done this before, and it's documented. Why take everything he says on Twitter as fact and print it like, oh my God, he's accusing?
He means it.
Because he means it? Did you mean it? Oh, okay. I'm my mistake.
I started out the morning on a positive note, talking about the potential intriguing employment stuff going on with me in show business. And then I just mentioned that Will Ferrell stole Anchorman from me.
Yeah, of course.
Then, of course, I made up the drug thing, so that becomes a big thing, the drug thing. You know?
And they ran with it.
But
They ran with it.
Did you hear from anybody? Because that's like, because you.
Yes, that's why I had to say, hey, man, you know. First, my manager was like, hey, you know, it's getting out of control. But then I was like, nah, man.
That's what we always do, too.
Man.
We're like, nah, man,
This
we know
is
what
good.
we're doing. Right.
It's good.
We knew.
So did you send out a tweet that finally said it was a joke, you fucking retards?
Yeah, but I want to hear leading up to that. So then the manager is going, whoa, Colin, and you're like, come on, man, this is all right. And then what happened?
First, my manager answers the phone to his credit.
Yeah.
They go, we asked Colin Quinn's manager for a response whether Colin was serious, and he just laughed and hung up. So that was
Is that what your manager's doing, laughing
that's
and
good.
hanging
That's
up?
what you want your manager to
Not
do.
very professional. But
Yeah. When all hell's breaking loose, that's what you want from your manager.
He goes, ha, ha, ha.
Click. Yeah. Good.
I actually like that. Just
Me too.
treat them like the idiots that they are.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Don't dignify it with a response.
So you did Will call you or his manager? Because what happened where you finally had to go like, look, you morons, I was joking.
Yeah, because I know Will, and I know his manager. His manager's like, hey, man, you know, I'm getting like 50 calls. Can you say something?
Can you please say something? I am saying something.
It was just about the drugs.
Yeah, of course.
I go, what is... I said, tell Will I'm sorry. He goes, he's on a plane. He doesn't even know any of this is going on.
Yeah.
Like, Will, what's your drug problem? You know?
Yeah.
You know what you should have said, Colin? You should have said, will he be mad?
That's a good one. Is that Chip?
Of course.
Who else would it be?
It's hard to tell Chip from Jim these days.
Yeah, really. I can't even argue with him.
So Will Ferrell, have you heard from Will Ferrell at all?
No.
No.
I don't want to. But really, you know, what's he going to say? You know.
Well,
They did
I
say
don't know.
Anchorman.
That's just it.
Anchorman was my whole thing, you know.
So you're still not. You're not letting that one go, are you?
No, I was like, hey, I'm Ron Burgundy. I would come in the office joking around like that.
Same name and everything. Wow.
My favorite tweet was when you said that like Lauren was falling apart and you were calling the shots.
calling
Yeah.
the shots.
Yeah, people were tweeting back at me like, you won't call in shit, you know. But of course, even in a couple of media things, you know, Colin Quinn claims that he was, you know, running SNL secretly, you know.
Yeah.
What dummies?
They're just stupid.
That was the tweet that got them, that I was calling the shots over at SNL.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how stupid they are. Like, they literally just, like we said before, copy and paste what some other person has written or a blogger, and they don't do any homework or read the context in which these tweets are written.
No.
Thanks for adding to that.
That was your turn, Colin.
Yeah, exactly.
That was your turn.
I fucking hit
that
the ball.
was the setup.
I hit the ball over the net. What?
It's hard when you're not in the studio.
Yeah, it is.
You feel out of the loop. You feel like, I feel like everybody's sitting there after each silence going, okay, let's get off this goddamn phone now.
No.
A few people have rolled their eyes, but that's about it, really.
Do you know Colin could do that again today, and people will still just think he's for real?
Yeah.
Like, they're idiots. They do no research whatsoever. How many followers do you lose?
Well, at first I lost 800 at the beginning, but then I got a couple more. Now I'm back. I'm almost even to where I started yesterday.
It's like like Twitter blackjack.
Yeah, I'm about even.
His Twitter stats is like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
You're insane.
Yeah.
Every time you're finally over 100,000, but every time you got close, you decide to blow it up and lose.
But this is how
2,000
Twitter
to
should.
3,000.
This is exactly how Twitter should be used. Like, anyone who takes it seriously is an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Colin is mocking the whole thing. I love it.
The best is when, like, some guy, like, attacks, you know, like some guy attacks for me, and they start attacking some poor idiot that doesn't get it. And, like, they just ruin them. Like some girl yesterday was like, sounds like somebody's jealous, you know.
Yeah.
Spreading negativity makes you look like a fool. And guys are like, shut up, you dirty hole.
They react to a spitball with a howitzer.
One guy just writes back, AIDS.
That's probably one of ours.
Yeah, probably. You think?
I'm being polite.
You think so?
Yeah.
I love those people who try to get philosophical and teach you a life lesson through a tweet.
In 140 characters,
Yeah.
you're going to get enlightened.
You know, as Confucius always said. Shut the fuck
You
up.
think Confucius used the letters U-R for
Yeah.
your... And, you know,
Yeah, when he was trying to write UL.
just... That's very funny, Jimmy.
That was a good one.
Ooh, that's it. Look at the big book out there from Chris Matthews.
Yeah.
The scumbag who wouldn't come on our show.
Talk about JFK. It's really. This is what we need, another book about JFK, because we don't know every fucking thing they're Did you know he fucked Marilyn?
Why wouldn't he come on your show?
Because he's a douchebag. That's why.
He was booked, and then a dumb excuse was had.
Yeah.
Which means he found out, I guess, who we are or something.
Yeah, his publicist probably listened to the show.
Yeah, it was like, oh, shit. You don't want to go on on that show.
Yeah, they'll actually read your book and then tell you what they think of it. And they don't care about your influence in this business.
It's a look inside his childhood.
Yeah,
Who gives a shit? Gives a shit.
A privileged fucking childhood.
What's that?
He's from Philly.
No, we mean JFK.
Oh. I read a book about it when I was a little kid. I know. By the way, I know I'm going to get disconnected by you for this. When I was a little kid, because you guys are going to be signaling it.
Yay.
No.
I read a book about
do that to you at
JFK,
all.
and it really was quite an impacting book. It was like he used to eat toast. He had a fight. He had a piece of toast, and he got on the bus and he had a fight with a kid who turned out to be his best friend.
That's always a nice way to start things off.
Humorous anecdote.
Yeah, I wish you were here yesterday. We could have had Chris Matthews in, done an hour on that. So the toast incident, Chris, did you write about that? Go. Hey, you
Use toast as a metaphor for what JFK was.
Yeah, like he was wearing toast on his head and it got shut off.
A bunch of jelly, some jelly on it.
Someone threw butter from the grassy knoll.
Well, the only uncalled for thing yesterday was in the middle of each Twitter war and all these media things was once in a while somebody would just trash and go, and by the way, voice stinks.
Voss never gets off unscathed.
But by the way, Carl,
Yeah.
this is why.
He did that.
This is why I told you should have You should have gone on Piers Morgan without warning that producer. You should have just on TV just said it's a joke. You should have shamed them. You were too nice.
That was for the other one, yeah.
I know, but I'm saying you should have shamed them publicly.
Unbelievable.
How about the fact that I get off the N train? I had to go do a thing on a
Oh, don't call it that.
thing, and
Oh.
I get off the N train.
Everyone knows that's the D.
Of course.
About 11:30 at night, I come up my station. There's a picture of Bill Burr on the middle of the Carnegie.
I love it. I would love to see that picture of your face.
Did you just look down at your phone real quick and not look up until you were on 56?
No, I just took my phone and I made somebody take a picture of my face over his.
I don't think we could believe anything Colin says anymore.
No.
A confirmed
Just a
Twitter liar.
Nothing but lies.
Just a phony baloney.
Yep.
Yeah. Mr. Quinn.
Yeah, you better go back to tweeting or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Colin, you could have been uplifting with your fame instead of spreading all that negativity tweet.
You're right. You're right. Like one of the Kardashians. That's why they have 10 million followers, because they put in positivity.
Yeah. What was your
But I started the morning on some positive notes. I was saying really good stuff.
What was your favorite headline you read yesterday about yourself?
I don't know. I didn't really. What is it? Colin Quinn slams. Let's see what this one says. Colin Quinn tweets that Will Ferrell had a bad drug problem. Then they go over my timeline, and they even have my early day, like in the early part of the day.
Yeah.
I was tweeting like feeling a lot of good things going on in the world right now for me. A lot of positivity, and they like tweet those too.
Why did
they don't even explain like why.
Why you said that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Bunch of idiots.
Can they look at you and realize you couldn't feel good?
No, they know he's joking around. They're just taking it seriously. So all the
they get the headlines?
they're pandering to the morons.
Something
yeah.
to talk about, yeah.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
think? You think that plays into it too? They
Yeah.
don't care if it's
Totally.
right?
Then when I'm walking in Walmart someday after a crummy gig in the road, some old lady's going to throw something at me. You leave Will Ferrell alone.
I just love that he just said crummy, like he was on Leave It to Beaver.
Crummy. Gee, Beeve. That's crummy. That guy's a creep or something.
Yeah, they're all sticks in the mud, Carl. Don't be such a wet end.
What's a wet end?
What's a wet end? It's just like a
I don't know
drip.
if I heard that one before.
Ah, you drip,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a drip.
Yeah, you love that expression. Drip, wet noodle.
Drip
Red
is
noodle
great.
I like. Yep.
You know?
Well, Colin, congratulations on the big fame thing yesterday.
Thanks. Why didn't it? You would think it would have increased my Twitter followers by like 7-fold.
No.
That is like broke even.
Yeah.
Cash in and just walk out.
Yeah.
I'm really a non-event.
Turns out to be a non-event.
I'm a living non-event.
You get headlines all over the country and the world.
You're on
and
in the
you
mail.
can't get more followers. Yeah, that
Yeah.
proves that Twitter's just bullshit.
I get headlines about Twitter, and I still don't get more.
Yeah, exactly. It's a Twitter thing.
Horrendous.
It's very funny, though.
He goes
All right,
horrendous.
All right,
Colin.
Colin. Thank you for the update. Thanks for the exclusive interview, by
Yes,
the way.
Thank
we
you,
had the
Colin.
exclusive
We
first
did
words.
the best with the Chris Matthews interview.
Did we call and wake you up?
What a burn. Yeah, well, you guys called early this morning. I mean, you really should be more considerate, you know. It's on the early hours.
We needed
Colin
you on
Quinn
the show.
trashes Jimmy Norton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wouldn't even make the fucking O&A news. You think you're a non-event. Jesus.
In O&A News.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jimmy did say your fingers are very brittle.
Yes, they are.
They look like they could snap very easily.
We were just saying things about your physical appearance which weren't necessarily complimentary.
When the hell was that?
Earlier today when you didn't pick up the phone.
Yeah, we got very angry.
Sakes. At 6:15, you guys get angry?
Yeah, we got very angry. You didn't pick up your phone at 6:15.
Heaven's sakes.
Jimmy said I had old Irish lady's fingers.
Yeah, we just would pick you up.
Cancer or something.
Well, there was a song. There was a song that this guy did about you, so we were just.
Right.
We were just adding lines to it.
Really? Was it a nice song?
No, it was stupid.
It wasn't
That
bad.
wasn't a nice song.
It was dumb.
He sang your tweets from yesterday, I think.
Oh. Well, it happens, you know.
I should get some fucking royalty money from
Yeah,
him.
someone will tweet you the link if you want to check it out for yourself.
You won't want to.
Yeah.
No, I know, because by the time I get to it, somebody's going to mess around, and suddenly it'll be about my brittle fingers and all that.
Yeah, you don't need people futzing around with that.
No, that's right, Jim. I don't.
All right, buddy.
All right, Pally.
All right, well, I hope you guys have a great rest of the show.
So
and I
do
hope
I.
Bill and Jim have a strained breakfast afterwards.
Jesus.
All right, buddy.
All right, Colin.
See you,
Colin
Colin.
Quinn, everyone.
What's that?
More unforgettable appearances from the biggest names in comedy coming up.
This big world, this big round globe, is theater in the round to me. I'm just here for the show.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Segment 06. Bobby Lee. He's kind of like Bruce Lee. You know. My mother would always say, Chipper, don't hang out with the you-know-what, and she'd make the eyes slanted with her fingers. I'd go, I know what you mean, Ma, hear loud and clear. She would like, don't ever trust them, Chipper. Don't ever trust them. They'll steal your linens. Bobby Lee's in studio, and he starts to have a panic attack. I don't know what the fuck that is. Oh, yeah, he thought the console was... This is at the old XM studios. He thought the console was moving. And I'm like, why wouldn't the console be happy where it lives now? He thought the studio was shaking. I'm like, I didn't even know the studio had hands. And then he claimed to see an imaginary rabbit walking around waving at him. I remember one time my Uncle Paul asked me if I wanted to see a rabbit, and he pulled out his pants pockets, and he said, come on, Lyle. Give the rabbit a kiss on his nose. So I closed my eyes, and then the rabbit spit in my mouth.
This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
Bobby, you enjoy your first visit to the Opie and Anthony show?
Yeah.
Did you guys make up?
Yeah.
No, we're cool, man. Yeah. It was weird. It's like we're friends. I don't know, man.
That's what I said. That was my point.
Yeah.
From the get-go. We hung out. You
No,
were
it's good,
drunk
though.
in LA.
I haven't seen you guys in a while. Thanks for having me on.
Were your feelings really hurt that he didn't hug you? Or like a little bit, like you felt slighted?
Yeah, a little bit.
Dude.
Give him a really good hug. Like
right
one of
now?
those really good.
Dude, you should see everything. You want to
over
see
the
the
top.
underwear I'm wearing right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Get naked.
Bobby, my good Bobby.
Give.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was packing. I had nothing clean. So I just
So
put
you
these
borrowed
on.
your girlfriend's?
Wow. Those are, yeah.
You want to hug now?
Those aren't yours.
Chick-like.
You want to hug now?
Bobby.
Yeah. Why is he wearing...
Bobby.
That's chick
Those
underwear.
aren't yours.
They are mine.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are, Robert.
You got a pink,
Bobby,
you
wait.
got a pink trim to
Bobby,
them.
Bobby, wait.
We can't just
Did you-
casually...
Dude, I didn't put them on like I'm going to wear this on Opie and Anthony. No,
No, I know you don't, Bobby. Every time I see you, you always take your clothes off, which is what I love about you. You don't care. But are those really men's underwear?
Yes, they're men's underwear.
Okay.
Just to explain to people listening, your underwear is like black and white striped women's underwear with a
black and
pink
white,
trim.
Yeah.
And there's a little pink
And they're a little
trim.
too tiny on the sides.
Yeah,
Whatever. I
Yeah, they're
should've
very
shown 'em.
bikini-ish.
I should
they-
have shown them.
They look good.
My bad. I
I
apologize.
think they look good.
You still haven't hugged
It's
Mike,
great.
though.
All right, I'll do it now.
I thought you were going to hug in the underwear, but I guess we don't get
I
that.
don't.
See, everything's okay.
Yeah, I don't care what
Mike
kind of underwear
slapped him on the back like,
It was-
I'm not a faggot.
That was not as
Hold
good
on,
as...
hold on. Anthony says he doesn't care what kind of underwear people wear.
Underwear people, doesn't bother me. Why the fuck do
Thank you.
If
I know,
you're
but it's a,
comfortable
little,
in them.
it's a little girly, though.
I thought it was a little feminine looking, but who gives a fuck?
Would you wear panties? I'd wear fucking like
I won't
satin
wear that.
panties.
I wear.
What are you doing right now?
It's in my bag.
He wears boxers. You wear boxers.
Yeah.
I think everybody else wears boxers. I prefer briefs.
Tidy
Boxers don't help after you piss to keep the piss from going down your fucking to your kneecap.
No, shaking does.
I shouldn't have shown
What about boxer briefs?
No,
I
it's a
messed up.
good talking
happened?
point.
You guys are going to talk about it later. I just
No.
think it'll be
And
weird.
What?
What happened?
No, like tomorrow, you guys are talking about my underwear, like Bobby's
yeah.
gay and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
You know what I mean?
No, not.
No, we won't.
Tomorrow.
That was a really.
Why would we do that?
That was a.
I thought I was comfortable. I thought we were all friends. I just showed them, man.
I like them. I think
No,
they
man,
look
there's a
cute.
vibe
too.
here now. There's a vibe.
there's
Let me
not.
see him again.
What, really?
Yes.
All right.
These underwear.
What, dude, what do you
Wait,
want?
pull your pants up in the back. Pull them up in the back.
His underwear
Pull them
like
up in the
half
back.
down his
Pull them like
ass.
Pull them up in the back.
Bobby's not hanging out.
Let me get a picture.
See, that's
Let me get a picture.
that's kind of.
Move the coffee cup, too.
Jim.
Bobby, move the coffee
Not
cup.
funny a little. It's funny a little bit. What?
Yeah, I
Move
like
the
it.
coffee
It's funny
cup.
a little bit.
I'm getting your picture.
But-
Hold on a minute. Bobby, look over here.
Yeah, I'm seeing like it's a zebra stripe kind of a thing.
And Marky
But
used
it's
to
like
do that all the
I
time.
need these.
But then the pink trim is a little odd. But
It's just a pink trim, but you know what?
They're punk rock, dude.
They're the punk.
Yeah, they're punk.
I like them.
All right, thanks, man.
I really appreciate the hug, though, Bobby.
I got him on Hot Topic.
You got them at
At the
Ricky's.
mall.
Fucking
At the mall.
racist.
What?
Forever 21.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, big rig causes.
Oh my God,
massive
look at that.
accident.
Hey,
my underwear that's different.
Bobby, you're gonna have to come back tomorrow. You come back tomorrow if you're around and you're not doing anything.
Yeah,
just want to give you the invite.
But that didn't mean get the fuck out now.
Why?
Yeah, sit down. The show's not done yet.
Right?
I don't know how it works.
We stay until when they get up and leave.
This is my
That's when we
first
leave.
time.
Bob Kelly, he read that perfectly, by the way. So now it's really awkward.
What is that?
Bobby Lee. That was his out.
What? It's weird now. What's going on? I should leave? Why is it silent?
Because I bombed horribly.
Oh no, I didn't think you bombed. I don't even think you're kidding.
It's all about timing. Maybe I shouldn't have waited 2 minutes before I bring back something. And Mike, you got your stuff on iTunes.
Yeah.
And
I'm competing with Rob Kelly. I got 2 albums.
And you got an off-Broadway thing that's happening.
I got 2 and I got a DVD. And shit.
What about the off-Broadway thing?
Oh, and yeah, Sleepwalk with Me.
Yeah, me and Mike are going to be number 1 and 2 today.
Yeah, we're gonna go up the charts above Bo Burnham.
Yeah, well, Bo and Dane Cook. Dane Cook has all 4.
4 in the top 7 or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Boy, that guy really makes a pretty penny.
Hey, Roland bought one of those shirts, by the way. We didn't talk about it on the air.
Yeah.
The Dane Cook shirt. What was
Yeah,
that all about?
he was on Jimmy Kimmel, and he was like, I can say anything today, and then tomorrow it's on YouTube, and then everybody has it. Yeah, I could say A semicolon, what is it?
Don't ask me.
A6. And tomorrow there'll be a shirt. There'll be shirts out there. And the next day, it was all over the internet, and then he had shirts.
And
now Roland has
That's
one.
not a semicolon, though.
That's what he-
that
that's
is
what
a
he-
full colon.
But Roland got one of the shirts. This is a Dane
got
Cook
one.
shirt.
This is the shirt
that
that
he
he
made up on the spot on
F6.
Jimmy Kimmel.
He
And
just
people
was
are buying them.
he just made up that saying, and then now he probably made what, $20,000? How much that shirt cost? $20,000?
45.
$45,000.
Did you know what you were buying?
$45,000.
Made $45,000.
45 G's.
Oh, my God.
Roland, did you know what you were buying?
No, it was soft, so I bought it.
It was
the concert.
soft, so you bought it.
What concert?
Why don't you try it?
At the Garden.
Oh, fuck. I
At
almost
what
had a good
concert?
one.
Did I get you?
Yeah.
Whose
concert? Dean Cook, when he did the Garden.
You didn't know what that meant?
No, I know what that meant.
You did?
No, because I saw him on Kimmel. That's why.
You best not fuck.
Bobby, where you
with
going?
He's turning. You all right?
Yeah.
Where you going?
Where you going?
I just started having a panic attack, man.
Why?
No, I started breathing. I started sweating. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
Why are you
What's wrong with
panicking?
I had a breathing thing.
So we'll fucking
One
deal with it.
Xanax or
I have
something?
weird breathing things
No, I just
too.
started getting like I was like.
He's
the
sweating.
walls were
He
coming in
turned
and stuff.
red.
They're
and
not coming in. They're
they're
fine.
not all right.
No,
He
they're
was
not.
freaking out because we weren't talking about him.
No, that's not what it was, man. It wasn't the whole thing, Dane Cook thing, and then all of a sudden I don't know what was going on. And then
You want
I started
a Vicodin?
breathing problems.
Oh,
No, he's
jeez.
sober.
Dude, he's sweating really bad, and he
Kidding.
turned. Your color came back. You were a different color. You were red.
I was pink, and now I'm yellow again.
Yeah, you're back to
Oh,
yellow.
no.
Oh, sorry about that.
Mike thinks you.
Oh, Esther Koo can do it. I can't.
You can do whatever you want.
Mike thinks you were looking for attention.
You got to deal with those panic attacks there, Bobby.
No,
I was actually gonna leave.
I understand
You know
where
what?
you're coming
No,
from. I have that too.
I
man.
saw-
Hey,
oh,
come
Where you
back.
going?
Where you going?
Come
Come
back.
Bobby, where you going?
Bobby,
My thing cut off.
Bobby.
Bobby, sit down. You get panic attacks?
Yeah.
I get
There's
that
a water.
too.
Handle them well.
Out of nowhere, he just got up and started panicking, sweating. His face turned beet red, and he was walking out of here.
It's called a panic attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all right?
I'm fine now.
You all right?
Someone just handed him the ratings for Mad TV.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
wow, you are fucking brutal, man.
Look, man, I don't even have a show. I'm just making funny. I don't have your career. Come on.
I don't have a. What, this thing's not. Is this on? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
we can.
Oh, yeah. Why, your headphones aren't working?
No, nothing's working.
Nah,
That's what happened.
No, the headphones aren't working.
Yeah.
Hey, anyone else?
Probably need another battery in that son of a bitch.
Anyone else feel that?
What?
How was that?
Oh, my God.
You feel the room shake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
Earthquake.
What was that?
I have no idea.
Sure, Steve dropped the ball again.
Bobby, you feel that?
Wow.
No.
Were you sweating?
You didn't feel the room shake?
Oh my God.
I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it feels like a little mini earthquake.
that was weird,
the
dude.
hell was that?
You can't
I
have.
don't know.
You all right?
That's weird.
In New York City, Jesus.
You felt that?
Yeah, dude, that's weird.
Nothing.
Why don't we just try to end this as quick as we get the phone?
Yeah, come on. Let's just do it.
You all right, Bobby?
Yeah, you said the shaking.
It stopped,
Okay.
but it was shaking, though. Mars, why? This is a floating room, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the room floats, so.
It's suspended? Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna be safe?
Yep.
Okay.
You sure?
We'll see.
Oh,
What do you mean we'll see? You went from yep to we'll see to what? No?
to know we're goners.
Bobby, you know what's really weird about this studio? There's
What?
a fucking 40-story crane right outside this building, and man, if one of those brackets goes,
Did you hear that
this
happened
goes
in,
right through the fucking
That happened
studio.
in Israel the other day.
Yeah.
Look
at
it was by
Look at
terrorists.
Anthony's window. I'm not kidding.
Terrorists did it.
You got to see this, Bobby. It freaks us out every day. Look at this thing. And
that's not good.
yeah, those things.
I gotta go.
Those things fall down all the
No,
time.
honestly, I'm something weird's going on there.
We're almost done.
This is not working.
No, it's not. We can hear you.
It's just your headphones. Your headphones aren't working.
No, he's right. The mic's not working. Mars, could you fix his mic? It's not working.
No, I can't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Are we still on?
Are we on the air? What's going on?
We're off.
We haven't been on the air in 15 minutes.
Oh, we haven't?
No.
Oh.
You could leave. It's good meeting you.
Bobby.
Oh, are you mad now?
Fucking Bobby, we love you, man.
Take a deep breath.
It's water.
Yeah, get some water in you. You know, the studio shook a little bit, and we got a crane that might topple over. And we're cool. Hasn't toppled over yet, so I don't think today's the day.
No, but that happens
a
sometimes
lot
for me.
It's hot in here.
What?
Where I
crane?
just start sweating and stuff, and it's weird.
Anyone else see the cockroaches?
Yeah, they're fucking looking at them.
Boy, I hate cockroaches, dude.
They're
Where the
awful.
fuck are cockroaches?
Cockroach.
The studio's been infested with them because of construction.
Yep.
Yeah, the construction and the fucking disgusting, deplorable conditions over by that refrigerator. The food,
Yeah, but you know they
was like
live-
snotty, smashed against the fucking door, and
They live in
it's a
chairs,
mess, wasn't it?
Like these chairs.
They live in chairs
because they
What
go
the
in.
fuck are you talking
stuffing,
about?
The stuffing of the chairs is where
Cockroaches
they
live in chairs.
That's where they lay their eggs in chairs.
You're out of your fucking
Swear
mind.
to
They live in-
God,
they live
Google
in-
it. Google it.
Swear to
Buddy,
God.
They
Buddy,
live in
if I
walls.
Swear to God.
That's
Couches.
fine.
They live
You might
everywhere.
know.
They live,
Swear
yeah,
to
first
God.
of all, they
Maybe
live fucking
couches.
everywhere.
Yeah.
But they live like under cabinets, in cabinets, in the
Exactly.
walls. They don't live in chairs.
But they can live in chairs, is what he's saying.
Not in
They-
Bob's chair. Nothing
they-
can live in his chair.
They lay eggs in mattresses and
Yeah.
things. It is true.
I like
Furniture.
I liked it a lot.
Well,
actually.
yeah, because they're everywhere. They're fucking cockroaches. But they don't fucking scurry to the chair when you turn the light on.
Maybe I was being serious. Maybe I was just playing along with the game and trying to,
No, there's really a
They
lot.
do.
with me.
There's
I
really.
don't know, Anthony.
Someone bring in
Maybe
a cockroach.
maybe you could just stick to the plan.
See, that's what's making
I'm
me
literal
sweat. This
ant.
whole banter, this whole thing.
Oh,
What is that?
what was that?
What are you talking about?
Did you see that?
What
See
happened?
what?
I want to eat.
What?
What the fuck is going on? Is that the building just shake?
What?
I felt something.
I got piss.
Bobby, honestly though, there are cockroaches in here.
I got to
Wait,
piss.
first of all,
Hold on.
No, honestly,
That's that drop ceiling. We know there's cockroaches up in there, so just be careful.
but
above
something
your head.
is moving or something. It's
What are you
weird.
talking
Keep the
about?
fucking shit over there as far as the cockroaches are concerned. Because we haven't seen any in the studio yet. And if I see one in this fucking studio, because I do not want to have shit come home with me.
Plus, you get
That's
stuff
for
you-
sure.
Yeah.
Bobby,
Because that's what'll happen. You bring a bag in here from
I gotta
home.
get out of here, man.
Where are you going?
What's
And then
wrong?
they-
Something weird is happening. I think I'm tired or something.
What are
Why?
you talking about?
Tired.
No, I didn't sleep well last night. I had like 2 hours of sleep, and I'm literally like, my whole thing is like,
What, your EQ?
did this thing move? What are you talking about?
Are you all right, dude? Are you flipping out?
No, I'm flipping out.
Are you flipping out?
I gotta get out of here.
What's wrong
Dude,
with you?
I'm losing my mind,
Sit
man.
down.
Why?
Yeah,
Sit
I'm
down.
sweating, man.
Dude, you are
20,000
sweating.
pound.
There is something going on here.
20,000
Sit.
pound
First of all,
granite
this, all right, first of
console.
all, I just want to say, I'm not, we're probably off the air, that's fine.
No,
we're
we're
not.
on there.
We're on the air?
Yeah, we
still
told
gotta
you
do
that.
one.
All right,
the day.
first of all, let me just say this. The mic is not working.
No,
I
it-
can't hear
we
myself.
can hear you.
And then my whole level of I feel like something's shaking or something's going on.
No, there's something did shake in the studio.
Right.
But that was a while ago.
I have to piss.
Is everything cool?
Yeah, look.
Does he have
everyone's-
headphones?
I do. I feel like I just saw it.
So,
You're all
I gotta
right.
get
Why
out
are
of
you
here.
freaking me out?
Bobby.
Bobby.
Bobby Lee's leaving the studio.
Bobby,
Is
relax.
the table moving?
No,
How
sit
is
down.
it? Is the table moving?
Look at
This
the
is a
side.
half ton. How can we move
Even
this
the floor
fucking
or something
thing?
is moving.
Hey, dude, just sit down, relax. You're
Please sit
freaking me
down.
out. You're freaking me out. You're fine, dude.
Mellow out, dude.
Chill out just
It's
a little
all
bit.
good. Look, I'm checking email. How could all hell be breaking loose if I'm checking email?
Are you on Sally D?
Yeah, maybe
Sally Day.
you guys want to do. Jimmy went to the bathroom. Bobby Lee thinks things are moving around in the studio.
Is the floors or something?
No, everything's good, Bobby. All right.
Bobby's probably, because I've been tired too, and my equilibrium gets a little fucking thrown.
Oh, no, yeah. Okay.
But his headphones aren't working.
We could hear you on mic. Don't worry about
All right,
that.
that's fine. Okay.
And watch out. Honestly, that drop ceiling does have cockroaches. We haven't seen any today yet.
The ceiling drops?
Well, it is a drop ceiling already.
Okay, sorry.
So, anyone else see the beekeeper?
All right, that's it. This is moving now. I just saw it. Listen. Oh my God, he's losing his mind. You know what? That's messed up because listen.
How could this thing move? Look how big this thing is, Bobby.
It's either that or I'm going crazy, dude, and I need to go and take a nap.
What are you seeing, really? Seriously.
I'm seeing either the floor is moving up,
right,
or this is moving, or I'm like literally like this, I'm like
Bobby,
I
you
don't
see
even
how
belong
much
in New York or something.
You see how big this table is and all this equipment. How is all this going to move? Seriously.
Why is everybody leaving the building?
Huh?
Why is the offices empty now?
All right, dude. I gotta get out of here, dude.
What are they all in front of the?
There's something going on. Honestly, thank you so much for having me.
Where you
on.
going? Bobby.
No, I gotta get out of here, man.
For what?
No, there's something going on here. Like,
what? Where are they?
No.
Dude, why is everyone leaving?
See, that's the thing.
Oh,
people are
crap.
leaving. I gotta leave. When people leave, I leave. You know what I mean?
Why?
Let them leave.
Dude, they're just leaving.
Hey, did you sleep at all last night?
What's wrong with this guy? I'm staring at him, trying to figure him out.
Oh, shit.
All right, can we do line of the day?
Yeah,
so we
let's
can
do
get
line of
Bobby
the
out of
day.
here.
Bobby.
Why did the audience leave?
What?
I'm eating it. Am I acting crazy?
What?
Am I acting crazy right now?
No, I mean, I don't know. Are you all right? You're
Not
fine,
really.
dude. You're fine.
Nah,
You're great,
everybody's
dude.
fine.
Look at we're all fucked.
What
up.
happened to the TVs?
Oh shit.
No video signal. What the
Why are
fuck's
the
that
lights out?
about?
The
Oh,
lights
that's
are out.
fucking
The
great.
lights
Oh,
are
jeez,
out.
now I think I'm gonna go.
This is like a fucking
Mike, where are you
submarine.
going, Mike?
It's like a submarine. Fucking.
Everybody left.
Power
All right, dude. No,
Wait a
honestly.
minute. No.
Mike, I gotta go.
Guys, wait. No.
Why is Mike? I've seen this on the news and stuff.
Promote your show, dude.
No, I already did it.
It's like a
Bobby.
fucking.
Bobby.
You guys are gonna talk like, oh.
It's like a submarine with a hull breach.
Well, it is. There's something weird definitely going on.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Mike Birbiglia is preventing him from leaving.
Yeah, Mike's
that's smart.
preventing him.
I like that, actually.
We're gonna just stay a couple more minutes and then we'll go.
Bobby, come back. We love you.
Okay, but
We want you to come
guys
back
playing
on
a
the show.
trick on me, or why are people leaving? And then I feel like
How are we
something's
playing a
going on
trick
with
on you? We're doing a radio show. They left. I don't know why. The lights went out. I don't know why. We lost the TV signal. I don't know why. And I did feel something, but that was a while ago. And you're still seeing things. But you did have a little panic attack before, so it's probably like the residuals.
Oh God.
All right, let's. Are we almost ready for line of the day?
Mm-hmm. Hate being cut off like this.
Bob?
Yeah.
I want some.
He's closing his eyes.
Yeah, relax a little bit, bro.
Yeah, chill out. Breathe.
No. What's that?
All right. Why don't we do, Bobby? Why are you covering your eyes?
I'm fine. I'm gonna smash you.
Are you okay? What the fuck is that?
My God.
What's what?
There's a bunny rabbit.
Where? Where's there a bunny rabbit?
I know this is like you guys are playing tricks on me, man.
Where is there a
How
bunny
could we
rabbit?
be playing tricks on you, Bobby? We're not that type of broadcast.
What are you talking about? You smell that?
No, there's a bunny rabbit.
Do you smell? Where?
There's a bunny rabbit right there.
Where?
Robert, there's a bunny rabbit.
I can't see a fucking bunny rabbit, Bobby. You fucking with me now? You're fucking with me. You're fucking with me.
Dude, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
I know what's going on now, and that's good that you did that.
All right, show us the bunny
Where is there a
rabbit.
bunny rabbit?
Show us the bunny rabbit.
Show me the bunny rabbit. I'm with you.
Yeah, show us.
Show me the bunny rabbit.
Show us. Out there somewhere?
All right, I'm leaving.
Where are you going?
I gotta get out of here.
Come on, Bobby. Bobby.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Baby,
Honestly,
wait.
All right. Are you gonna come back tomorrow?
All right.
Bobby.
All right, there goes Bobby Lee, and he's looking for the bunny rabbit. Bobby!
Where are you going?
He ran out.
No, I'm going because there's something going on.
He ran out of the studio to go find the bunny.
I gotta go.
What's wrong?
And the bunny.
no. I love those guys. I'm sweating. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go to sleep. What are you doing? They want to talk. No, I'm done.
They didn't say you could leave.
No.
They didn't say you
Dude,
could
leave.
leave.
Rules are rules, man. It's just like there's no rules. I can do whatever I want. I'm gonna leave.
Dude,
I gotta eat. No. I did. I did it like 2 hours. It was fun.
The funniest thing.
Yeah.
Tell him we're going to breakfast.
The funniest thing, he wasn't.
No, I'm having a panic attack. I gotta get out of
Is he
here.
coming back?
What are you doing?
What?
No.
I wasn't gonna go.
The elevator.
All right, let him go on the elevator.
Yeah, what's up?
Tell him we're going to breakfast.
No, I can't come. I can't come back, guys.
Why?
Because there's some sort of deception and some shadow play going on, and I'm not in on it. And you know what? I'm going to get you guys back. There's deception.
What type of shadow play is going on there? That's fine.
The elevator door's shut. Oh, well.
He's done?
Hilarious.
Dude, he wasn't sure if the bunny rabbit was real, so he ran out of the studio because that was the only way he could figure it out was to find the bunny rabbit. And whoever was in the bunny rabbit suit to tear down a wall right now was able to hide, and he never found the bunny rabbit, and that really just freaked him the fuck out.
You don't need to tear down the wall. I don't think anybody thought there was a giant bunny rabbit.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker. Welcome back. It's a Chipperson Thanksgiving. We're just sitting here eating stuffing and turkey and cranberry sauce. I used to hate cranberry sauce. I'd say, Ma, they look like scabs. He'd say, shut up and eat it, Chipper. I'm going to go into the other room with the guys and talk about things. So I'd sit there and eat cranberry sauce out of my hand. This is segment 7. Stephen White. We talked to Stephen White about his long and amazing career in comedy, his roles in movies, and his bizarre encounters with celebrities. He talks real slow. I don't like him. I like faster jokes. You know, fucking boom. But he talks real slow. I don't fucking get it. He's like, yeah, it's a small world, but I wouldn't want to paint it. I'm like, I don't fucking get that. That don't make no sense.
This is the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
We've been fans forever. We've been trying to get you on the show probably for a decade.
Yeah.
And it finally happened. Yeah, I think so. It just never kind of worked out, that's all.
Boston fan.
What's your name?
Sam.
That's young Sam Roberts.
Yeah.
Sam Roberts. What a cool name.
Yeah, it is kind of a cool name. He's not a cool person.
Yeah.
But,
Hey,
it is a cool
You're
name.
wearing the Red Sox hat, obviously a Boston guy, but are you a Bruins fan?
I hadn't watched the Bruins since the Bobby Orr days. That's a lot of people. That happens to a lot of people like my age. Like just
They
and
gave
then
up after Bobby
You know,
Orr.
I'd see like a part of a game over the years, maybe not even a whole period. Just like, and then about 5 weeks ago, I don't know why, I just tuned in. Like, oh, let me see what's going on here, and I watched the game, and I was like, wow, this is pretty intense. This is amazing. The back and forth, it was like incredible, and I got caught up in it. So I've been watching it like for 5 weeks. So my timing was just
perfect. Yeah,
right.
exactly. You didn't have to sit through all the early
39 years on it.
39 years, and you tuned in at the perfect time. That is true.
As they're making their run. Yeah. Who needed those 39 years when the last 5 weeks were great?
Wow, that is great timing. Jesus, you saved yourself a lot of heartache.
Oh, boy, did you. A couple decades worth.
You're doing stand-up. I was happy to see Steven's in promoting. And have you been doing stand-up all along, or did you take a break and going back to it?
No, I do it like off and on throughout the year. I never take like don't do it at all. I do it scattered throughout the year.
Oh, okay. When you get the urge to?
Well, no, it has to be lined up in advance. But it's like okay, I want to do a certain amount of shows and have this time off and do it. I do a bunch of them, then I don't do it. Then I'll do one, and then I won't do it. Then I'll do like 8 of them, then I won't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's been since like the 80s?
Yeah, since about
wow.
82.
Jesus Christ, just touring around like
He
that.
came out of Boston with all the guys, man.
Oh, yeah.
Why was Boston so hot for comics in the 80s? There's some heavyweights that came out of there at the same time as Steve.
A lot of great comedians. What Leno's before that, though, right? Isn't he?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Years before.
But Steven,
I saw
Leary, Conan. I mean, Conan's not a stand-up, but he's from. There's a shitload of guys from
I
Boston.
saw a great documentary on Boston comics, and then and Stephen Wright was the first one to break out and go to L.A. and be on Carson, right, at the time?
Yeah, that
1982.
documentary was when stand-up stood out.
Yeah, it's a great documentary because all these guys were kind of doing their thing in Boston, and he was the first one to get the call. And then after that, they kind of followed Stephen Wright.
I don't know why that all those people I don't know why that happened like that.
Yeah,
You know,
some
I
kind of
mean,
magic.
It was just like
Well, who'd you come up with? Jimmy mentioned a bunch of them. It was Dennis Leary,
Paula Poundstone,
Paula Poundstone.
Kevin Meaney, Bobcat Goldthwait.
I forgot someone big out of Boston too. I know. I know.
Lenny Clark.
Right.
Oh, Lenny. Yeah.
We love Lenny. He does the show.
Oh, he does? Isn't he?
a riot.
He's
Yeah.
from another planet.
He's a riot.
Oh, Louis. You're before Louis though. Louis is probably
Yeah.
a few years after you.
Yeah.
Louis C.K.
Yeah, Louis was after, I think. But
Nick DiPaolo. I think also after you. Nick is probably late '80s, early '90s.
Nick's angry.
Oh, Nick
Love
is
Nick.
Nick is Boston.
Yeah,
He's the greatest.
Nick is
You know Nick, right?
Boston.
Yeah. Oh, he's great.
He's a
If Boston had a face, it would be Nick. Going, what the fuck do you want? Were you doing comedy? I've read a lot about you. You were doing comedy for 10 months before you did the Tonight Show?
Oh, no, 3 years.
Oh, was it 3 years? See, you read all these bullshit
10
facts.
months
Okay.
would be like, holy shit.
That didn't seem right to me, but I was like, well, there's actors right for the
Yeah.
Tonight Show. It's very clean
Yeah.
and it's a lot of stuff. Okay, 3 years. That makes me feel a little bit better.
3 years still is like, it had to be a little nerve-wracking, though, you know, because, goddamn, especially then it was Carson,
surreal.
you know?
It was surrealistic. I mean, I wanted to go on there. Like, that's why I wanted to do this, to maybe someday go on there. You know,
Yeah.
when I got it in my head when I was 15. So then, like, doing in the clubs, and then, like, Peter LaSalle came to Boston. He was the producer of The Tonight Show. He came to look at colleges for his kids.
Oh, Jesus. God. Wow, what a
in the
stroke of
summer
luck.
of '82. And they had someone wrote an article. There was a club called the Ding Ho Comedy Club. It was half Chinese restaurant, half that was in the
it was in the movie, right?
Someone wrote about an article about it, and it went in the L.A. Times. So he had that club in his head. So then months, I don't know how much long later, 8 months later, when he came to Boston, he remembered the club and he wanted to go in the club. And then he saw me in there, and 3 weeks later, I was on the Tonight Show.
Oh, wow.
It was like a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Did you know he was there?
Yeah.
Oh, you knew he was in the
Yeah,
room, so you did just smart a good set.
And that was when there was only 3, maybe 4 channels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now you're on TV, it's cool and all, but back then, 1982, going on Carson? Oh,
Yeah,
my
a lot of
God.
people were watching you.
That means
Wow, man.
overnight success, obviously. You go from no one knowing your name to everyone the next day.
Yeah, that changed my career, my whole life.
Sure.
What
And
happened
just that
right after-
one, like, in just like 8 minutes. Like,
One
I don't
lousy
think-
8-minute
I think
set.
that can happen now because it's
It's
so many
hard.
chances.
It's a lot harder.
What happened with
After you did your Tonight Show, the next day, was it like wherever you went, people had seen you on the show? Or how did it meet? Because I know immediately back then, things were just different.
Yeah.
Especially if he like called you over or if he acknowledged that he enjoyed you.
It was a couple of days later. I was in Dodger Stadium watching a game. When that's the first time I ever got recognized. It was like 3 days later.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah. It's a weird feeling, right?
Yeah, it is.
And then he's like, get the hell away from me. First time you're ever recognizing you, just, hey, come on, I'm trying to have a moment here.
No, you talk to people when they first start recognizing you. You really talk to them like, "Oh, thanks a lot." Were you home with your friend? You know, you ask a lot of questions.
Stay a while.
Yeah.
Where you going?
2 years later, you're like, "Oh, why don't you just throw yourself into a fucking ditch? You saw the show, drop dead. Thanks." Fucking trying to eat.
Oh my God.
That's horrible.
So we've heard.
Too true, though.
Yeah. After a while, it gets a little, you know.
That's what we were
the first
talking.
time.
Yeah, we were talking about. You know, just even something like shaking hands. We would do these events, and you realize by the 50th person, you just how many clammy fish belly hands can you shake without? And then you have that horrifying moment where you get done and you're just tired and you don't realize like you're eating a slice of pizza and went, shit, I didn't watch. I ate it already.
Hope no one had hep.
Yeah, you just don't know what the hell you're throwing in your mouth.
But we love them. We love it. Every single one.
Oh, yeah, every single one of them.
Love them
I stopped touching my face while I'm working out because I realized, like, I'm on the elliptical, and it's like
You must be
people's-
able to touch your face all the time. See, I'm implying you
Because
don't
I have
work
man
out.
tits. Yeah, you're right. You're correct.
All right.
But no, man, you start
Oh,
your hands are on the thing, and
Yeah.
you're like, I didn't even wipe this down first. I'm fucking like, touching my nose or like scratching
Itching
my
everything,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
This does make you a little germy, kind of.
Fuck yeah.
You kind of get a little because
I
you
wi-
deal with too many people.
I wish I didn't have it. Like, I wish I wasn't aware of it.
Is it like an issue, like a big issue with you, or is it just kind of I'd rather not?
I'd rather not. It just creeped in. over the years. You
Yeah.
know, those TV shows, when they investigate murders and stuff, and they're going through the room with the light, the blue light, and there's all the scum is all over. Well, this isn't scum, but it's not his scum. This is someone else. Wasn't involved in the murder, but look at this, Frank. And then it's like, little tiny things, and it's like, well, wait a minute. That's, that seeps in. These shows seep in. So
You start thinking about it.
Yeah.
Now, you obviously stay at a lot of hotels.
Oh,
so is that a nightmare for you?
It's not a nightmare, but your brain, my brain has little, things so I can function. It's like, you can't think of everything. Like you were thinking of the equipment. I think of the exercise equipment.
Sure.
I ride an exercise bike, so I'm super aware of when I'm in there doing that. But the hotel room, I got a block, part of my brain, they shut down the fuses. Like, do not think of this. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere.
You mean you don't roll up in the bedspread as soon as you get to your room?
Bring my own
they don't wash those things ever.
The bedspreads?
Oh, man.
Yes, because when they do.
Why would they wash those?
Yeah, they do the sheets and stuff. But
but the bedspread, I bet you they have a protocol once a year. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't touch the bedspread.
They do a bedspread run.
Steven's head is in his hands right now.
Sorry.
No. When they investigated Mike Tyson, remember that when he was accused of rape?
Yeah.
They went in, and I can't believe I know this.
It's all right.
They found sperm on the bedspread, but it wasn't his. So then that sticks in my head. So from then on, bedspreads would, as soon as I go in, I just...
Yeah, peel it off.
Not that it's going to do anything. Sperm's not going to hurt you, is it, Jim?
Probably not, no. I hate when I get it in the eye, because that does give you a pink eye, believe me. I showed up at a tough crowd once, my eye was red, and someone's like, what happened? I'm like, if you want a real answer, I'll give it to you. You're not going to like it.
You're not going to like the answer.
Yeah, that's why they call me the distance kid.
Distance kid.
Oh, yeah.
What gets me in hotels is the TV remote. Because I know personally, I've had
all this.
I've had relations in a hotel room, and then you just kind of roll over, and your hands were everywhere.
First
and
thing
then
you do is grab
the remote. You're changing channels.
That's the
worst thing.
The whole room,
right?
That's
because
the
everyone's
worst thing.
touching
It's
it.
a known thing. It's not my opinion. That's the worst thing in the whole.
Yeah,
remote.
the worst thing. That remote probably lights up like a Peter Max painting when they put the black light on it.
Do you know? Hotels, they also clean a lot too. But that's only the areas you're gonna the faucet. They do more cleaning than probably most people too, because every day there's could be a maid in there washing. But I'm like, Steven, I block it out because it could drive you crazy. But then I'm like, you know what?
You just can't think about it.
I fucked so many times without a rubber. Fuck it.
What can I possibly
what are they
get
gonna do to
that
me?
I don't have already?
I think we're making our guest a little uncomfortable.
No,
he's looking around the room.
No.
He's like,
he deals with this.
But
It's great because you have to deal with it, and you're able to, which is good. It's not like I stay in a trailer or I have a truck bring me places like John Madden, have it scrubbed down wherever you go.
He's reaching for tissues. Why don't we move on to something else?
It's subconscious. I don't even know why I was doing it.
Just let me hold this.
Let me hold this. I might need it.
But it's an interesting psychology because we all have it to a certain degree.
Yeah, yes, it's where your line is.
Yeah,
like Howie Mandel is
Mandel's crazy with
he's
it,
the go-to guy. Like, well, I'm not as bad as Howie. Like when you're drinking and drugging, you're like, well, I'm not as bad as that guy. Howie is the germ guy.
It's driving him nuts.
Yeah,
He's having a tough time with that. Last time he was in here, he was telling us he was having a tough time with that.
And he's open about it and he talks about it. It's hard because once you get something in your head, man, it's fucking. You know who got me started on it? Rich Voss.
Oh,
Rich Voss got me started. I don't shake hands. And I shake hands.
It's like no one wants to shake your hand, Rich.
But he has horrible little rock hands.
They are like
he doesn't want human interaction at all.
Right. I didn't realize with Rich, it's obviously it's a long line of rapes.
You can't touch this guy.
Yeah, I'm sure he suffered many.
As soon as you touch him, he just gets all like he gets really uncomfortable.
That's great.
What do you mean he has rock hands?
Oh, his hands are he has small gargoyle hands. They're really unpleasant visually, and they feel terrible. They're not nice hands to touch.
He plays a lot of golf, so he has those really thick over-the-top calluses.
They're the hands of a dummy. Like if you ever seen what a dummy's hands should feel like, they're Voss.
The hands of a working man.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't be happy if he wouldn't find out about it. I would like people to Twitter Voss. He has dumb. I told him his hands are like turtle feet.
Well, what can he do about it? Though?
Nothing. He has to live.
Just want him to know.
He's doomed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you know Voss? He's a comedian. He's a buddy of mine. Okay.
Rich is right now going, she knows me. We met one time. Shut up. No one remembers you.
Hey, how was it winning an Oscar? I think Stephen Wright might be the first Oscar winner in our studio.
Ooh, really?
I'm trying to think. You might be right.
I think you're the only one, sir. And we've been doing this a long time. 1989, right?
Dreyfus never won one?
Did Dreyfus win? He was in, XM.
I remember. Yeah, Richard was in.
Did he ever win, though?
I don't know.
I love him.
Yeah, isn't he great?
He's funny.
But you have an Oscar, right?
Yeah.
Where's that Oscar right now?
It's on a table in my house, in my living room.
Nice.
Was that 89? That was way after. Was that 8 after that? Because I remember Barry Katz.
Best short film, 1989.
Oh, it was? Okay. Barry Katz told me about it for some reason.
Yeah.
Well, that was incredibly weird because we made a film for HBO. We didn't even make it to go in the theater.
Yeah.
I mean, we went in there to see if we could make a half-an-hour movie, and they said yeah, and then we wrote it, and me and my friend Mike Armstrong wrote it, and Dean Pariseau directed it, and then we gave it to them, and they liked it a lot, so then they played it in the theaters, and if it plays in New York or L.A., then it's eligible, and then it was nominated, and then it won. We didn't even make it. We made it, it was like throwing a dart, like this thing was called The Appointments of Dennis Jennings. It was like throwing that to HBO, like, and a big gust of wind blew it 50 miles to the right, and it went in. Where did it go? It's stuck in over there.
By that Oscar.
That is amazing.
Yeah,
it really is.
It's realistic.
How long of a film is it? 20?
30 minutes.
Oh, 30 minutes?
And when they call the name, do you just go like, I won this?
Just
what
weird.
happened?
Like, it's happening, but it's not happening.
Yeah.
And me and the director went up, and I said, this is for the short film category, and we're really glad now that we cut out the other 60 minutes.
There's your Stephen Wright right there.
Perfect, man.
That must have gotten a massive laugh. That is very funny.
Dreyfus did win for Goodbye Girl. The Goodbye Girl, 1977.
I would have thought it was for Mr. Holland's Opus.
Nominated.
And someone's saying Sinbad won an Oscar? Get the fuck out of here.
What did he win
Is someone
for?
just fucking around
Yeah,
now?
they have to be. They have to be.
Have you guys known each other before the show?
Yeah, kind of. I used to come on his show.
Yeah,
I was in construction for many years. I never did radio or anything, and then I was doing song parodies and stuff, so I sent a few. It was during the O.J. Simpson thing.
Yeah, we didn't really...
Sent it into his show, and he played it. The fans liked it. He invited me in to do it live, and then we just started talking, and it was like, oh,
Now
great.
we've been doing this
Left my
17 years
tools.
we're up to.
Wow.
And then we went up to Massachusetts to do radio at WAAF, and I just threw my tools out the window, my sheet metal worker tools
fuck that.
out the window, and thought, I could always buy new ones
But
if
it
I
is-
fall on my ass.
It is weird we're doing a radio show
Great.
because OJ killed those people, though. It's kind
Yeah.
of strange. That's the
Yes.
only
Yeah.
reason we got together.
If OJ didn't commit
No,
those heinous crimes,
that is the truth. I don't know if we would have met if
I'd
OJ
still be in an attic.
because OJ had to kill the people that made him go. I'm going to write a song about it. I heard about the song. I played the song, and that's why we're doing radio.
Do you know if you ever meet
yes.
OJ's, if you ever meet Denise Nicole's sister, you should
Brown
say,
Simpson,
"Do
yeah.
I have a story for you?"
Yeah,
but
right.
think lemons and lemonade.
yes.
But how else?
Really think of the good that came of it.
We wouldn't have met. It was just one of those chance things.
No.
Wow.
And 17 years later, we're still.
Was your show
Still doing
in
this.
here?
Oh no, this goes back
Long
to
Island.
Long
Long
Island.
Island, then you went together to Boston.
Yeah.
For how long did you go to Boston?
3 years about, and then we got fired
We
for
were the mayor guys
saying the mayor Menino died
in a
and
car
we got
accident.
in trouble. Yeah,
for
that was
April
great.
Fools. We were those guys.
Ooh, we were
God.
we were wacky. Look out!
Yeah, we were those guys.
And then they
Man, did
rewarded
they
us.
run us out of town.
They rewarded us by giving us a higher paying job right here back in New York City. So, hey,
And that
great.
wasn't good enough
We
for
get
us,
to
so
come
we
home.
fucked that gig up.
Yeah, we fucked that up, and then got a better job.
I came on around.
great.
I came with
Yeah.
him about 2000. Here's how when they fucked the gig up.
In here?
No, this was at WNEW. It was an afternoon drive show.
Yeah, on the regular standard radio.
I was paying $300 a month to live with a comedian named Jim Florentine in Jersey and his girlfriend. So it was a $900 rent, split 3 ways. I say, fuck it, I'm going to move into New York. So I'm on the radio every day. I pick up a rent that is 7 times higher. 7 times higher. A $2,200 a month rent. And 5 months later, we're off the air. And I have a 2-year lease.
Oh, shit.
You've never seen a panic-stricken fucking person.
Whoops.
27, 5 months later.
No
off
wonder
the
you
air.
were blowing Colin.
I couldn't have thrown you guys under the bus faster for Colin when Tough Crowd came around. I was like, oh, fuck those guys. Come on, Colin.
Okay, come on.
Reservoir Dogs, it's so cool, too, every time I watch it, because we've had Madsen in.
Yeah.
You're a part of like an amazing cult. It's nice. I love to see comedians in places like that. It kind of gives you hope.
Yeah, that is. It's. You don't realize how huge of a part that is in that movie to set the mood. You know, it's Steelers Wheel. You announcing Steelers Wheel, and
I still think when I hear that song, I think of that.
That's.
Scene,
I think everyone thinks that.
How could he not at this point?
And I'm glad you're here because I could ask whose idea was it to say behemoth.
Well, I did like one or two takes of each thing, and I stumbled on that one, and I did it again to make it right, but he chose that one.
It's so funny. Behemoth, you know, and the way it goes, behemoth. It gets me every time, man.
It works.
Yeah, I was lucky to get in there because the woman who edited his movie, Sally Menke, she edited the Dennis Jennings movie that I made. So the whole movie was almost done. Like, Reservoir Dogs was almost done, but he didn't have the voice. He knew the guy was going to be on the radio, but he didn't have the voice. And she suggested me, and he liked the idea. So that's
what you're saying is you're the luckiest guy in show business. Pretty much what I'm getting.
There's a lot of lucky stories here.
That's true.
It's another dart being thrown somewhere.
Just say because I'm talented. Enough of the lucky story.
He's had some amazing, really good luck.
He has.
It is
obviously
I have, really.
You're a brilliant.
I know that, too. I know.
Now, you're a brilliant comic, Stephen, right?
Yeah,
but a lot of it is right place, right time, too. It's like, it's nice, again.
That's with anything, man. Of course. Yeah, but you got to be able to back it up. You know, I've seen people get lucky, and then it's like, oh, yeah, they suck. That's right.
But stand-up is such a, like, I watched recently with the HBO, what was the young comedians thing you did? It was, I think, at Catch in New York. They filmed it.
Yeah, with Alan King is the host.
The host, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah.
That was in 82.
82. I remember Stephen from that. I used to watch those when I was younger.
I used to watch those all the time.
And to see a stand-up being so opposite what everybody else, because everybody, especially in the early 80s, was fucking high energy and crazy. Yeah. And then to come out and just silence people and make them listen to that was really a ballsy.
Yeah. You got to have a lot of confidence in your material when you're pretty much just monotone and quiet.
I can, but I didn't know how to do it another way. You know, it wasn't like, well, I'll do this. You know, it was just my only. I know what you're saying. I know your angle on that, but I didn't know how to do it any other way. And when in the early days when there was a lot of talking in the audience, hecklers and stuff, noise, you know, when the place is noisy in the club, I would just talk softer. And it would quiet the room down because I was talking even lower than I normally did because I didn't know how to, like, say wisecrack things, interact like a guy like Lenny would.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, just bash a heckler or something.
I didn't know what to do.
That's a great idea, though, because that obviously would force the people to shut the hell up and.
It worked. I don't know why it worked. They could have just talked even more or ignored me.
Yeah.
But somehow I stumbled on it by accident. You know how you learn things by accident.
Yeah.
Like little tiny things happen, and your brain goes, well, wait a minute, I got to remember that for future reference. And this whole thing starts piling up. You know, because you're your own teacher. You're your student. You're a student and your own teacher.
Yeah.
So that was like I stumbled on that. Okay, now when that happens again, I'll talk softly.
And it's weird. It's like you see alternative comics. To me, I've always thought they all want to be Steven in that, but they miss what he does, which is has great jokes. Like a lot of them are funny, but they want to deadpan and they want to be they want their words concentrated on, but they forget that you have to have funny stuff to say too. And not all comics, but I mean that when I watched that movement happening, I was like, they're all trying to be Steven and they don't even know it. But you would go up there, not 1 ounce of muscling jokes, no bullshit, just stand there and quietly and fucking murder. And it was like, there's something, he makes it look like, wow, that's got to be easy to do. And then you try it, it's like, holy shit, they won't stop talking. It's hard.
Where did that come from growing up? I guess, did you just observe a lot of stuff and realize, wow, that's pretty strange? I could twist that around and make it funny.
Well, I didn't really write any jokes till I wanted to do this. Had it in my head since I was 15, and then I went to school and college and everything. I went out west to Colorado and California. And when I came back, my brother was getting married. I came back in '79 because he was getting married. When I came back, I heard of the Comedy Connection. I didn't even know there was a club in Boston. And then I thought, well, I've had this in my head since I was 15. I better go down to the club. This is amazing. I don't have to go to New York or L.A. I don't think I had the strength as a 23-year-old. I didn't have the balls to move to New York.
To leave, yeah.
I didn't have really a plan. It was a fantasy to do this.
Right.
Well, when I came back and I heard the club was right there, I was like, well, I got to go down and check it out. So I went down and I watched a show, and I learned that the open mic night was in 2 weeks. So it was every week, but I decided I would go in 2 weeks. And then I wrote stuff during that time to go back, but I had never written any jokes before that.
Really?
Did you get laughs the first night?
I was on for about 3 minutes, and they laughed at about half of it, like in and out. And I mean, I was so nervous. That's one reason I had the straight. I have a straight face kind of anyway, but I was petrified.
You're
Such an
just
introvert,
scared.
just like, oh my. So I was like this, like trying to remember the joke, say the right joke. What's next? Just like if someone had a gun on me off stage. If you make a mistake, they're going to blow your head off. And then it just worked. I mean, that's how I talk anyway. But,
Yeah.
But, so Mike, Mike McDonald, comedian?
I know the name. I don't know him.
Well, he was doing it already. I went to Emerson with him, and Larry was at Emerson, too. And Mario Cantone was at Emerson.
Oh, wow, okay.
So
Another Boston guy.
I'm going to see him tonight in Caroline's.
Is he doing Caroline's?
Yeah. And he's amazing. What a mind he has. Jeez. So, I forgot what I said. Oh, Mike, I came off, and I was very disappointed. I thought, that was horrible. They didn't laugh at everything. But out of innocence, out of not knowing. And Mike said, look, you never even did it ever in your life. And they laughed at half of it. So rip out the stuff that didn't work and write other stuff and put it in and then come back. And so when I left, from him saying that to me, I've said this many times over the years, I left the place seeing it like a positive experience rather than like, oh shit, that sucked.
Right.
I leave the place and I'm going, I can't believe it. They laughed at something I made up. I absolutely can't believe it. Cool. And then I kept going back. So he had a big impact on me.
That one guy being nice to you, it is weird how that can make or break you.
Yeah, if somebody else came up and went, you suck.
Stories about that.
Don't quit your day job.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thanks.
But
Thanks for the support.
Another comedian, it is nice when somebody in the business, because people can be very cutthroat, but sees a guy who's young and it's like, hey, he's funny, and just tells you something. People don't realize what an impact that really has. I always try to be nice to younger comics, because I remember like when people were nice to me and talked to me like I meant something. It's fun. It was an incredibly. If they would have let me know I was not going to be in their club, I never would have come back. If they would have let me know, like, you're not going to be a part of this ever. But they were very welcoming. Most comics were pretty good.
Did you love it, like, right from that first time, even though you were nervous? When you got off stage, were you just thinking, I want to do that again?
I knew I wanted to do it again. I don't know if I said it. I guess I love it. I didn't think that I loved it. I loved the idea that I was 23, and I had it in my head to be a comedian since I was 15. So what is that, like 8 years? 8 years. I thought 8 years it was a concept, and then that night they laughed at a joke I made up. So that was like a turning point. I was like, geez.
Where do you think you were headed if it wasn't for comedy?
I went to Emerson for mass communication, doing radio.
Oh, okay.
I thought I could be funny on the radio, I would somehow get. To stand up, but I didn't know how.
He's got.
You're a busy guy today.
Well, the Stanley Cup is a block away from here, and I hear you're going to be going down there and hoisting it or something.
No, I'm not hoisting it. What happened?
I'm not going to hoist this thing.
I'm not touching that.
I'd like to hang out longer.
Oh, good. Well,
yes.
Yeah, your guys are telling me.
Absolutely.
No problem then.
But I go in to get this coffee on the way here, and the woman comes in with a Bruins hat, and she sees my Red Sox hat. Oh, did you see the series? Oh, I'm going to see the Stanley Cup. What? I'm going to see the Stanley Cup. It's on 47th and 6th. She said, that's why I'm here. So then I'm thinking, oh, my God. I can do the show and then go down there and see. It's unbelievable. And I was telling Pam that, like, this wouldn't have happened. I live in Carlisle, Massachusetts. If I went in Dunkin' Donuts, this morning to get a coffee. Oh, the Stanley Cup's going to be down the street.
In Carlisle, yeah.
with 3 of the players.
Right.
3 of the players are going to be there, too.
Wait, another lucky fucking story.
Right, I know. You're making me self-conscious.
Now I'm starting to believe
kill
it's
myself.
all his luck. Everything he does, he just lucks into.
Jesus Christ.
Now I have to say, you're not brilliant, sir.
Oh, my God.
The funny thing is they usually bring the Stanley Cup in here, but this year, for some reason, they passed us by, man. Usually, we have it right in front of you. You could have done both of that at the same time.
But you're right. The good luck of just watching after all those years, just tuning in a few months ago, and then he happens to show up where the cup is. I'm going to follow him down because I guarantee you Spielberger's there. Somebody is there.
The Carson thing, because a guy decided that his kids wanted to go to college in Boston, and he had to go to the Chinese joint.
That is fucking.
Man,
this is creepy, Steve.
Like you're adding it up. Later, I'll go to kill myself, and there'll be no bullet in the chamber.
Hey, another lucky shit. Look at that.
Well, the first time you have bad luck, it's going to be really bad luck.
I hear Chara, Thomas, and Bergeron are going to be there. Wow, a block away from here.
Cool.
Is it a zoo down there? Does anyone know? I mean, you'll go to the front of the line.
Yeah.
What is it? A bar? Is it a bar they're doing?
No, it's the NHL store.
Oh, I forgot about that.
That's a block away from here.
What was your first bad, really awful stage experience? It must have been one that you were like, because we usually have that one where we're like, am I in the right fucking job here?
Well, like a couple of years in, during the early 80s, they would have the comedy clubs, but then outside in the suburbs, like 40 minutes away or something, they'd have comedy one night, but it wasn't a comedy club.
Yeah.
And there was a place in Leominster, Mass. called Scampy's. and it was like a nightclub thing. And that was the worst thing ever, because one thing I learned was that the audience should know there's going to be a show.
Oh, yeah.
Because it was music. It was like disco music. People dancing. And maybe a little sign like this big off to the side where you come in, no one sees it. And then all of a sudden they shut the music off and the lights stop. And a guy walks out with a microphone and puts it on the dance floor. And then he started the show, and he introduced me. I came out, and it was insane.
Here's a guy that's interrupting your night.
Just blankly, it was the worst. That was the worst. What about you? Where was one of your worst?
Rascals in Ocean Township. I was working with a guy named Bob Levy, who I loved. He was a headliner who I used to. I used to work like the open mic in the bar area. I never worked a big room, and so Bob, who I really admired, was hosting. And, like a young talent night. He brought me on, and I bombed. Actually, the only time I've ever walked off stage. I was like 7 minutes in.
You didn't finish?
Yeah, I was like, I actually said to the audience, am I too dirty? And, it was awful. And some guy, this wasn't even a good heckle, he goes, get a new act.
Oh.
And I couldn't handle that. I was like, ugh. And I went, I'm sorry I wasted your time. And I walked
were you being
off.
Nice?
I was just humiliated.
Yeah.
And because it was like a validation of everything I had ever thought that was negative. Like, here it is. Like, we knew it was coming, didn't we, you fucking nothing? And here it is. And when I walked off, some guy, I'll never forget this one guy goes, you'll get him next time. Which was a cheese dick thing to say. It's like, that's great if you're a little leaguer. I'm not a 21-year-old creep who's probably going to get his dick stared at in a restroom on the way home. Parkway back in those days. Couldn't help it. Looked young. But
that is brutal.
I think it was the night before Desert Storm happened, because I remember I wanted to go on the next. I called the manager that night, the owner, Ward Magnuson, and I'm like, I'm going to get out of the business. He's like, just soul search and see how you feel. And that, for some reason, that just resonated with me.
One night can make you just go, I want out.
Don't you always feel for people when they come up to you and they go, dude, I'm 35 and I've been wanting to do that for 20 years and I just never, and I always feel like, just do it, man. Try it. I always feel for guys who say they wanted to and didn't try it. Yeah. Those guys always are.
You know how horrifying stand-up is, though, for people? Like, to be alone in front of people and think, if they don't laugh, I don't know. The flop sweat that would come out, the fear, the fight or flight response you'd get.
See, I don't know about Jim, but I didn't break it down like that. I was like, it was like, all right, I want to try doing this. I didn't break, like what you just described. I didn't think maybe that would happen.
Really?
I knew it might. I knew it. Who knows what's going to happen? But I didn't like.
You didn't really
break
analyze
it
like that. Yeah.
But I say to people, trying it. I say to people why I did it was I wanted to try it and either have it work or not work. But I didn't want to be doing some job like in Wyoming or doing like an accountant in Wyoming, wondering what would have happened if I tried it. So that I forced myself to do it.
Right, just because and you look back sometimes on those moments, and you go, fucking thank God I didn't listen to my fear, or I didn't make that one turn that would have changed everything, and who knows what I'd be doing now.
Yeah.
You know, watch the odds of it, I would have won the Powerball. I would have bought a ticket and won $300 million.
You have no idea if you hadn't gone to the club that night.
Exactly. If I had been so fucking needy.
Maybe if Steven picked your numbers.
Yeah, maybe it didn't work out. Maybe there was something right around the corner we missed out on.
I might have broken down on the way home, and Bob De Niro might have picked me up.
Exactly.
And said, be in a movie, whatever it was he would say to a young lad in purple workout pants. There's a lot of funny people out there, like on Twitter. You on Twitter?
Yeah.
There's a lot of, it's just Stephen Wright on Twitter?
Yeah, but it's,
STEV, not PH, so people know Stephen Wright to check out on Twitter. There's a lot of funny people out there. Like I laugh sometimes reading, like show fans will write stuff.
Funny guys out there.
There's a lot of funny guys, and like what separates us from them? I mean, maybe we're funnier, or maybe we just did something that they went left and we went right. It's like I'm always looking at people who say I was gonna do it, but I fucking didn't do it, and it's like, oh god. If you're thinking of trying to try it, if you suck, so what? The worst that can happen is you bomb.
Yeah.
What are you gonna go be a cop? Like it's amazing to me how people will take such a dangerous job where you can get shot, or there'll be a fireman like, hey, I just stay with the fire department. Yeah, God forbid they stare at you instead of running into a burning building, you fucking lunatic. What we do is easy compared to what you're doing. The risk factor.
Yeah. You'll be amazed how many people find it a lot scarier to just get up in front of everybody alone with a microphone. They'd rather run into a burning building.
Well, that stops a lot of people going for their dreams. They're scared. It comes down, you're just scared, and there's a comfort zone that you're comfortable with, obviously, so you just kind of stay in there.
We worked together. We did Leary's Comics Come Home, and it was the first time I was ever get to be on stage. It was
Ken Neely's deal.
Yeah, it was great.
We used to go every year, man. What a great lineup. I'm kind of bummed they stopped filming that damn thing, because I can't get up there every year now.
Did they stop filming it?
Yeah, years ago.
I wonder if the comics put a stop to that.
Huh?
I wonder if the comedian said no. Maybe comedians stopped signing off.
I don't know. Maybe it was just time to move on from that. But that Comics Come Home every year is great.
But it was like watching you on stage. I had never seen you live, only on television, and it was fucking hilarious, man. I mean, there was like 6,000 people there, and you just murdered. It gives you faith in audiences when you see a guy not doing bullshit and not overselling stuff and doing real jokes and just killing, and you're like, all right, well.
You had a great set that night too.
Yeah, they were good.
Excellent.
Thank you. They were a good crowd, man. It was a fun night. No, I don't think anybody ate their balls. Although you're always kind of rooting for that, It's like you're always kind of rooting for someone to bomb.
Someone's got to go down,
yeah.
First time I saw her was in the cellar.
Oh God, right.
About like a year and a half ago, maybe.
Yep.
Excellent.
Thank
Fantastic.
you. Oh, thank you, man. And one of the comedians was really nervous that you were there. This guy, Anthony. Anthony Jeselnik. He was really nervous that Steve
Really?
Yeah. Like he
Big
wanted
fan?
Yeah, he loves Steven. And he wanted to perform well. And I don't know how he did, but I heard it wasn't as good as he had hoped.
Ooh.
Which I'm really hoping that's true, if anybody knows Anthony.
I got a question for Steven. Did you ever feel the pressure of changing your delivery? Because you're so unique and kind of monotone. Did you ever feel like I need to get more energetic? Obviously it works, and I'm not questioning that at all, but you're so unique. Did you feel like, oh boy, maybe I should change this up? Maybe earlier in the career
because
or something?
It was later.
There's not
on?
a lot of guys like you at all.
Did you mean later on or in the beginning?
Probably no. You know what you're doing. Obviously, I'm talking in the beginning.
No,
because you hit that stage and extremely unique compared to everybody else.
There was no like how you're thinking about it. I didn't think about it.
Right.
All I did was try to write jokes that I thought was funny.
But that's a lot of confidence.
The rest, no, it was innocence. It was like
innocence. Okay.
It was like how I was saying it. It didn't even enter my mind. I was just trying to write things that maybe they'll laugh at this. It wasn't until a year later in the Boston Phoenix, someone wrote an article about me, and it said, no, monotone, deadpan, and I was like, deadpan, maybe.
Is that good?
Maybe I guess I am monotone. I guess I never even thought about it my entire life.
Sure.
So I didn't break it down like like you are. It was like just the jokes. The whole rest of it was like it just was happening.
But watching from the outside, you hit, and everyone's like,
But
what?
not even
What?
wow. Not even the delivery stuff, but just the jokes themselves are very unique.
The whole act is unique.
And it seems like when you tell a joke, you kind of look at it like, well, why the fuck didn't I think of that? Like it's pretty much an observation of everyday life, but you do twist it around. It's a very unique talent. And were you doing that like at 8 years old, just kind of
I didn't write
around?
Jokes till that.
No,
time.
not writing. I couldn't write. Working on my penmanship.
I would remember liking words. Like I remember saying the word premises over and over for no reason when I was like 14.
Till it doesn't sound like it anymore.
And I remember being in junior high, sitting with some guys saying, "Imagine a flock of false teeth." Like, you know, I mean, that's not an actual joke, but it was just like the layering concepts.
And it sounds nice.
With
it
words.
feels good coming. A flock of false teeth. It's almost something that could get you slapped in the face, and yet it's totally clean. There's something pleasing about saying that. It's pleasing to the palate to say a flock of false teeth.
But it is a lot of stuff where you're like, wow, goddamn, that's brilliant. That it's right in front of your face.
Well, those
but
are the best jokes. They're not. Most of them aren't like that, but the best ones are the ones that when you think of it, and then it's like, wow, this has been sitting there.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen this.
A little bit of sand has been over it.
Yeah. Blew it away a little bit.
It's like, you think the ones that are like obvious, but no one did it yet.
Do you know, as we're talking,
your toe on it.
You exactly.
Walking through the sand.
Another luck thing in it.
Yeah.
Look at that joke. That is a perfect joke. I wasn't on this beach right now.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I truly don't believe that. By the way.
No, it's funny.
I
man.
think you're brilliant and you deserve everything you got, but it's this luck thing is kind of funny today.
I will never again, literally, hear the phrase like "that's a small world" without in my head tagging it with, but I wouldn't want to paint it. It's like what a that was made to be a setup. It's a small world. That's a semicolon after world. Yeah. And he fucking picked it up, and you're right. That's exactly it. It's like, and there it is. That's gem.
You know, it's jokes. It's funny goddamn jokes, which makes the act. Man.
Who did you like coming up? When you were young, who did you kind of look at?
Well, I watched Johnny all the time. I loved Robert Klein.
Yeah. Love Klein. Love him.
Amazing.
You ever see Robert Klein at Yale? Where he's talking about the Mummers Day Parade and he's wearing that awful sweater.
No.
You probably had seen this, one of his specials from Yale. He's one of the greatest.
Him and David Brenner and Pryor and Bill Cosby and Carlin. My main guys were Carlin and Woody Allen. There was a radio show in Boston. Every Sunday night they played 2 comedy albums. The guy would play one cut from one to the other, back and forth, till he played both albums. I stumbled on this around the same age I was starting to watch Johnny, like 15. I had a radio in bed with me, and every Sunday I tuned in, and I heard both albums, laying there in the dark, listening, and I was like, I think I was studying it without knowing. I just loved it so much, and I thought, I like what that guy's doing. Oh, that's interesting. And Woody Allen did a double stand-up album before he made movies. It was called The Stand-Up Years, double album. And I heard that, and it was like, that's amazing. The writing of the jokes, the way he wrote stuff. So him and Carlin were my main guys.
Oh, wow.
I think Woody might be, because Pryor and Carlin were social geniuses, and Woody might be the best pure joke writer ever.
I agree.
It was from 62, 63, and it's whatever 64 maybe, and it has none of that stuff has been. That was in the era of Take My Wife, Please,
right? Yeah.
And fucking Woody comes out with this brilliant. It's still funny. I still listen to it. I'm like awed by how great he was at writing jokes.
I just saw his new movie, the other night. It was unbelievable.
I heard it's really good.
At midnight. Fantastic.
Midnight in Paris, right?
Yeah. I've seen the movies over the years, and I think, that's good, that's pretty good, that's good. And I was blown away by this one.
Wow.
I might go see it again. I very rarely go see the movie twice while it's in the theater, maybe 3 times in the last 15 years.
He still writes on a typewriter.
He does?
He's a weird guy. Yeah, he uses a typewriter to write. He does not use a computer. He's
That's
like one
probably
of those
makes him comfortable.
He likes that feeling. Probably.
Probably makes him comfortable.
That's good. I act on a typewriter.
What did you find, what attracted you to Carson? Like, what did you like about Johnny and that show?
He was, I don't know, he was likable, and he was like, to do that new material every night, that new 5 minutes. I can't really. I loved him. I don't even know what what it was like.
I watched him all the time too. I watched him all the time growing up, and there was just something so likable about the guy.
Yeah.
And just funny, goofy, so like the Mighty Carson Art Players, and when he'd do those bits and his monologue, like he wasn't afraid to acknowledge that a joke bombed, and it made it even funnier.
That was the thing. The joke either worked or he made it funny because it didn't work. It always worked.
No one else was really goofing on the fact that their jokes didn't work back then either. It's like,
and he knew how to handle, like he knew how to laugh. And they said he never tried to be the star. He was the funniest guy in the room, but he just lobbed them up and then stepped back and let you.
Exactly.
He never competed with his guests to be funnier or smarter than they were.
And how many times did you do the Tonight Show?
About 12.
About 12 times?
Wow. And he was just like what you said. I mean, he wanted you to get the laughs. He wanted you, he just set it up like he was so smooth, too. He could talk to anybody. A scientist, a 5-year-old kid, an actor. Yeah, anyone. It was always smooth. It was never an awkward conversation.
And you never noticed, like the setups. You never wondered, how does he know he went scuba diving? Who the fuck told him? You never realized.
You never thought of that.
It never occurred to me.
Yeah.
Someone told me, and it was flawless.
Nothing but the most memorable O&A appearances from the biggest names in comedy.
Just another sign of the absolute disintegration and decay of this country.
A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving will continue.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel.
Segment 8. It's a Chip Chipperson Thanksgiving extravaganza celebration. This is about Rich and his wife, Bonnie. Rich's ignorance in technology and social media. He gives out his Facebook password like a stupid cocksucker. He's fucking dumb. His account gets hacked. And then his Twitter and his email got hacked because they had the same password. What a stupid fucking cocksucker he is. My password's 1234. My mother said, keep it a simple one, Chipper, because you forget a lot of things. Bonnie's on the phone or something, and she's unfazed with her husband is that stupid. I guess she knows he's a fucking dumb cocksucker. I hate Rich. He's got little fucking turtle hands. And my mother said, don't trust him because he's a Jewy kiteburger, Chipper. I said, what's the matter, Ma? She goes, you never trust Jewy kiteburgers. If you roll a penny down the street, they'll all run out for a Chipper. Don't ever trust them. I was like, all right.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
Rich Voss, here you go for Rich Voss. RichVoss.com. Rich Voss on MySpace.
Yeah.
What's your Twitter thing?
I don't fucking Twitter. Rich Voss, Twitter. I don't know how
What do you mean
do
you
that.
don't Twitter?
I Twitter all
You
the
don't
time.
know
I got
how to-
fucking. I love it.
So I'm asking you what
Wait, you just say you don't know how to do
No,
that.
I don't know. You can give a Twitter address.
Nobody
Holy
acknowledged you
shit.
talked.
All right,
I don't
you know
know.
what? No promotion for your Twitter today. Fuck
Twitter
you.
Rich Voss, I guess.
No,
How
it's
is it?
not that.
What is it?
It's certainly not that.
Did you pick a name when you signed up for Twitter?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God! Don't you know what? You don't
Yeah.
get the promotion for your Twitter.
Comic 630.
That's your Twitter name?
I think so. Comic 630.
Why? What's wrong with you?
What do you mean? What's
You
wrong?
put your profession, your age, and then a 0.
How about you work off the name Rich Voss? How about you work off the name Rich Voss? Maybe Rich Voss is taken, so you do Rich Voss.
Would it say on
asshole,
here?
or-
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Oh, my.
Rich Voss.
He doesn't know. What's the Comic 630 thing?
You're still using a stylus?
Huh? Obviously, you're not.
Oh, shit.
Oh, he does
Game
lob
on
them-
today.
He does lob them back at you, Jim.
Game on today. You came prepared.
It's at Rich Voss.
Why are you using a
No, it's not. I don't think.
It's Rich Voss. VOS.
Why are you using a fucking
Stylus.
Could some
Remember the stylus?
Why you get a fucking tap screen? What are you doing with that
Rich?
thing?
My fingers are too nubby to tap shit on. I might end up breaking the glass.
Did you get that on eBay?
No.
You're finally buying stuff in stores.
Yeah,
That's good. All right,
nubby
that's
fingers.
I just
that's
bought
an
a golf
improvement.
bag on eBay.
Improvement. Hey, maybe a fan could call up and tell everyone what Rich Voss's Twitter thing is, because
But-
Rich really doesn't know.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Rich Voss in studio. We're trying to get to the bottom of his Twitter thing. Someone, by the way, Rich, is saying that you do the worst tweets ever.
Oh.
And by the way, your stupidity...
It goes beyond reason. Your
stupidity just continues to amaze.
Do you know what you did?
Jimmy doesn't even have an idea. You both were out of the studio, right? What is your Twitter name?
Like, if someone wants to see your Twitter, what would they have to type in to see your Twitter?
Wait till you hear this one, Jimmy. What is your Twitter name?
Rich Voss.
So you
why
go
were
to www.twitter.com/Rich Voss.
And you can start following Rich Voss.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was
the thing you said earlier?
And what was the thing earlier?
Oh.
What was the comic thing?
I don't know. Don't say it because it might be something else.
Oh, it might be?
No, it is something else.
And
You
everyone
idiot.
fucking picked up on it, and they are hacking the shit out of your
Let
Twitter
me
site
explain.
right now.
Rich Voss gave out his password for his Twitter account. And
that comic thing that he gave out earlier was his password.
and Lucky Mo Step from Kentucky now owns your Twitter.
And it said, look at the big post he put. He gave his password. What an idiot. Rich.
I didn't even know Twitter had a password.
So some dude from Kentucky now controls your Twitter.
Oh, that's
Can you?
Wow,
Can,
you are as dumb
Kentucky,
as they come.
can you tweet that I'll be at Marco Island next week?
Now he just sees it as some guy that he's hired to.
I'm glad I got somebody running my shit. Fucking, I was getting tired of these little
You were
tweets.
getting tired of trying to come up with clever tweets.
Can you put a new?
Hysterical.
Can you put a new? I don't want to lose all the people I'm
It's
following.
not yours anymore. Unless
It's
this
not
guy
mine.
does the right thing and gives
All
it
the
back
people,
to
you have 3,000 people that follow you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Opie's got over 30,000.
Oh, really? The guy on the radio has over 30,000, and I have.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You're
Hold
the
on,
guy
hold
on the
on.
radio right now. He gives out the address. You give out the password.
Wait, it's little Nicky has arrived.
Let's all look at
Here's
little
little
Nicky.
Nicky. He's
Where's
got
he
a
going?
suitcase
He's
today.
got a suitcase.
Oh, he's rolling a
Hi,
suitcase
Nicky.
down the hall. There goes
Hi, little Nicky.
All right, back to Rich Voss. So, Rich, we do that
We
to
love
that
when
guy
little
every
Nicky
day.
comes by.
He's late today. It's
I
usually
know,
8:20.
it is a little late.
Rich.
Voss gave out his fucking
How
password.
great is that?
That is typical Voss. Oh, man.
Hey, Rich.
Wow.
Wait. This guy's trying to call in. I think. Wait. We might have the guy. Who's this?
This is Mo Step from Kentucky.
Hey, Mo Steph, if it's really you, how about you twit, I'm Rich Voss and I suck cocks?
Yeah, go ahead. Do that.
Do a lie.
I love this.
Can you do that?
You big Jew nose, you're pathetic.
I'm pathetic.
Listen, big nose.
Actually, he has to come up with a tweet, say it on our show, and
Yeah.
do it at the same time, and that'll prove that you have control of Rich Voss's Twitter account.
Change his picture to something really stupid. Find something on Google like a big
It already
dick.
is.
I didn't pay attention.
He said, change his picture to something really stupid. And I said, it already is.
See, because it's a picture of you, Rich.
I'm a very good-looking man.
Oh, shit.
If
How
I
about
was
Jimmy
single,
wants a hug.
No, put something awful up there.
no. Oh, look
Put
at
a
that.
picture of a
See? No, he
big
wrote Jimmy wants a hug.
Jimmy
There you
wants
go.
a hug.
This guy has your account.
Yeah, he's got your account, dude. That is
Voss,
fantastic.
I'm going to save you, Voss, okay?
Really? You're gonna? Are you booking improvs?
Did you? Hey, did you change the
Listen, Roland
password?
couldn't book you, buddy.
What's that?
Roland couldn't get you a gig.
Oh,
Did you
that-
change the password?
Yes, I did.
He did right away.
He's not
that's
stupid.
brilliant.
What's that? What did he do?
He changed
the
your
password.
password.
To what?
He's not telling you.
Yeah, to what? Let's say it again, Rick.
Yeah, let him blurt it out so someone else can take it now.
It looks like a good guy's got your account. So
Who's this guy right
yeah,
here?
he seems like
I'm
he's
sure
all right.
he'll on hold. He'll
Help
give
you
the
out,
password
Rich.
to Travis, and he'll give it back to you. But in the meantime, yeah, right. I'm Rich Voss. I love cock.
cut. Make sure
Actually,
it's cut.
I'm Rich Voss would just fucking cover that.
Yeah. I'm Rich Voss. I love black cock.
Can you put a space between my name?
No, stupid. It's just like your account name.
Oh, okay. Listen, don't call me stupid. With that accent, we're going to try to build a relationship.
With that accent,
you and
he
I.
got your password and now runs your fucking Twitter site.
Hey, can you update my MySpace and my Facebook?
Why don't you get that password out over the air?
No, those are numbers. I don't even know those are.
This is going to work in your favor. Now people are going to want to follow you to see what this guy from Kentucky writes for you. You should let him have it for a few days.
All right.
It's a good promotion for you.
Yeah, because he's
Rich Voss, one word on Twitter to see what Moss Def.
And it's one S. A lot of people spell it with two.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Leave off the last S for failure.
Yeah, we know what that S is for. Exactly.
Moss, hold on the line, all right? That's the password for everything.
So what do you mean for everything?
They said don't even look at his MySpace account.
Oh, no. Do you use one password for everything?
Joe.
Go to his MySpace. This is too good.
And it has to be said on the radio because the feedback is ridiculous.
Rich,
ridiculous.
Rich, read what I wrote.
They pretty much got a hold of your bank accounts at this point.
Well, it's not on any of that stuff.
No, I would read what I wrote to you on this paper silently, out loud.
Yeah.
Can you read that? Into the mic.
What do you mean?
Read
it out loud?
Yeah.
May 22nd, 23rd?
No, what I wrote.
Change your email, password, etc.
I wrote that after he gave out that, after that came out, because I know he has the same password. He must have the same password for everything.
Oh,
no,
my
I don't.
God.
Not for Facebook, I don't think.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Wait, Travis. Travis, what the fuck?
and you know what? Here's
Now,
the...
they got control of your Facebook, your Twitter, and your MySpace.
Good. Maybe they'll fucking help me.
I
I'm
wanna
getting
see
tired
his-
of doing this shit anyhow.
Let's see his Facebook.
Let's see.
Let's see what they did to it.
He didn't do anything.
Hold on. What?
He didn't do anything yet, so.
Okay. Who owns Rich's Facebook page now? Travis does?
Travis nailed it.
Why?
Why? Because you gave out your password.
Not for Facebook. It's not the same one for Facebook.
Travis?
Well, MySpace isn't the same.
Well, it's not the same now.
Okay, but MySpace, MySpace wasn't. My password wasn't that on MySpace.
Oh, my God. The Bobby Kelly things are annoying me.
They should be, right?
Oh, God. Yeah, all right. Yeah, change something, Travis. Go ahead. Have some fun with it.
How about the mood?
Yes.
Yes.
Change his mood to
Feeling like a
stupid.
toothy retard. Jesus, Rich. What's the matter with you?
Rich is feeling dumb.
I'm not feeling dumb at all. I'm feeling.
We didn't pick up on that. The fact that he was giving out his password. It was such an obvious password type word,
exactly.
and none of us picked up on it.
Wow.
Who are you calling?
My web guy.
I am a toothy retard. There it is.
What's that on?
Facebook.
That's your Facebook.
Oh, maybe that is the same.
It's now been hacked. Yep, it is. Look at what he's trying to fucking
That
do
last
there.
picture.
Oh, was that
what's
infuriating?
this? Reset.
Oh, my God. Whoa.
He did it. Password.
What happened?
Rich just got a Facebook password reset confirmation to his BlackBerry.
Who owns my Facebook? Travis? Oh, he's not a bad guy.
Sure he is.
By the way,
not a guy.
Have you ever hung out with him? Let's say hi to Anonymous.
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 Hey, Bob.
Hello. It's Jimmy.
Wait, Rich Voss's Twitter picture is now Jim Norton in his underwear.
Oh, what a fucking idiot he is. He gave out his password on the radio.
That's why we're talking to Anonymous. Anonymous. What's up, Anonymous?
Hey, Bob.
Voss ran out of the studio. He's in a panic
mode.
He's on a cell phone. What do you got, Anonymous?
He just bought 400 hotel tickets on Priceline.com.
Oh, no. Was that his price line? Holy shit. Oh, they're going to kill this guy. What do you have one password for everything?
No one has
Because you're a blithering
Can't
idiot.
do that.
You don't have one password ever.
Those Bobby pictures are fucking huge. Who needs 9,000 by 4,000 resolution?
Oh, my.
It's true.
You're right. He wants people to print them up.
He wants people.
His Twitter picture is hilarious.
It's Jimmy in his underwear pushing his gut out picture. Oh, is that fantastic, man? Is he following anybody stupid?
Oh, I mean, himself.
Only he would fucking blurt out his password.
Holy shit.
What an idiot.
That is really, really funny.
Whew. Goddamn Rich. He's always good. He's always fucking good. He's not following me, by the way?
Motherfucker.
Is he not following? No, he's following Opie.
He's got to be.
He's not following me?
I gotta leave Bob
No,
Kelly
he's
a
not
message.
following me. Well, go fuck yourself then.
Yeah, tell Rich to go fuck himself.
What's the matter? Oh, boy. Rich just made a face like, uh-oh. Things okay, Rich? You're making some calls.
Yeah. You couldn't just come in and have a great appearance. You're in the middle of a great appearance. Something always has to go wrong with you. Always.
You're making some phone calls, Rich. You got to talk to some people.
I'm sorry that I made a mistake and gave out my password.
And how you do that is beyond me.
I'm amazed
How you
we
just
didn't pick
blurt
up on
your
it.
password
We didn't pick
out?
up on it.
Because who would think somebody would be... Our audience knows Rich better than we do.
But who
They're
would
like,
think-
that idiot just gave out his password. And we're just sitting here going, that's not your name, stupid.
And everyone else picked up on, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Think of the first guy that typed it in and went, click.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, it is. Great.
Oh, shit. But at least that's not my password for MySpace. I don't even care.
Someone
about
just
MySpace
bought a
anymore.
Rolls Royce on eBay. Paid for it with PayPal. Rich is leaving the room again with his phone.
His eyes got big when you read that ad.
No, I don't even.
Why don't you go make some phone calls?
He put the picture of him with his eyes shut. They are fucking up all your pages, dude.
They just put the worst Rich Voss picture ever on his Facebook. Rich, good news though, you gained 200 followers.
I actually took that photo.
People are following
Yeah,
you.
that's a photo I took of Richard.
Original Jim photo.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam's running in.
Ah.
No, he's running somewhere
past.
else. What the fuck is he doing? All right.
Wow, that is... it's beyond me. It's beyond me that someone could do that.
There might be a Rich Voss update.
What do you mean?
Well, give it a second.
What?
Oh.
What's Sam? Why is
Here
Sam
comes
laughing?
Sam laughing.
Oh, no, what?
Guess who has his email address?
You?
You?
Yes.
His email is the same one. Oh, no. Send out a mass email.
I'm actually glad. I was worried about his email. I'm actually glad that
That's one of our idiots.
Yeah. That's what I was worried about.
Oh, my
fuck.
God. The stupidity in this guy is just amazing.
It's
astounding.
I would never give out, like, your passwords.
Dude, mine
You just don't ever blurt them out like that.
I couldn't even blurt mine out. I wouldn't know how to pronounce it.
He actually fucking
Put.
Fuck you. Touche.
Oh, shit.
But I've been working on it.
Oh, that's great.
That's funny.
Picture of Rich. It's so utterly bad.
I know.
Jim in Cleveland. Jim.
Yeah. Oh.
Jeremy in Cleveland.
What's your name?
Oh, Jeremy. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, I just want to let you know I bought some dryer doors for Boss also.
Dryer door.
Puts it out.
It could be one of the top.
That's one of the greatest things that's
One
ever
of the
happened
greatest
on the show.
Dummy moments. Voss dummy moments. And there are so many of them.
Look at him marching down the hall trying to get things done.
I
now.
gotta change my password to Louis Beans.
Love Rich.
He's in a full bag.
Oh, he's pacing the hallway on that phone, trying to shut everything down. Damage control right now.
Not even for the day. Weeks.
But that's why you you never use like the same name and password for everything. Like, because not because you're gonna blurt it out on an international radio show.
You never do.
I have a bunch of different ones.
Yeah. Sometimes they get all fucked up. You ever put in one username and then you can't remember
I've
which
forgotten them.
password
Yeah,
you
I've
use?
forgotten them.
And then you got to run through all of them. And then you got those sites that sometimes only allow you to do it 3 times before it shuts it down for a half hour.
Yeah, I know.
And then you got one last try. And you're like, is this the one?
That's what happened to my phone recently.
Doink.
And then what happens? Then they erase the whole phone.
Oh, you have
What?
it set like that?
Really?
It's a corporate phone, and all of a sudden they changed the password. I don't know. And by the third time, I watched that bar thing go, wiping out everything.
Ooh,
what
that's
a nightmare that was.
Has Voss Twittered a lot recently? All I see is my fat stomach on every one of his tweets.
It's great. It's the picture of Jimmy's gut.
Please don't mess his thing up. Just please promote some of my gigs on his Twitter. Just that makes me so happy.
Oh, it's
He's getting so many followers though because of this.
Yeah.
It might work out for you in the end, Rich.
Ah.
What do we got?
I got him. I got it.
What do you mean you got him?
I got it. It's mine now.
It's Danny.
Oh, so you got his Twitter?
Yeah.
All right, go to town, Danny.
Rich, you all right?
You're
I've
right
never
there,
seen you
Rich.
sweat.
Huh?
You are sweating, my friend.
Make him follow a bunch of rappers.
Okay, he's following me. What is that? Gay Times?
Gay Times Magazine.
Gay Times Magazine. Gay marriage rights. Gay community. Angry gay guy. Gay civil rights. Adult gay sex porn. Gay porn stud. Gay rights watch. Gay.com. Post gay. Big gay news.
And I'll bet that the fans even added some. You know, here's the thing.
Let the laughs continue.
Damn it!
I know.
You were doing so well today, Rich.
I'm still doing well.
I knew you would do something to blow
You know what?
I didn't blow it.
You know
How
what
did I
happened?
blow it?
Let people know that I called
How
it
did I
today.
blow it? It's still a
Absolutely.
good appearance. What the fuck?
You know what, though?
Yeah, I'm
No
supposed
one's
to
going
get
to remember
tagged.
any of the lines you did today. It's
I
only
don't
about how
care.
stupid you are.
Rich, yeah, it's great appearance. But let me tell you something. When you left the room before, Opie turns around and goes, Rich is on fire. He goes, and he's still going to call me up and, ask how was my appearance and stuff. He goes, and he told me, he goes, but watch, he will fuck something up. And, oh my.
Well,
I didn't even expect it to be this big of a fuck.
His what, Dan?
Rich's Wikipedia has been updated.
Well, I don't do any of that shit.
Well, that's
course
okay.
you don't.
But
That's not mine.
the last entry says on May 20th, 2009, Rich gave out his personal password at Comic 630 on the Opie Anthony radio show, leading to immediate hacking of his Facebook, Twitter, and email accounts.
Well, not my email. They can't get to my email.
Oh, they can't?
Well,
No,
Sam's
that's
got
not
that.
No, he didn't get it quick enough. That was the call.
I gave it back.
Oh, you
He
gave
actually
it
did the
back.
right thing. Some of the guys are doing the right thing today.
Yes,
which is
they are nice. If
which
this
is
guy
kind
in
of cool.
Kentucky,
To be honest with you.
See, this Twitter is really all I
No,
have.
the Kentucky guy, we're giving him a Jim Norton gizmo and a UFC video game.
Yeah, but who's putting all that gay shit on?
Hello.
I love this Twitter account.
But what I don't understand about Twitter, anybody could start a Twitter site and just take your picture and do it anyhow without it. You know what I mean?
Being the fake Rich Voss.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it
could-
is now.
Yeah, so anybody could do this anyhow. It's not like any big fucking deal. So, there was
Well
Yeah, but it's your name.
What's that?
It's your name, though. So now if you want to start another one, you have to spell your name differently.
Yeah.
Holy shit, is that funny?
He's got it.
God bless you. All right, let's go back to Kenny.
Fuck, that's great.
We got the Club Soda Kenny country radio demo we're trying to get to. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Voss fucking rules, they're saying. In his stupidity, Voss fucking rules. Bravo, put in head. That's Stephen S. from Bayshore. All right. Rich Voss, look at your new Twitter picture. Look at
Oh, there.
Is it a horse's ass?
Yes.
That is a horse's
actual
ass.
horse's ass.
Holy shit, Rich.
Oh, my God.
This is quite a little
It's just the greatest thing. A horse's ass picture. It says Rich Voss and then a plug for Jimmy's show.
Quite a profile.
And a bunch of gay followers.
A what?
Profile. What's that word?
He didn't.
How great is it going to be when you hear that clip every time a caller bombs?
Oh my God!
Hey, where's my file?
Oh my God!
What a fucking idiot!
I seem to have lost my file. Gentlemen.
I officially have a headache from laughing so hard.
Oh.
Fuck. By the way, they're giving you advice, Rich. Mormon Jim is checking in. He writes, Rich probably changed his password to Comic 230. Please tell me you didn't do that. You're not that dumb.
No.
Okay.
I made a pofa. It's great. Eat it with chopsticks.
Oh my God.
You would think after so many years we just wouldn't be surprised or it wouldn't be funny
I think
anymore.
it's the depth of the well. It's so amazing.
By the way, Rich is now 71 on his Wikipedia page.
To the Wikipedia.
Wikipedia, right.
You lost 2 years.
Yeah, they're shaving his age. 71 years old.
77, my bad.
77.
You know what? Stephen S. from Bayshore. Voss's page on OApedia is a fucking hoot.
Are you awake?
It lists many of the words he's screwed up over the years. So we could go there.
I looked, yeah.
OApedia.com. And then Scott S. from Quakertown writes, how does he make it through the day?
Can we please call Bonnie on the radio?
Let's get her on the hotline.
Yeah, put her on the hotline.
How do you do that?
Give Travis her number. It's not over
Kenny,
the radio.
we'll get to you after the break because
Yeah,
Kenny's just standing there.
Just tell him on mic, you dummy.
Call you.
There is such a list of words that Voss has fucked up. There's a whole section. It's called Vosscabulary.
Vocabulary.
All right, can you roll through it?
In here.
Sure.
Roll through it.
He said, this is Vosscabulary. He's tried to reference X-ray glasses and called them 3D glasses. He's tried to call an obscure reference an absurd reference. He's called Adam Ferraro. He said the city of Atlanta as Alana. I'll just go through them now.
Yeah.
Almond Brothers. Altar Top.
Altar top instead of halter top.
Amazon.com.
You know what? You're doing every single one of them. I'm sitting back in my chair. Go ahead, Dan.
Angela
Every
Jolie.
one of them.
Archie Buncher. Remember that band that did that song "Sweet Dreams Are Made of These"? That was the Arithmetics. A river run throughs it.
We're still on the A's.
All right, don't skip any. Don't skip any.
This is amazing.
Scroll down. How many we got?
There's a lot.
Forever. Just keep going.
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Yeah, of course. Keep
Bangladesh. Bangladesh.
This is great. The guy from Walking Tall was Buford Puffers.
I didn't say that.
You did too.
Caligula was a character from A Bronx Tale.
Louis Beans, Caligula.
Any other good ones?
It goes on and on, man.
Yeah, just keep doing the good ones, I guess.
Well, there was
That's great.
Clockworth Orange.
Is that cloak? Is that supposed to be cloak?
Yes. It's cloak.
Wow.
He said a cloak. He was wearing a cloak.
Apparently, at one time, Voss has referenced a DVD as a DDD.
How about one of my favorite when they went into it was Sherlock Holmes. He referred to the detective as Sherlock.
Yeah, it's here. It's on the list.
Okay.
Star Trek.
Yeah, of course.
We have Bonnie on the phone.
They're calling.
Okay, they're calling.
Yeah, call Bonnie.
Treadmill. Wesley Sipes.
You actually say roten instead of written?
And everybody knows the horse Secretarius.
I have Wilkesboro, Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
And who can forget the great movement of this great United States, the women's libs movement.
Bonnie.
Yeah.
You need a hug so bad. I just know. In all my soul, you need a hug.
Quadriplegic.
Bonnie, you have no idea why we're calling, right?
Well, I know he did something dumb.
Let's start with.
We're going over a list of.
No. Do the other thing. The what'd you say today again?
What, the POFA?
Yeah, Rich.
No, you did not.
Yeah, Rich wanted everyone to know that he made a POFA today.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But that's just.
Look, you guys, seriously, next summer I'm sending him to Sylvan.
Yeah. Sylvan, he's got to. I went to Sullivan.
That's just the tip of the iceberg.
POFA. What is it?
POFA, right?
POFA.
He just says it weird, right?
I can't believe that's real.
No.
Although, I mean, at home he does stuff where I'm like, are you for real?
Poor Bonnie.
You're not on the air right now.
Like, what does he do at home that you would say, like, are you for real?
Like, he'll say, like, how do you spell between?
Look, there's some words you're like, fuck, is there two S's? But
No, you know what I do now? I get Raina to tell him.
Rich says you guys don't make out anymore, and that made me really sad. That made me really sad.
Yeah, there should be some romance and kissing and stuff.
I can't. It's too much to go into.
All right.
I need to be laying down with a therapist.
Oh, Rich.
Yeah.
What? We're going to start kissing again.
And then he doesn't understand. He said something like, you call him selfish. And I'm like, all right. And then his example was like, yeah, like, I go play golf all day while she stays home with the baby.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't understand why you might call him selfish.
Well, here, like, there's certain things, like, like, I'll have the baby and 2 bags and a stroller strapped on my back and a car seat in another hand. And he'll be walking up ahead with his little fag bag, not offering to help or carry anything. Be like, come on, hurry up.
What an ogre.
She's a fucking farm girl.
Like,
you're strong. It's not like you fucking haven't plowed before.
Is he not thoughtful?
He's completely insensitive, 100%.
Wow.
We're also looking at something called oapedia.com, and it has a whole list of the words that Rich Voss has mispronounced over the years.
Oh, my God.
It's fantastic, and it's so lengthy.
Is Pavarotti on the list?
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
When Rich asked if the Pavarotti were at my wedding.
Well, not only the Pavarotti, but also the paparazzi.
The paparazzi.
POFA. What's the word instead of POFA?
Well,
Faux pas.
POFA's going up on that list.
So you mix up
faux
one.
pas.
Fuck! I just mixed up the F and the P.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I'll acknowledge I butcher the language, but not to the extent of Mr. Rich Voss.
John Cusack, you
Yeah,
call
no one
John
expects you to be
Cusack.
perfect, Rich.
What's that?
No one expects you to be perfect,
Right.
It'd be funny if you made a mistake now and again.
Yeah.
Not every
now and again
time
is
you
good.
can
It's
do
all
that.
right.
But there becomes a line where it's like, not only do people not expect you to be perfect.
Ron and Fliz. How did you say that?
These are all real things you've said on our show.
I've never said that.
You've said all these.
Yes.
Sometimes you
I remember most of these.
Sometimes you just whatever, and you're talking fast. And sometimes,
But who can forget the wonderful, delicious Sclone? Sclone.
Is Tortillas on there?
Of course, it has to be.
Yeah, there it is.
Bonnie, someone actually wrote, how does Rich Voss make it through a day?
Because he's arrogant about his ignorance.
You called a tsunami a tusami?
Yeah, no, he'll say something, he'll go, it's Tusami. He'll correct me.
He'll correct you.
No, it's not. And he goes, no.
No, Lisa, it's tusami.
How do we tell her the big news today?
Well-
Rich, you want to tell her?
No.
Well, Rich, we were talking about Twitter and how you Twitter and does Rich Twitter and stuff like that. And we wanted to see his site and give out his Twitter address
Yeah,
so we
give him
can
a
get
little
more
promotion,
people,
right?
Because we all give out our Twitter addresses and get a lot of people up there, and it's good for updating gigs or whatever you want to do. So he gave out his Twitter thing. He said, "Well, it's Comic 230,
630.
Comic 630."
He gave his code.
Yes. Which was quickly picked up
by everybody
in the audience, and we realized that his password for everything, by the way.
Oh my God.
So he gave out on an international radio show his password to everything
For Twitter,
internet.
Facebook, and his email.
But listen to what she's saying. She's like, "Oh, holy shit!"
Yeah, and if you look,
she's going, "Oh my God!"
If you look at his Twitter, you'll see a picture of a horse's ass.
So asinine.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's a mistake. You
First of all, I'm glad he's not doing Twitter anymore because honestly, I can't keep up with how many things he needs spelled.
Why does he make?
God.
Does he make spelling errors on Twitter or?
No, because
This is spell check.
He'll also be like, oh, how do you spell that? Like it's endless. It's just this constant.
That's the list.
Wait,
thing where I'm like, I refuse to spell for Twitter.
Bonnie, we printed one. We printed out pages of what they call vocabulary, which is the words he's mispronounced.
It's
five pages
that we taped together. It's as
love
tall
this
as
one.
A-Rock.
Can I just say something in Rich's defense?
Yeah.
Thank you.
He never went to school. He was a drug addict. He doesn't read at all. Not even.
Wait, there's a couple of joys in here. Instead of Rolls Royce, he called it a roast rice.
No, I didn't.
Instead of Roy Scheider, Roy Scheidner. There's a.
Did he actually say the mountain in Rushmore? No. I think you did.
Instead of Salvador Dali, Salvador Dali.
No, see, they're making these up.
He actually knows that one, and he brings it up all the time.
I know Salvador Dali.
Like
Museum.
You probably
there's a
said it
few
wrong
things
once.
that he knows that he'll try to like swing into conversation all the time. That's one of them.
Holy mackerel. It's astounding.
The famed chief of the cook, Wolfman Puck.
It's Wolfgang. I call
Wolfman Puck. Yeah, we're going to cook some shrimp tonight. It's the Wolfman. Wolfman Puck.
Bonnie.
Oh, is that a good one?
Worcester, Massachusetts. I remember that
Worcester,
one.
that was a good one.
Let it be known, Bonnie, he was having a great, no joke, a great appearance on our show, killing. Didn't miss one joke, one line. And I actually said on the air, I go, something is going to go wrong now because he feels uncomfortable when he's doing well. So he'll blow it somehow. And sure enough, he gives out his password.
Yeah.
Gave out his password.
Oh,
We're laughing
Richard.
so hard we all have headaches now.
Do you get annoyed sometimes, though? Because you have to watch the baby. It's an all-day job. Do you kind of get annoyed if like you see him grabbing his golf bag in the morning?
No, it's that it's his entitlement that annoys me.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, he's constantly like, "What? I got to do this. I do as much as you do. I get to go golfing. Why? It's the only thing I get to do." And it's just like this endless stuff out of his mouth.
The thing is, golfing's only a couple months out of the year.
You manage to do it a lot in the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't honestly, Rich, the thing is, I don't mind you going golfing. I really don't. I think, like, God bless, go do it. It's something you like. Stress, it relieves your stress, whatever. But you actually
Really? You ever play golf with
It's like going, I gotta get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. God. Then when you get home from golfing, you're like, God, I'm so tired.
She thinks she's a fucking queen.
You're tired of his constant whinging?
It's just like you go golfing, and at least then you'll be like, I didn't even have a good game. It wasn't. I should have gone. It wasn't fun. It's like at least enjoy your time out of the house.
Well, I'm going to do a lot more, and we'll start making out again, okay?
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, maybe she doesn't want to make out with you, Rich.
Why?
Well, you don't brush your teeth for
First of all, I do, and I don't have to. They're fake.
You do, like, Rick,
You
seriously.
do.
I do. You don't see. You fucking brush your teeth too long. No one spends that much time brushing their teeth. Like for 5 fucking minutes. It's almost
That's
insane.
about how long you're supposed to, right?
It's supposed to
Officially.
have like 2 birthday songs, Rich.
So wait, he brushes his teeth too quickly?
I've never seen him do it.
I do it all the time. Didn't I have toothpaste in my bag yesterday when you asked where's the toothpaste?
Yeah, that's why you have it, and I don't, because I use it.
Holy shit!
That's why I have golf clubs and you don't.
He's brutal.
You know what Ray said to me the other day? I was eating. He was seriously angry. He goes, "Do you have to chew with your mouth closed? Who do you think you are, the Queen of England or something?"
Chew with your mouth closed as a po-faw?
Yeah, she's trying to be all fucking snooty. She's sitting in bed all snooty, eating, like that with her mouth closed.
What's she supposed to do?
Enjoy your fucking food. You're watching TV. Who cares if your mouth's open?
Wow, that is a real silly thing to tell somebody.
What?
She's just sitting there eating with her mouth closed like a polite person. And what do you want her to smack it around and have shit flying out of her mouth and make noises?
Yeah, join the party. But when we have sex, we have good sex.
Yeah?
Right? Sometimes, right?
True, false, Bunny?
True.
Okay.
Oh. No,
Asking or telling?
No, it's good.
No, I mean, it was all right. What the fuck?
Bonnie, come on in. I want to hug you.
Thank you.
I think she needs a hug. Because we can't even get Rich to hug anybody in studio. And not in a gay way, just like a hug. He doesn't like being touched.
He doesn't like being touched.
Oh, it's not that. It's just...
Oh, boy.
What?
See, he just...
I just touched his ankle. He yanked his leg away.
Just his wiener.
He almost pulled out his
Rick,
back.
it's affection.
Is he
You gotta learn how to take it.
Is he uncomfortable with affection?
Yes.
What?
Well,
she told
does she lay on you when you watch TV?
Are you kidding me? I draw a line down the bed.
Yeah. Put pillows in between.
You don't even let Bonnie touch you?
Yeah. I massage her feet.
For like a few minutes, and then you go, now scram.
Now scram?
Yes.
I love these two. I want to just watch you guys at home. You should sell tickets. Fuck the comedy club. Set up bleachers in your house. The interaction would be wonderful. Why isn't this on TV? For real. You two rule.
I did do fucked up. She told you this on the air before with with my stylist. With my
Oh, no, you did it again, Rich. His stylist from the phone.
Yeah.
Oh, my stylist.
No T at the end, I
Super
guess.
fair.
Stylist, right?
And one time she was.
that one.
One time I think she was crying and I grabbed her breast or something. I don't fucking know. But
Why, you didn't know how to just comfort her?
He was comforting me, and then he reached in and grabbed my boob while I was crying.
Just says Wait, does he know how to comfort you when you're having a tough day?
No, he gets really upset if I'm crying.
Why?
He gets really mad because he thinks I'm faking. He thinks he's got like
Oh, my God.
thing where he thinks
You
all women
can't
who cry
be
are
ups-
faking to get something.
Really?
Please
I
never.
think a lot of guys have it. It's not just him. but
Please never divorce our friend Rich Voss. Please, promise now.
I can't make that promise.
Like, you'll be crying about something, and what will he do? Just start yelling at you?
Yeah, he thinks I'm putting on tears.
Oh,
to get
my
something.
God. Can't she actually be upset, Rich?
it depends at what.
All right.
So who does Norton look like? You said you were watching on
Oh,
TV.
you guys have to go look at this documentary about.
Brad Pitt?
I saw a documentary about
Brad Garrett.
these people who love like objects. It's objectphilia or something.
Objectphilia?
Objectphilia? What's
Yeah,
that?
so they fall in love with like the like buildings, or this one chick that it's a clip on YouTube that I saw. Someone sent it to me. So this chick fell in love with a ride at a carnival ride. So she'd go and visit it and had pictures of it and whatever. But the woman I'm sorry, Norton, but the woman totally reminded me of Jim Norton.
Why?
Why does she have a cock in her mouth?
I don't know. Well, she's very butch-looking, first of all.
Let me see her.
But there's something the way she talked. It wasn't so much how she looked, but the way she talked. Like she's intelligent, you know.
Let's see. I want to see her.
Intelligent. Wow, that must be a novelty for you. If I could say novelty.
Yeah.
I fell in love with her.
Oh, God.
I fell in love with her. All right.
No, but it's pretty fascinating.
Let's watch it. We'll zip through it.
Did you guys find it?
Yeah. Danny's gonna zip through it to try to find her. That is fucking
I am
funny.
just like catching my breath and getting to the point where I can actually.
The last hour was just amazing on so many different levels.
Are you ever
on a comedy level?
I think I just saw her.
Bonnie, are you ever stunned at how many times he does this and how like it just isn't? It doesn't get boring. It doesn't like lose its amazement that he is actually like this.
Oh, that he's. Are you talking about his lack of intelligence?
Yeah.
His what?
His lack of
But
intelligence.
I'm smart about other things.
The Opie and Anthony channel presents a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
You guys know there's only 12 good comics at a time.
More legendary appearances from our favorite stand-up comics coming up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Nothing but legendary appearances from the biggest names in comedy. A Very Chipperson Thanksgiving continues. Here's your host, Lyle Chip Chipperson.
Segment 09 dash. This is Patrice O'Neal and Louis. Patrice and Louis discuss the existence of the Illuminations, controlling the world and our lives and something. I like Patrice. He reminded me of like at least 8 of my mother's friends. He was a really big, loud black guy, and he would always go, "Shut up, Chipper!" And that's what they would yell from inside the other room. I would start knocking, going, "Ma, what are you doing in there?" And I would hear, "Shut up, Chipper!" I would have to go outside and stand in the juniper bushes. So here's Patrice and Louis.
You're listening to the worst of the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
I don't remember there being a lot of crime in Manhattan.
You don't remember? Well, you don't remember. I don't either. But I
In the
hear
70s,
tell.
it was
Yeah,
bad.
the 70s
That's
was
when they made that movie, The
awful.
Warriors.
Yeah. And they think that Central Park was
Charles
just
Bronson
crazy.
movies.
We got a guy that used to work around that time. Billy, thumbs up on that. Bad? Hold on, let me get you on there.
Anthony's
Billy,
right.
yeah.
But in the 70s, there was serious crime, and there was a lot of lawlessness going around, and you really weren't. Your hands were kind of tied.
Billy, can I please ask you a question? Let's stop this fiasco. Just tell us how you flooded the black community with crack.
Just interesting.
Patrice called Billy Mack his worst nightmare earlier.
We gave it away with the grape soda.
Jesus. Oh, no, we did.
But that is, I will say,
Put it in the Fanta.
that is the dismissive paranoia that you people do to us,
Right.
which is we know that you put
Sterilizing agents
in the grapefruit punch. In the grape punch.
Think of what would happen if we didn't.
Mr. Billy,
I know.
thank you for being
Jesus.
honest. You put
Insane.
you put that. We all know you invented AIDS.
Yeah, sure. I'll fess up to that. Why
Thank
people
you
dead?
very much.
I know that. The Illuminati.
Sure.
The Illuminati.
You said looks the head of the Illuminati. Patrice said he looks like the Quaker Oats guy. It's
Long
just this
socks.
vast white conspiracy that's based on symbols and stuff. Like the Masons and
But it's a
the
fact.
pyramid and the eyeball on the back of the dollars
Well,
and
he's
the
a believer,
pentagram
though.
and pentagon. And
I
Patrice is
don't
a
want to
believer in the
believe it.
Illuminati.
I don't want to believe it, but look. There's a YouTube thing called just look at the symbols. You look at the dollar. Let's take the fucking dollar and the fact that after 9/11, you can fold it up, and you can see the Twin Towers burning. Now,
right.
Why?
I could also fold up
who-
Washington's head and make it look like a mushroom.
But wait a minute.
What
Why
the fuck does that mean?
The fuck?
Mushrooms good.
When you fold up a dollar, does it look like the World Trade Center burning?
Because you're crazy and you have problems in your brain. Because your brain doesn't work
and then
properly.
who the fuck? Two things.
Because you're putting all your energy in the wrong places.
It's not
which
right.
is what black people do.
This is what bothers me. About some of you.
The Illuminati.
Come on, man.
That takes too much work to get the dollar bill just right to
Well,
make it look like,
if we're
the Twin Towers.
If we're gonna rig 9/11, why would
you have to use that language? Rig.
Why would we go all the way back to the dollar design and go?
That's a lot of.
We gotta got this.
That's a lot of organization.
Okay,
that's
listen.
a lot of patience too.
What good would it do us?
Why the fuck?
And why wouldn't they have done it a lot earlier? Because it's like, look, we got the dollar bill set. Let's do this immediately.
Why is it? I knew it. Copious on the fucking dollar bill.
Now
I got to pull out a buck.
A black guy trying to read Latin is about as sad as anything I've ever.
Get your dollar bill out your fucking spick.
Shit,
so you
I
can
only
read
got
it.
hundreds. Damn.
And no surprise, I have no money. So
I'm kidding. Yeah, Opie's got nothing. All right, let me see. Here's a dollar.
What the fuck is the shit on it? What is it?
thing?
Come on.
Yeah, how do you do the towers on fire thing?
It's some kind
I don't know how to do it.
It's
Damn it.
like origami you got to do.
The mushroom?
You need a mad fold in. It's the front.
The mad fold in.
Oh yeah, you do this.
Is it the front? You
It's
got
the
to front.
front.
Oh, right, because his hair is smoke.
And then the
No.
frame
It's
around
trees.
it.
It's trees.
Trees.
The frame around his head is looks like a tower if you fold it right.
No, it's not. I think his head is the smoke.
Fuck, man.
You forgot how to do it.
You don't know how to do it.
Google.
Shit.
Oh, there it is. There, look. Right there.
Oh, yeah, you got to fold it in a
Come
triangle.
the fuck on, man.
Dude, I'm gonna get
look at that.
arthritis trying to fold
It's
this
a 20.
First of all, it's a 20.
Oh, it's a 20.
Yeah, you idiot.
Shit, Patrice, go knock one of them over the head and grab one. Oh, it's a 20.
Dude, look at that shit. That's nothing. That's nothing to
complicated.
you. That's somebody
But
figured out.
why would we do that?
Because
Why would we do that? What's to be gained?
Because like the
The
honorable
fucking back of a 20 was designed like a million years ago.
Exactly.
Why do that,
So that's-
Patrice? Just to go na 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 na.
Like the
So
honorable
you think-
Reverend Wright said.
You think we designed the 20 and then we to make that picture and then like 100 years later somebody designed the Twin Towers
There it
to
is.
match
It's the
it.
There it is.
Illuminati.
It's burning.
And then
Look at
There
that.
it
You
is.
just fucking take a
Two
look at
towers,
that.
one's taller
Wow,
than
he
the
did
other.
that. He
and
did
it's
That
on
doesn't.
fire.
That is fucking.
I know.
What kind of
invented it
coincidence?
again.
is
And let me
that?
see. Let me see.
What the fuck? What kind of coincidence is that?
Let me see. I
That's
can't
pretty-
see.
No, I'm not going to
That's
hand it
just
to
like
you.
nothing.
I know you'll
I can't
take it.
see it.
Get
That's
out of
just
here, you
nothing. That's
bastard.
nothing.
I need a cab money.
Anthony, that's nothing.
No, it's
Let me look.
it's a coincidence.
It's
The world is.
I'm trying to think of
the
how
world is
someone
full of
might have come up
coincidences,
with
this
it.
is.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're right. That
Why?
is quite the coincidence.
Why?
Like who said, "Hey, you know, if
And
you
then
fold it."
why right after 9/11 did that happen? Why do I know how to do that right after 9/11?
Dude, if someone did it before, now that would be fucked up.
If somebody did it before, then that'll be better. At least you go, oh,
Better.
that's-
Look at the towers burning.
Dude.
Oh, and then
Yeah.
it happens, and then you'd be like, "That who was that fucking guy?"
They did this years before 9/11, and people went, it looks like nothing. Oh, well. And then one day, people were like, holy
That
shit,
is
it
the
looks like the tower's
fucking-
burning.
Listen, man.
I'm gonna try to invent something. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
take 10.
let's
I'm
try.
gonna try to fold it up
Lou,
and show black people rioting.
Louis, I am begging to half of you.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
I'm begging to you. Will you-
Patrice.
All right.
See, you got to give white people more credit than that.
Okay, look, I want to show you the back of a 10 folded the same way. It's the towers again.
No.
If you fold
No.
any fucking bill like this,
No. There
the
you go.
towers are going to
There
be
you go.
burning.
Okay, then that even makes it more scary.
I'm making a hairy pussy out of my dollar.
All right.
Just give me a few minutes here.
Hairy pussy.
I'm going with 70s Earth Mama Muff.
What
If
happens
you look
to
at
100?
a 20, just look at a 20 for a second, the front of it, just
Yeah.
unfolded. And look at Andrew Jackson
Yeah.
and the collar of his jacket.
Oh,
It
shit.
looks like a woman's black legs, and he's like diving into. And she's got little white panties. Look at it. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah, I see it.
They look
Wow.
like two
knees
up in the air, and he's
You're right.
about to
Right.
dip down and see the little white panties right above the word
Sure.
Jackson.
You ever do the thing with the butter?
He's
The girl
eating
with
a
the
black
butter?
woman's pussy.
The little Indian girl that's on her knees?
You can make a pussy.
With the butter? No,
Yeah.
you make tits.
I mean, tits.
Like
right.
she's holding the butter like this, but her kneecaps, because she's kneeling, you could fold her kneecaps up to her chest.
Yeah, why would
and
they
as
do
a
that,
kid,
Patrice?
that was almost jerk-off
No,
material.
I'm not gonna. This is dismissive. I can't allow this.
Oh,
you can't marginalize the Illuminati, man. It's there. There's
I'm gonna-
no reason.
All right, where's the
Let's
owl?
fold 100
Hold on,
the
where's
same
the owl,
way and see what
Patrice?
happens.
Huh?
Where's the owl, and what does that mean?
Could you,
Where's the owl?
YouTube.
On what
YouTube
dollar
the
bill?
Illuminati, please.
What dollar bill is the owl on? On the one?
I gotta
There's
find
no
out by
owl.
looking at this.
There's
Yeah,
supposedly
he's
a
something
small
with the
owl.
Illuminati about the owl.
A small owl somewhere. Where? I see the eye above the pyramid.
All right, you fold 100, you get nothing.
Huh? You get like a fucking bad shave job on a pussy. It looks like.
Dude, where's the owl? Come on.
Where is the yeah? What's this with the owl?
we get
Why does
ready
the
to-
owl mean so much to the Illuminati?
It's old evil shit, man.
Where's
owl? Since when's owls evil?
It's on
blob
there.
is an owl?
Oh shit! Thank you, Mars.
Of course Mars would know.
What's the
Of course,
matter?
Because he's down, but he wants to keep his job.
It's a minority
Come on, Mars.
What is
you
it,
know
Mars?
about the Illuminati, don't you? Sit down, man. Fuck that shit.
All right, what's the Illuminati, Mars?
Help us out.
Don't get nervous, man.
I'm
Fuck
not nervous.
that. I'll give you a job fixing my computer.
No, actually,
I want to see a little crack happen in this window, and Mars
Look at-
just
look at
collapse in
this.
his seat
Look at this.
as
Just
blood
look at
comes from his
why.
head.
Why is that? Why? That's the devil pentagram, man.
So what does that mean?
That's fucking devil worship and fucking
the
pagan shit.
the star has been part of this country for many years, part of the flag, obviously, and part of a lot of symbols, and it's
part of devil worship.
and
More
it's,
devil worship.
he's saying the pentagram is
Look
just
at
huge.
pentagram.
But
Pentagram. Pentagon. Motherfuckers.
Yeah, the number 5 is a little hard to avoid. It's right between 4 and 6. It's
Don't
a
you?
fucking
Okay, here's the pyramid. Well, look at this shit. Is all symbols
Illuminati,
of the Illuminati
eyeball.
on our fucking dollar bill.
Yes,
Why?
because these are all shapes that are very
You
useful in
believe in
architecture.
Illuminati, right? You believe it, right?
These are all.
Moss,
There's a
wait a
reason
minute.
why we keep people use
Moss
pyramids.
believes it. Moss believes
What
it
is
too.
the Illuminati? What's the,
It's the
what are
it's
they?
the silent bunch of white guys like Masons and shit like that.
Right. They're not
That-
silent. They're ruling everything
they're the-
openly.
Yeah, but they're
and are hurting
ruling-
black people for profit every day. Why are you looking for secrets? There's no secret.
Just like
People are kicking your ass with
Nicolas Cage's movie, they made it to make fun of it, Disney fun out of it.
Right.
But it's real shit.
It's so
evil
again.
shit.
It's black people putting effort in the wrong area.
Look at Lucas is
of
one.
trying to
So
uncover that.
you think that the founding fathers set something up that has continued all throughout these years
Secret
and
shit.
gotten stronger.
It's not
With fucking
secret.
torches, they go
And it's based on white people staying in power?
Absolutely, and they kill. They have you know.
Can I ask you something though here?
What do they say
Please.
when they kill white girls, virgin white girls?
Jesus Christ.
Fun.
Fun. I was waiting for somebody to.
I hope no one catches
How come
me.
the founding
How
fathers?
many you want?
This was before the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation, so there was still slavery. Black people weren't even. It didn't even look like they were going to be in charge of anything, or even come close to being in charge. So why would the founding fathers put in place something to keep the black man down when they were
I don't
already?
think it's made to keep the black man down because it makes everyone suffer. It's not just a black thing. It's the master plan
Yeah, but again,
to make white people think certain
are
things.
you-
It's the quiet war. That's what the pyramids are. It's the masses. It's the eyeball is over the masses.
the pinnacle.
To hide
is-
from everything, man.
But why are you folding $20 bills? When
I didn't fold $20
the Bush and the Bin Laden family are business partners, and they fucking brought down the towers like right in front of everybody, and then I mean, there's no secret.
Are you
it's
trying
so
to?
silly?
Is
to
this some,
look at the
is
back
this,
of a
is this
$20 bill.
is this some kind of magic
It's like-
sarcasm?
it's
I
like-
believe
no.
it, motherfucker.
It's
You don't
true.
even need sarcasm.
It's like
I believe it.
It's like somebody walks up and punches you in the face, and then you go
No,
fold
wait,
a dollar
hold
and
the
go, I
fuck
think
up.
this guy's trying to get me with
no,
his dollar.
There's no white people here. Not one motherfucker that believes that the towers might have been brought down on some old creepy shit. Not just Arabs. Not one.
Not a one.
Not one.
Look at that.
That's how you know it's the Illuminati.
I believe it, but it's
But
got
do you
nothing to do with the Illuminati.
Look at this shit here. Look at this one. The devil sign. Look at the devil sign and look at this shit. Look at what the fuck? That's Barbara Bush. Why?
They're all doing the devil
Why?
sign, the rock and roll devil sign.
Why? Hello, sir. Hello. How are you, devil? Hello. Good to see you, devil worshiper.
There's a montage of various politicians, and they're doing that rock and roll devil
All
horns
right,
with
there you go.
their
All right.
finger and pinky.
Look how many now.
Look, come on, man.
Oh,
There's
shit.
How many now.
Oh, back to CNN.
Oh, shit.
Look at the owl.
Back to
Oh
CNN.
my God, yo.
Fuck
Come
the
on,
owl.
man.
Back
In
to
front, the
CNN.
front of the
There
courthouse.
you go. That's what you do to black people. Oh, fuck your owls.
No,
Look at this.
your black people are up to something a little more interesting than the Illuminati right
The
now.
front of the
Illuminati?
courthouse is starting to look like someone dropped a cricket in front of the anthole.
Yeah.
All right. The Illuminati
All right, back to the Illuminati.
is what's with the devil horns though?
Wait, what? The devil.
What is
It's
that?
the devil.
But
Devil worship.
fucking like Dio invented that. What is he in charge of?
Why did it
The
stop?
soundtrack?
The Illuminati?
No, because they're gonna get to the
Listen how crazy he's. Listen how crazy he's going. Why did you stop?
All right, I'm going again.
All right, here we go. Now, we got a building.
There's a lot of pyramids. Okay, now look
That's on
at
the dollar.
what's in the corner. Is that an owl?
Wait, what the fuck?
Was that an owl in the
It's
dollar?
a slow dissolve to a goat devil.
All right, show me the owl.
I'll start with.
Holy shit!
All right,
oh my
we
god!
got an
wait.
owl. Where's the owl?
Why is there a baby owl on the dollar bill?
Maybe to keep people from fucking counterfeiting it. To make a detail. What do you want? An X on a piece of paper?
What?
Here, it's 100.
No,
Take my word for it.
That's called that's that bullshit they do on it. The lines and shit.
Etching.
Whatever.
All right, what's up with the owl there, Patrice? What does that mean?
It's
then?
I don't fucking know.
There's an owl.
Another coincidence.
Oh shit!
It turned
They're
into a
morphing
building.
owl faces into everything.
Where's the owl?
There's the owl. Okay, it's sitting there.
It doesn't even look like
You
an
can-
owl.
Uncle Sam looks like a devil goat.
Where's this dumb owl?
13 bloodlines for a very long time. The world has been controlled by the same 13 bloodlines. Is that true? Carry out their evil agenda for the New World Order. They operate through secret societies like Skull and Bones, Bohemian Club, Freemasons, the Bilderberger. What? Jews?
Here are just a few there. Remember.
Tony Blair?
Yeah,
Gordon Brown, David Cameron.
What?
I told you. I've been telling you about Walker.
Saddam. Well,
I've been telling you for
Dated.
years. I've been trying to tell you about
that
Herbert.
Skull and Bones is pretty.
Yeah, Clinton was a Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
He was. Clinton and Bush were both
Bush.
Skull and Bones. Both the Bushes and Clintons
Means
were
nothing to
Skull
you,
and
does
Bones.
it?
No, of
Nothing
course
to
it
you.
does. They fuck each other in the ass and then take over the world. That is what they do.
Okay.
They do weird grease up your asshole and put things in it in front of
That's
other
what I
guys.
think.
Frat Abu Ghraib.
It's a frat house
By
thing.
the way, part of the conspiracy is spreading forced ass fuckings. That's what they did in Abu Ghraib. That's what like football fraternities do.
Yeah, they put pine
And
cones up
Ivy
kids'
League-
asses.
Yeah, and then they're it's just gay, weird, aggressive Republican.
And that's who runs the country.
9/11.
All right, listen.
Yeah, that's who runs the country.
we got
But
a
it's not a secret, and they don't bother folding bills.
We got a
they
mi-
just fuck black people up and eat their kids.
All right, listen, we got a Mason on the phone here. Bob in Pennsylvania. Bob, what's up?
Oh shit.
Hey, I just got some questions. First of all, Patrice, I think you're funny as hell. All he is, I love the show. But when you were talking before, Patrice, about the Masons and how it's, we're controlling the world and stuff like that, or the country, I really don't understand. I've been in it for the last 10 years, and are you aware that there are black lodges?
Yeah, a
in
lot
the
of black
country?
Freemasons, yeah.
They're called Prince Hall lodges.
Right.
They have a different
So
name.
if there's-
They're black. They don't get to just be Masons.
You can't be Mason.
Well, you can be Masons, but you're Prince Hall Masons.
Ours is Studio 54. They call it.
Yeah.
But there's nothing. I mean, I could say right now, there's nothing secret about the Masons.
It's the tricks.
It maybe in the past, like during colonial times and in England and all that kind of stuff, maybe at that point. But now it's more of a social.
Yeah, but you're a guy now who got in it in the last 10 years. They don't tell you everything. It's not like they tell all their members. It's not like they go,
Yeah, you're not the
a
top
new guy just
percentile.
joined. Let's
You're-
tell him about
You're
the
just a
$20
dude in
bill.
Pennsylvania.
So tell us a little bit about what the Masons are about.
Well.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Oh, shit. Oh, Patrice.
Oh, Patrice is right.
Wow.
I told you. I fucking told you.
Oh, damn. You ain't gonna see him no more.
That motherfucker is dead. Did you see when I asked these assholes outside that shit? And did you hear the humming start?
Uh-huh.
They all went, It's the Wicker Man up in this motherfucker.
Oh, damn, that movie was fucked up.
Double guns, motherfucker.
Chip's guided tour through the O&A archives continues, with more unforgettable O&A appearances by the world's top comics coming up.
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did.
This is a Very Chipperson Thanksgiving.
What's that?
On the Opie and Anthony channel.
I don't want to say this. This is segment 10. Kevin Pollack. Kevin Pollack talks about his encounters with other celebrities that he does impersonations of, like Christopher Walken and Jack Nicholson. But he don't do good impersonations. I do them better. Kevin Pollack don't do good ones. I do like a really good Walken. Oh, it's Chip Chipperson on Thanksgiving or something. Oh, what are you, a turkey? Oh, that's a good one, right? And I would do Jack Nicholson on Thanksgiving. Here's turkey. It's Kevin Pollack.
It's the worst of the Opie and Anthony show.
That's what always made an impression interesting to me. You know, you could always do the exaggerated version or use the quotes from films or cowbell. I mean, stop it already with this.
Right.
You know, one of my stories in the act, God forbid you get down to Caroline's this weekend.
I'll go.
Please. Is meeting Christopher Walken when he got his hands and feet and signature in cement in front of the Chinese Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. I was asked to be one of the two speakers at the ceremony. The other speaker was Quentin Tarantino, of course, directed him in Pulp Fiction. I'd never met Christopher Walken, so I don't know why I'm invited.
You would assume that you would have before then.
You would assume that we had met, but the fact that we hadn't met, I was honored beyond belief to be asked, but I know I'm there because I do the impersonation, right? But I don't know what he thinks of it. Because I'm sure this wasn't his idea. Oh, you know, get that kid who does me. You know, I don't see that happening. So I show up, and I'm nervous, and I see him in person for the first time. Shit myself instantly. It's him, you know. And he sees me and he goes, "Hi! They told me you were coming. Thanks. Thank you." And the whole time I'm thinking, it doesn't matter what he says, because he's using the voice.
Right.
I mean, I'm crying. And he said, and then we're standing at each other for like 10 minutes in silence. He doesn't say anything. And now it's getting weird and creepy because no one's talking. Because that's a long time for silence. And then finally he turns to me. Oh, I said something lame at the beginning like, "Congratulations, hand the feet in the cement." Very, very cool. So after 10 minutes of silence, then he finally turns to me and he says, "Cement. Wow." And that was it. I'm on the floor pissing myself laughing because he actually said it. You know, it wasn't someone doing a bit.
Right.
And then I got to do the story of how on Halloween night when kids come to the door, I answer the door as Christopher Walken to try to scare them. I got to do that story in front of him, in front of the press at the ceremony for him. So to do the impression of him in front of him in that weird way, and out of the corner of my eye, seeing him sort of lean forward at the waist laughing. Right. That was one of those "you can take me now" moments.
But isn't that that's a tough spot to be in?
Well, when you have the real one there, there's no
Right.
reason for an impersonation.
Right.
In fact, the big part of the act is me telling stories now about my friends think it's a great idea to do them for them.
Right.
It's a horrible idea. It's a stupid idea because they're them. It doesn't matter how good you think you are. They're better.
Right.
They're better as a rule. Right? Like when I did A Few Good Men, we talked about it. All my friends who knew I've been doing Nicholson in my stand-up act before that would call, when I was working on the movie, they would call every day. "Did you do Jack for Jack? You got to do it for him. He's going to love it. He's going to love it. You got to do it." Again, friends stupid. Idiots. Why would I do Jack for Jack? Why would I be the 1,000,000th dickhead in Nicholson's face saying, "This is what you sound like"? You know, who would be that to be anywhere near someone like that, let alone working with them?
And does anybody even think they sound like they sound anyway? Like most people hear their voices and go, "Wait, that's me?"
Yeah.
You know, so to think like, I remember growing up in Philly, I had no idea there was a Philly accent.
Right.
I thought we talked just like Johnny Carson. So it wasn't until after I moved from there that I started to hear the accent.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
You're so
Alan
right about that.
Arkin. Alan Arkin said, "You know, if you notice since you started doing me, I stopped stammering. I don't stutter as much. I just talk directly and without stopping or thinking. I used to. I hated the sound of you pausing and thinking about it. Sometimes they.
I gotta ask, did you end up doing Jack to Jack? Was there just a moment?
No, there was no way in hell because I was convinced he was going to say.
I just assumed that maybe he let his guard down one day, and you went, "What the hell?"
What if he doesn't like? Because it was so honestly, it was so thrilling to be anywhere near someone like this. Let alone have him consider me a fellow professional working on this thing. I'd rather talk to him about
Did he know you did him?
I don't know because I never asked. You know what I mean? I had done it on the Tonight Show with Carson. I mean, it was out there.
I know
it was out there. He could have seen it. That's for sure.
He must have saw it.
But yeah, he told me the most amazing story. Oh God, I've never told this story. I just realized. While we're working on A Few Good Men, the news breaks on Magic Johnson is HIV. While we're working on the film. So everyone, of course, on the set, all the crew, everybody, one at a time is coming by Jack to either say, "Hey, man, sorry," because you know he's Mr. Lakers, right? Or say, "What the fuck? What does this mean?" You know, because a lot of people just couldn't wrap their brain around it. So the whole day, Jack's kind of walking around in a bit of a fog, and there's base camp where the trailers are, and it's always a little bit of a walk from the stage. In this case, we shot on a sound stage or the set, wherever you are. So Jack was one of those enigmas to me where I wanted to leave him alone. I didn't want to force a conversation on him. If it happened, it happened. I didn't really want to. I don't like bugging people because I'm still that kid who can't believe he's there. Honestly. So, and especially with that film, for me, it was like being brought up to the majors, let's face it. Everybody in the movie's famous except for me. I remember actually, Robert.
You weren't famous then?
Well, I mean, I had done Avalon, and I'd done some things, but that movie was a juggernaut.
Right.
Nicholson head toe-to-toe with Tom Cruise. I mean, it was a bit...
Sure.
I remember Robert Reiner said to me while we were sort of prepping, he says, listen, Jack's going to be swinging for the fences because he doesn't, that's the way the character's written, and he's going to be in all of his glory. Tom's going to be swinging for the fences to keep up with Jack. Demi's definitely got to swing for the fences to try to come up with those two. I need you to hit like a double into the gap.
Get on base.
Yeah, just get on base. That was so great. Wow. So we're walking back to the base camp where the trailers are, and this one particular day where the news broke about Magic and Jack's all bummed out is the day that I find myself walking alone with Jack back to the trailers. We just got both released at the same moment or whatever. People stand around, have a conversation. And then he and I are walking side by side back to the trailers. And again, I'm not starting the conversation. It's a weird day already for him. So he's walking and he just keeps saying, it's surreal. It's just surreal. The whole fucking thing is surreal. And we get closer to the trailers. And we're past his first, and he puts his hand on the door, he's about to enter his trailer, and he stops, he turns back around, and he says, you want to hear a story about surreal? And I'm now like, are you fucking kidding me? Jack Nicholson wants to tell me a story about what he thinks is surreal?
Wow.
Why, yes, Jack, let me pull up a fucking chair. Wow. So I said, yeah, sure. And he says, I'm doing this picture, Chinatown. Already, I'm done. I'm done. I'm doing this picture, Chinatown.
Might have heard of it.
And I'm rehearsing this scene with John. He's talking about John Huston, who directed it. And he's saying, I'm doing this scene with John. Oh, no, I didn't direct it. Polanski directed it. John Huston acted with him in the movie as well as the scene. We're rehearsing, and while we're rehearsing the scene, I look over his shoulder and about 30 yards away off in the distance, walking towards the set is his daughter, Angelica. And I had just started banging her a couple of weeks before, and I hadn't figured out a way to tell the old man. And you have to understand, I would have killed for him. He was like a surrogate father. He was everything to me. And I remember, how am I going to tell him? It was so upsetting, because if he had asked me to kill her in that moment, I would have done it. That's how much he meant to me. And as I'm thinking about all this, I come out of my head, back into the rehearsal, right as John Huston says to me in the rehearsal of the scene, Mr. Gidders, are you sleeping with my daughter? That's fucking surreal. And he spins around and walks into his trailer, and I'm standing there like, did anyone else hear this? Did that just fucking happen? Blew my shit away. I don't know why I never told that story.
That's a great story.
Oh, probably because he mentions he was banging Angelica.
Yeah.
Don't want to be disrespectful, but there you have it.
But he was with her for how many years?
Forever.
After that? Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah.
Nobody bigger, right?
Nope.
Than Jack. Nobody bigger.
Well, also, how are you cool to 5 decades?
Right.
That's the real brain fuck. I mean, he was cool out of the get,
I was at a prize fight where it was fucking tons of celebrities. I think it was Holyfield and somebody in Vegas. And literally, when fucking Nicholson just came in, everybody turned. All these celebrities.
Even the celebrities.
Turned to go like, Jack. You can see fucking celebrities going, Jack Nicholson's here.
Yeah, because you see that a lot when you see celebrities that won't turn for other celebrities.
Yeah,
but when they do, then oh, fuck, that's greatness right there. When they're turning their fucking heads, too.
Because Kevin's right. In 1969, people were like, there's fucking Jack Nicholson. And it's never stopped.
70s, 80s, 90s, the O's, and now.
And now whatever we call
How the
this.
fuck do you stay cool to each generation? It's impossible, is what it is.
Sure.
It's literally impossible. And never done an interview. Only in print. Never appeared on camera his entire life to give an interview.
What about the Carson?
What about
the Carson stuff?
Never did.
Never did.
You never did Carson?
I'm telling you, never did anything on camera ever.
He never did Carson?
Never did.
Bizarre.
I just assumed he did.
No.
Isn't that something, though? Imagine,
And
again, part
I
of the
think
mystique.
that's part of
Yeah.
what kept it so cool. Like,
Wait, he
and you're
never
right.
sat down for an interview.
not
No,
kidding.
I'm
You
learning
would-
this today for the first time.
You would.
no, I believe you.
You would read like in Esquire, GQ.
Yeah, he gives great
Playboy,
interviews
all that stuff.
in print.
Those guys a week. But I even remember when they started, like when stuff like E! Entertainment yelled stuff to him as he was going in, and he would just say something on the way in. That seemed weird to me,
Right.
Because it was so long before you would only see pictures of him.
Well, here's the question: Why you think that's what he did?
Because he wants to be a fucking movie star. He wants to be an actor
He's
and
old
a movie
school.
star.
He's old school, and I think the belief was if you get on camera and talk about yourself, people will know that you're not as cool as they thought you were.
Right, right.
I mean, honestly, it happens immediately.
You can't compete with that.
No.
Just some of the characters he played, probably.
Yeah.
And the
did
fact
not
that
know
we
this.
would go make up our own rumors about what his life was
Right.
like.
And so, a very Chipperson Thanksgiving draws to a close. Listen for more throughout the weekend. And happy holidays from the Opie and Anthony channel.